will be a star freelancer. Learn new skills. Set your goals. Increase your skills. Browse over 100 plus videos and ebooks. Jump to starfreelancer.eu.
Hi there, welcome in the preview of the Vue JS 3 and Firebase course. My name is Philip, I am instructor of this course, and in the next few minutes I'll be talking about the details and the features you are going to work on, and later we'll take a look at the requirements. Let me start with the practical part, and you can already see the application you are going to work on. This is the final product called Exchangeario, and the main point of the application is to exchange products and services. Let me start with the authentication feature, because this will be one of the first features you are going to work on. So users can log in or register. Of course, first we need to register, so I will try to register the user. So let's say here we'll register user Jake user, jake@gmail.com. I will provide here details, and I will be talking a little bit faster because there is lots of features I need to talk about. Okay, so jake@gmail.com, username Jake, password will be test, and I will do here purposely typo in my repeat password, and you will see when I will try to sign up I will not be able because the passwords has to be matching. So one of the features you will handle will be also forms validation in Vue JS. Now I will provide a correct password and I can register. When I will be registered, I will be navigated to the home page. I will display here information about the user, new pages available, which is a new exchange page, and the profile page. Let's take a look at the profile. In the profile, I will be displaying the information about the user, and the opportunities I'll be explaining in a second. Users can update their profiles. When I will click here update profile, I can input here information about the info of the user. Let's say I am Jake user, address imaginary, country Slovakia, let's say, and there's some number phone. I can also upload a picture here from my file system. So let's say I don't like this picture, I will choose here file. I can go to my folder and I will choose here purposely larger file, 2 MB file for an avatar. So you can see also upload progress. As the file is getting uploaded, we'll be displaying the progress bar, and all of this you will implement by yourself. By the way, storage is handled by the Firebase, and also authentication is handled with the Firebase. Okay, I will save the changes. When they will be saved, you can see the changes are displayed immediately, and they are persisted. When I will refresh, the changes will be still here, and I can update profile with the new informations. Okay, I can go now to home page, and I can preview here exchanges, and I can paginate them. So currently we are displaying only 3 exchanges per page. You can of course customize it as you want, and you can navigate in the pagination to go next and to the previous page. That will be one of the features, the same as the search feature. For example, I can choose here pyramids, and you will see I am looking for the pyramids here, and I can preview them, but I will click on them and I can make a deal to exchange it for my credit or for the another exchange. Okay, now I will create here exchange. So let's click here on the new exchange, and let's create here exchange. We'll be creating windsurfing exchange. Okay, so I will create here a title, let's say windsurfing in Las Palmas. Okay, description, let's say nice windsurfing session in Las Palmas. Image link, I will provide the image link from here. Okay, let's say price will be 480, country will be Spain, and the city will be Las Palmas, and the tags will be surfing, ocean, or something like this. You can see we'll be adding here also tags. Also validation is handled on this form as well. So I can submit. After it's submitted, I can go to the home page, and you should see here already windsurfing in Las Palmas. So when I will paginate here, I should be able to find my windsurfing session here. Windsurfing in Las Palmas is part of the exchanges, and when I will click at this, you will see it's my exchange, and I cannot make a deal with my own exchange because I am owner of this exchange. Okay, now I will show you how you can create opportunity. That will be one of the features. So let me log out, and I will log in as a different user. So I will go with the Philip user. I can see the UI changed when I logged out. I need to log in to make an offer. I will log in as the as a Philip user, right? As a Philip user. All right, and I will go to the Jake's exchange. I will try to make an opportunity. So I will go to the Jake's exchange, which is a windsurfing, and I will offer something for Jake. Let's say as a Philip user, I'm interested into this exchange, so I would like to exchange something for this. I'll click here, make a deal. I can exchange either credits. All right, you can see I can choose here credits. let's say 480. I can choose here the price, or I can go with my own exchanges. So when I can untoggle this, and I will choose here some of my own exchanges for guitar lessons, for example. We are providing here checks to check if the prices are matching or they are close enough. If they are not close enough, we cannot make an opportunity. Okay, so when I will choose here, for example, my Tesla car, the prices are roughly the same. There is a 4% difference in the prices. I can create an opportunity from this, and I can save this, and this will create an opportunity, and it will send it to the Jake. So Jake will receive the opportunity, and it will be offered to him. Okay, I can go also to the profile for a Philip user, and I can select the opportunities, send once, and you can see here's the opportunity I am sending to the Jake user. I am requesting windsurfing in Las Palmas, and I am offering my Tesla car to exchange. That's called opportunity. Now when I will log out, and I will log in as a Jake user will receive this opportunity and will be able to accept or decline it. So let's say, go to profile, I will go to profile, and I have this opportunity now. You can see offer new Tesla car, and somebody is requesting my windsurfing in Las Palmas as the Jake user. I can view a deal. I can see the Philip user has an amazing offer for me, offering Tesla car for 500, and he wants to exchange this windsurfing in Las Palmas for 480. And I say, okay, it's a good exchange. I can accept the deal. It's been accepted, and you can see it's accepted here. And then I can click here details, and you'll see we have made exchange from Tesla car to windsurfing in Las Palmas, and we have accepted the deal from the Philip user, and we can contact Philip at this phone for this exchange. And that's basically it. Okay, so that's the main part of our application. There is also lots of small features that you will be working on through the course, not only these main ones as I showed you here, but there is no simply time in this preview to explain everything. As for the requirements for this course, just as simply you need to know the basics in the JavaScript language or just the basics in programming. That's gonna be it from this preview. I hope you like it, and I hope to see you in the course. Cheers. And hi there, welcome here. In this video, I would like to give you some advices and tips on how to resolve issues while you are watching the course. This video applies for every Encode course, so no worries if you are watching a different course or you are working on a different project. This applies also for you. Okay, so let's start, and first I need to tell you it's pretty normal to get errors. Okay, while you're watching the course, you can maybe misspell something, you will make some typos in the code, or you will copy something wrongly. Okay, so I just want to encourage you that if you get errors, no worries about that. There is always a way how to resolve them. Okay, so let's introduce some errors. Okay, let's say you are coding and you will forget to provide the ending element, or you will make some typo in the code. Okay, the first thing, always read the message. Okay, so here is straight clear that we are missing the ending tag here. Expect a corresponding JSX closing tag, okay? And by the way, this is very specific error, but also you can get a different errors in a different programming languages. Just read the message, and maybe you will resolve it by yourself. Okay? Maybe sometimes you will get more generic message like this. I will introduce here a different type of error. I will remove the starting tag and ending tag. All right, maybe you will get something like this. Adjacent JSX elements must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. When you get something like this or some generic message, it's always good practice just to Google, to search for the message, and probably you will find you will provide the answer for it. Okay, for example, here you're on Stack Overflow, and you will see here answer. You shouldn't put the components between an enclosing tags here. Okay, you should always have a one root element, and that's the answer. So you can try to figure it out by yourself. You can Google for an answer, but don't spend more than 10 minutes maybe of it, because you will get too frustrated with the course. So if you still cannot resolve the issue, I'm always including the code in every lecture. So if you will stop the video, on the right side or on the bottom in the description of the video, there is usually a link to the code, what I was working on during the lecture. Okay, so usually you will find a link to some particular lecture. Okay, for example, here, line interface. Okay, this will be included in the lecture line item interface, and you can see what I've been working on. You can see here, I have added some lines of code here in this file here. Okay, in the framework common types _TS. Okay, so what you can simply do, you can compare your code with mine, or if you cannot find still issue, you can just simply copy it. You can view the file, and it will copy the entire file, for example, here. Okay, the file of a common types _TS. Okay, and yeah, you can see also the lines I have removed. So for example, I have removed this line here on line 14. I have replaced it with this line on line 14. Okay, so I have just added here one import and so on. And if you cannot read it, all right, or it's maybe there is a lot of red lines and green lines, you just again click here view file and just simply copy paste it or just check the lines I have been changing. Okay, so if you still have an error even after you have checked the code and you copy pasted the code and everything is good, there is a good practice then to create a gist of your code. For example, let's say the issue is happening in the file here. Okay, let's get it like this. Okay, so imagine it's happening here. What you can do, all right, you just send me your code. Okay, so you can create here a gist like this. I will create here, just let's call this file as you want, index.ts, and it will create public gist. It will create public gist of your code. All right, you will send me this code, this link to Q&A section. Okay, so you'll say here, I have here error, okay, and you will also include the error message. So for example, this, you will make a screenshot like this, or you can copy paste the entire message. You will include the message, and also you will include your code, what you have been working on. Okay, so that's the one approach. The other approach is simply, if you have a GitHub repository, send me the entire GitHub repository, or you can simply zip your code, the entire project, you can zip it, and you can send me through the vTransfer, okay? So for example, you are working here on some project, and let's say e-commerce next Shopify, you will just right click here and you will zip the project. So compress into zip file and you will send me the zip file on my email, okay? Maybe before that, when you're working on some JavaScript project and you have a node modules, maybe you can remove the node modules before because it takes a lot of space. So maybe you can remove node modules, you will zip the file. Okay, so let me zip the file like this. This will zip it, and then simply send me here. Okay, so email to. You will select the file first. Okay, so here my zip file. Here is a zip. Okay, I need to select single file. Add your files or select the folder. So okay, so select file here. Okay, so select the file, you'll send the file, and you will send it to this email. And also always when you're sending me the file, provide me message. Okay, so write it on Udemy Q&A section or provide me full message here. Always the best is to write me on Udemy or on the platform you are watching currently the course, okay? So guys, that's the way. Okay, try to resolve it by yourself. If you're getting too frustrated or spending too much time, check the link included in the lecture that will lead you to the code I have been working on, or create a gist, send me the error message, or send me your whole project, but describe your project, really describe it a lot, what's happening, what you have been working on, what lecture, and what time you get an issue. That should be it. Now you can start watching the course and you can start coding and working on the project. Cheers. Hello, welcome in the first practical lecture. In this one, we'll set up our development environment and we will initialize our projects. So without any further waiting, let's start. Open the new tab in your browser and let's search here for Node.js. So the first thing we need to install is a Node.js, and I am pretty sure that almost all of you have already Node.js. Okay, so let's search here for a Node.js, all right. And let's install it. Okay, so the website nodejs.org, and you will go for the LTS version, please. Not the current one, but the LTS one. So 16.13.2 LTS. You can just click at this, it will open the installation, you will choose the folder and you will save it. It's very, very simple installation. You just need to follow the installation wizard. Okay, so when this is done, we can go and we can open our terminals. Okay, so please open your terminals. If you're on a Mac OS, you can open your terminal like this, or you can just type here terminal and open it. If you're on a Windows, please open a PowerShell. You should already have a PowerShell on the Windows, the latest versions. Okay, so please open the PowerShells if you're on a Windows. If for some reason you don't have a PowerShell, no worries, you can also install this package. I'll show you, it's called cmdir, okay? It's a console-like emulator, so you can use the same commands as I will be using, cmdir console emulator. Okay, so portable console emulator for Windows, but preferably please go with a cmdir. Okay? All right, so take a look at this. Node.js is already downloaded, so we can install it. Let's click on the Node.js and we'll follow the installations. Let's click here, continue, and that's gonna be basically it. So let's click here, agree, install. I will place here my password, and then I will click here, install software. It's very simple installation. And after that, you should have a Node.js on your computers. Okay, so just a few more moments. After that, we'll go to our terminals and we'll try a couple of commands. Okay. So now, open your terminal. I'll zoom it in for you. And let's type here node-v. Okay, this should list your version of a Node.js. Okay, so currently what we have installed is a version 16.13.2. With a Node, which is an environment, we can execute JavaScript locally on our computers, and also we can install the remote packages, and we will use it to install, to installation of Vue CLI. And Vue CLI is just a Vue command line interface that can help us to initialize our projects. And we will be actually not using Node for installations or downloading of the projects, but we will be using npm, which is a Node package manager, and it's a part of the Node. So when you will write here npm-v, you should see here also npm version, which comes with a Node. Okay, when we have this done, we need to install one more thing. So let's open your browsers your new tabs one more time, and let's search here for Vue CLI. Vue CLI like this, and you should see here cli.vuejs.org. Let's click here. Okay, and after that, let's click here, get started. Okay, here is a get started guide. We are not interested into this. We'll go straight away into the installation steps, and installation steps are not here. We need to go, I guess, to creating a project. Okay, they are assuming here that we already have Vue CLI installed. Let's go to the installation in the end. So installation tab on the left, and here what we are looking for, we want to install this Vue CLI. Okay, so let's copy this command, npm install-g /vue/cli. Let's copy this command. Let's go to your terminals and let's paste it here. Okay, so this, and maybe when you are on a Mac machines or Unix-like machines, you need to prefix it with a sudo command. Sudo, and this will ask you for your password on your computers. So if there will be some errors in the installation, keep in mind that if you are on a Mac OS, you need to maybe provide a sudo command in front of it. Okay, because it's a global installation. Okay, let's press enter. This will install Vue CLI. After this is done, we can initialize our project. So let's take a look at this. Let's go back to our CLI website, and let's take a look at how we can create a new project here. Creating a project here is a command which will be available to you. Vue space create space and the name of the project, which will be our project. Okay, I will take a look at the terminal. This can take some time. I will show you a few things what you can do in your terminal. You can, for example, open a new tab in the terminal. You can open the new tab in the terminal by typing Command T or Control T. So open a new tab in my current home folder in a Mac OS. It looks like this in a Mac folder. Okay, so that's my main folder. If you're on a Windows, maybe you should see here some C folder, program files, and so on. You're already familiar with this. What you can do here, you of course can list all of the files in the folder as you can see them by Command ls. Right, ls, and you can see the current folders and current folders in the directory. Okay. When you want to navigate to some folder, you just need to write the command cd for change directory space name of the project or a file or a folder, actually I should say. So let's go to the folder Udemy projects. Okay, here it is, Udemy projects. I can type here it manually, the whole word, but if I will type the tab, it will autofill for me if there is such a folder starting with a Udemy. Okay, so when I will press the tab, it will pre-fill for me. I can go to the Udemy projects, and now I'm in a Udemy project ls command will list all of the folders and in this directory. You can clear the screen with a clear command. You can see it in the bottom there I'm writing clear. I will clear it out. Perfect. When I want to go to the previous directory, I just need to press cd space ... to go to the previous folder. Okay, and I'm again back in my home folder, and I will stay here for now. Okay, so I'll go to this tab here. Everything is installed. I can close my previous tab. I can clear it out, and I can initialize our project. So you will do it like this. You will create here a new folder. You can do it also, of course, from the Finder, from a file explorer, total commander. You can create a new folder for your projects, but we'll create a new folder for our project from here. What we can do, I will do it from the home folder. I will create here a new folder like this, mkdir for a make directory, space, the name of the directory, which will be, let's say, Vue-project. All right, it will list all of my Vue-related projects. Press Enter. I will navigate there. cd Vue-project. I will press Enter, and I'm here. It should be empty folder. Now I will go with the command. You can list. You can see here Vue create and the name of our project. So let's get here and let's write here Vue create, and the name of our application will be, which will be exchange application, will be exchanging the products in the application. That will be the main part. So let's write here exchange like this exchange. All right, exchange-view, or you can already, maybe you have a name of your project, like business name for your project, so Exchangeario in this case, because that will be the name of our project, of our application we'll be working on. So Vue create Exchangeario, and let's press Enter, and this will initialize project, but it will ask us first question first. So what we would like to have initialize our Vue.js project with? We would like to use the latest. We would like to use the Vue 3. Okay, so let's click here on the default Vue 3. Let's press Enter, and that's actually what we have been asked for. This can take some time. It will be installation. It shouldn't be that long. It depends on your internet connection. And in meantime, while this is installing here and doing its things, I would suggest you to use the Visual Studio Code for coding. Okay, guys? I'm really feeling comfortable in this editor, so I highly recommend it. You can just search for it if you don't have it already. You can just search here for Visual Studio Code, and I would like to go to this other search. Okay, Visual Studio Code download. All right. Okay, so download Visual Studio Code. It's very simple. You just choose your system, you will download it and install it, and that's basically it. Okay, so let's go with your Visual Studio Code. Okay, let's take a look at how is our progress of a project. It's still in progress. So what we'll do in meantime, we can open, if you have Visual Studio Code, and we can locate our project. Okay, so that's how it looks like. We will click here, File, Open, and we'll locate here. It's in my home folder, so I will go to the home folder. I will find here Vue projects. Okay, Vue projects down here, and I will click Open. Yes, okay, and here is Exchangeario. Actually, you need to go exactly to the open the folder, so I'll click here, Open one more time, and I will click here Exchangeario, and I will open it. Okay, we'll go to the files and the folders in the next lecture. For now, you should see here our project. Okay, perfect. I'll check the terminal one more time. It's finished installation. So what we need to do, you can see here, it's suggesting you to write the command cd exchangeario to go to the directory we have just created and run npm run serve to run our local server. So clear the screen, please, and let's run here cd exchangeario and npm run serve. Okay. This will start our local server on localhost 8080. You can copy the address. You can go to your browsers. Of course, you are in a browser. And let's open here new tab, and let's provide here localhost 8080. And that's our project. That's our initialize Vue.js project. In the next lecture, I'll be talking about the more stuff. Don't worry. But before we will finish this lecture, open browsers one more time and install one extension, guys. Go on the left here in this panel and extensions. Click here. Here you can search for extensions, and what you are searching for will be Vetour extension. Vetour. Okay, this is what you are looking for. Vetour from a Pine Vue tooling for Visual Studio Code. It will provide you IntelliSense and all of the things you need for Vue.js coding. For me, it's currently installed, so I have here only uninstall option, but you should see here install option. So click here, install. This will install Visual Studio. Maybe it will restart it, but you should have it in your Visual Studio after that. Oops. Okay, so here let's keep it open in our Exchanger folder. Everything is running. Don't remember, keep your localhost running on the 8000 AD. And we can continue, guys, in the next lecture. So I hope to see you there. Cheers. Hi there, welcome back in the new lecture. In the previous one, we have initialized our development environment. In this one, we'll continue with the initialization of our first page and installation of couple packages. All right, let's start in your coding editor. And let's take a look at it. So that's the files and the folders that has been generated for us. The page you see on your screens when you open localhost 8000 AD is located in the src folder. In the app.vue is the main part. As you can see here, that's how the Vue file looks like. A Vue file consists of three parts. One part is a template where you can write HTML, and also you can provide your components you will be creating. Components are like reusable parts, but we'll be talking about this later. Okay, so you have a template where you're writing your HTML, and you can also include your components. Then you have a script part. This is a JavaScript part of your Vue file. The script file, you can interact with the template. Okay, you can do the dynamic changes, you can access data, and you can also provide data into your template. The style part, self-explanatory, you're providing the stylings, so you can write here any types of styles. You can write here CSS, SAS, SCSS, and so on. Okay, in the components, we'll be listing your components, for example, as a hello world. As I told you, you can break down your template into multiple parts, and the parts of a template can be located in the different files, in the different Vue files, such as hello world, which contains this long template here and a couple of stylings, and you can also see here on your screens. That's a hello world.vue. Okay, we'll be removing it, guys. Actually, we'll be creating our own first page. So what we're going to do, the best way, we'll just simply remove the components folder. We'll create our own later. Remove your components folder, delete it. All right, and also let's remove app.vue and the hello world from here, and from a components hello world here. We'll go step by step, and also this import of the hello world here. When you will go now to app.vue, you should see only this image of Vue logo, which is located in the assets folder, and the assets folder you can find here, and that's the logo that will be displayed. So now let's go here, and you can see we can see only logo. And we are also going to delete this. Okay, so let's remove also the logo, and now you have just an empty template, and you cannot provide empty template, so we just provide here some tags, for example, empty div. And now you will have completely empty page. When you go back here, it's completely empty. Okay, now let's take a look on the folders and the files we have available here. So readme.md, just listing all of the useful commands, how to run your project, what you need to do to set up the project. Package.json, listing all the dependencies that your project depending on. So these dependencies and also development dependencies. Also there is listed ESLint configuration. ESLint is controlling the syntax of your JavaScript or of your Vue code you are writing, and will notify you if something is not according to some conventions. All right, the conventions are defined here. So we are following the Vue 3 essential conventions and the recommended ESLint conventions. Okay, I'll be also changing it later because there are some rules you would like to override. Okay, so that's a package.json. Most important here is listing dependencies that we need to install. These dependencies are installed when you're running npm install command. Okay, so if somebody would get our project with the empty node modules, because the node modules is a folder where all the dependencies are located. So if somebody would get our empty project and it would list npm install command like this would install all of these dependencies here, and it would place them into node modules. Also, as you can see here, there is scripts we can run. We already run first one. We run npm run ser, which is running this script here, which will run our local server. Okay, then we have here package-log.json, and this is just a more detailed file of our dependencies. So also dependencies that are listed on package.json, these dependencies. But these dependencies also dependent on their own dependencies, and the full tree of the dependencies is here. So you can see here the full tree of dependencies that are installed in your Node modules, and also their versions, from which repository they are downloaded, and so on. Okay, so that's what's located in the package-log.json. Then we have here babel.config.js. That's basically, this allows you to write Vue JS Vue files, and you can write Vue syntax. So this is basically the thing that's working as that's compiling your Vue code into the JavaScript that can be run in your browsers, right? Because, sorry, this is not a part of this lecture. What we are writing is the Vue code. Okay, it's a Vue. Okay, that's the files you can see here, app.vue. But your browser, when you will ship files like this into your browser, this will simply not recognize it. So what's happening in the background, the Vue is going into the parts, into the HTML. Okay, it's transferred into HTML, into the JavaScript and CSS and so on. And this is served into your browser. Okay? And the Babel provides all the settings required to get this file into parts of HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. All right, that's this. We don't need to know much about it. We are just using this one, Vue CLI plugin Babel preset. Of course, you can provide also different settings depending how you want to write your code, but we are going with the default ones. Git ignore, just ignoring what files and the folders will be not included in Git repository if you will decide to push your code into GitHub. Okay, and that's it basically. We have only public folder listing the static files as the favicon and index.html, which serves as the initial template in which the code I mentioned here, the HTML, JavaScript, and CSS is mounted to. Okay, that's the initial HTML in which here into this div your application is mounted to. Okay, guys, if you have any questions, you can ask them right now. I think I will finish it up here and I will continue in the next lecture. So just keep in mind important parts here to take from it is just we are creating the Vue files. Vue files consist of 3 parts, which is a template, something like a Vue, script, where you're listing your JavaScript, that's the dynamic part and the interactions between the template and the data transformations, and the style is just the stylings of your Vue you're writing in a template. That's gonna be in this lecture. In the next one, we'll prepare our first page. So I hope to see you there, guys. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have talked about the folder structure of our Vue JS project. In this lecture, we'll initialize the template. Let's start. Open the new tab in your browsers and please input here this link. I know it's too long, but you can find this link in the resources of this lecture. So if you will stop the video, on the right side, you should see the resources and there is a link included. Okay? Then it will be linked to this file, and what you can do here, you can just simply copy it, or you can click here row, and maybe it is easier for you to copy it like this. Just simply get this file, Control A everything, like this, copy it, and go to your code, and let's paste it here. That's the initial template I have prepared for you. You can see it contains lots of HTML parts. Okay, lots of HTML parts here. There is no script. There is just an empty export default script and some stylings. Guys, I need to tell you one thing. This course is not about the HTML. This course is not about the stylings. This course is about the Vue.js and the data interactions, how you can create your application. So if you are looking course for HTML, you can look for some of my other courses. I will be not talking much about how to write classes, how to write a specific stylings, and so on. Okay, so just keep this in mind. If you are looking for some detailed explanation of these topics, I have also the other courses for this matter. Here we want to talk only about the Vue.js. So please, if it's copied here in the app.vue, you can save it. You will get a couple of errors here because as the stylings here, I'm not using classical CSS, but I am using SCSS syntax. Okay, that's a little bit different than CSS, and it has to be compiled before it's shipped into the browser. And for a compilation of the SCSS into the classical CSS, you need to install these packages. You can see they are commented. Okay, now when you will go to terminal, you should see here error. You are missing such loader, for example. Okay, and you go to browser and you will open your web page. You will get the same error. So let's install packages one by one. You can go to your terminal. You can open here a new tab in your terminal. So as I mentioned, Control-T or Command-T to open the new tab. And let's write here following commands. Actually, you can see these commands in your coding editor here, so you can just copy them. npm install sas. Okay, let's press enter, copy this command, press enter, and this will install sas. Okay, while this is installing, we can go back here and we can install now CSS loader, this version here. Okay, keep in mind you need to install this version. CSS loader, let's press enter here. And while this is installing, let's install this version. If you are looking for explanations why we need to do that, the simple explanation for this is just simply we have to do it because to inform the Vue.js how to transform SCSS to the CSS, you need these three packages. They are simply required. You will find it in every documentation of Vue.js. That's the steps when you want to work with the SCSS syntax. Okay, that was installed. I will clear it out. And the last one, npm install save sas loader version 10. Okay, and after that we should be okay. All right, perfect. Clear it out. Now I'll go back to my previous step. I will close this tab. If you want to shut down your server, you will press Ctrl-C or Command-C key. Clear it out, and let's run here again, npm run serve. Okay. Okay, everything is running without any issues. That's very good news. So let's go to Brave browser or any browser, and that's how your page looks like without any provided stylings, because we are still missing one styling file to initialize it. But if your page looks ugly like this, that you have here this image in the middle, you have here this tab here, then these links, and it looks like this, then you're on a good way. That's how it should look like without any specific stylings. Yeah, maybe you're asking, we have already here stylings, but these stylings they're not enough. We will need to provide also the different stylings, but we'll be working on this in the next lecture. But if you see this ugly page, all good. We can continue. The next lecture will initialize the other stylings that are required to display it nicely. If you have any questions, guys, during the course related to the course topics and the stuff I'm explaining, keep asking. Guys, just one thing before we'll finish the lecture. If you're really interested into the HTML part of this and you really want to understand how the stylings are connected together, the best way to understand it is just simply go to your browser, go to any page you want, right-click, click here, Inspect, and here in the Elements section here, just click here on this cursor here, and you can select every element on the screen like this, any element on the screen. You can click at the element, and then down here you can see the styles of the element. Okay, so I have selected this div with the post type class and the latest post text. When I want to see the stylings, I'll just simply put it up here. I can see exactly what stylings are applied here. So this style, font size 34 pixels, margin bottom 10 pixels, and font weight bold. I can toggle the stylings. I can click here this check mark off and on, and I can see what will happen with the latest post, margins, font weights, and so on. And I can see exactly the stylings. And I can also add here stylings if I want. I can increase font size to 100 pixels, and I will see what will happen. And I guess that's the best way how to learn HTML and CSS. Just inspect already created projects and inspect what stylings they are providing. Okay, that's just the addition if you really want to see what's happening here. And we are not writing here this entire HTML because we would spend maybe 5 hours of more course content here, and that's not really good. Thank you for understanding in this, and let's continue, guys, in the next lecture. Cheers, and thank you for watching. Hi there, welcome back here. In the previous lecture, we have initialized our first template. In this lecture, we'll provide some more stylings to our page so it looks nicer. Okay, let's open here a new tab, and again, we'll go to the one link I have included in the resources of this lecture. So please stop the video, and in the resources, you can find the link to this. Okay? So in its styles, you should see here, and there should be the stylings we need to provide, and I will guide you step by step what you need to do, and I will provide you also explanations. Okay, so first thing what you need to do is to create a new folder. You can see it here in the assets. We have a styles folder, and there we need to create variables CSS to define some variables that I will be using throughout the lectures. Okay, I will just copy it, and I will provide explanations after. Let's copy this file here. I'm just copying the entire content of this SCSS file. Okay, I will go to coding editor. I will open here our folders, and we will go into the assets folder. I will create here a new folder called styles. And then we'll create a variables, new file, variables, SCSS. Make sure you won't make any mistakes here. All right, and place it here. Perfect. Okay, so that's the first thing. Okay, so variables SCSS, amazing. Then we'll install the Bulma package here, dependencies Bulma. Currently, what I'm using in the course is 0.9.3, so I will copy this version only. Let's go to terminals. Open the new tab here, and let's install this npm install Bulma, add sign to specify the version, and this version 0.9.3. Let's press enter. This will install Bulma. Okay, perfect. Let me see this website here. After the Bulma is installed, we need to import these stylings into our main file, to our app.vue. We need to import variables I have defined, Bulma SAS, and assets styles main SCSS. Okay, that's one thing we are still missing, main.scss. Okay, that will be the huge file. Let me go a little bit back up here, and here should be a file called this assets styles main.scss. It's very large file, so you need to click here, right, and the view file. All right, so again, you can click here row on the right side, row here, okay, and you can copy everything. Please copy everything. Control A, Control C, make sure everything is selected. Go to your coding editor, and here next to the styles, next to the variables, create here a new file called main.scss, which will define the main stylings for our application, and paste it here. It's a huge file. Okay, now, with all of this, we need to go to the app.vue. Let's scroll down here. We can remove this, by the way, comments here, which is leave here empty export default. And SCSS, we need to import these things. First, we need to import variables, then we need to import Bulma, and then main SCSS. I'll actually copy it from here, so we're not losing time. We'll go just back here. Okay, and here, this import, so just copy it. Okay, and that's the last time we are copying something for a very long time, guys. Okay? So first, I'm copying here variables SCSS. They have to be first because, for example, if I will decide to get here use some variable, let's say I would like to have a font color of my primary color, so I write here font, just a font, or just a color actually. There's a color. Okay, if I want to use your variable, just provide here primary like this. Okay. Then the variables has to be defined first. Okay, so just a variable is keep the value of the color, so I don't have to write here this value manually. Okay, but I can just simply access it with the primary. That's the purpose of the variables. They're just holding some stylings saved into the variables. I can remove this color of primary. Then we have here Bulma SAS. Let's take a look here. When you will prefix something with this tilde sign, it means you're looking for a package in the node modules. So when you will take a look in the node modules, we have installed previously Bulma. That means it has to be located into the node modules. When you will go to the node modules, look here for Bulma. Okay? All right, so Bulma here. So we are going to Bulma folder and we are looking for the Bulma SAS. So here is a Bulma SAS, and that's the stylings we are importing from Bulma. So all of these styles located in the SAS folder here. Okay, from here. So all of these stylings defined here. And that's a lot of them. Okay, that's a simple import of all of the Bulma stylings. Bulma is a framework for stylings. Okay, for a CSS framework, so it will provide you out of the box with some stylings, and you need to spend hours to develop your own styles for the components or for your page for HTML. And then we have here our own stylings on top of the Bulma, which are located in the main SCSS, which you can see here. All the stylings we'll be using throughout the course, and you can see how much of this is here. So that's why I don't want to spend the time to really explain this, because we would spend here early hours. So guys, now this is the thing. We should have a Bulma installed. This is the import we should have here. You should have a variables SCSS, main SCSS located in the styles folder. If everything is correct, you can go to your localhost 8080 and you should see here this nice application. And that's the application we will be working on. I will finish it here. After the lecture, you can take a look at what we have here, what you think we will be implementing. And in the next lecture, I'll be talking about what we'll be implementing, and I will show you the individual parts of this application, and we'll be finally start working on something related to the Vue JS. So that's going to be it. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next lecture. Cheers. Hello, welcome back in the new lecture. In the last lecture, we have initialized stylings of our application. In this lecture, we'll take a look at our main template and we'll analyze it. Okay, let's start in app.vue and let's see what we have here. We have here lots of HTML parts. They are separated by the comments. Okay, so you can see here is a header part, which is basically our navigation bar. You can see up here, this part here. Okay, I can also draw it here. This is a navigation bar. I can draw the straight lines. All right, let me use this tool. And here, so that's our navigation bar. Okay, what we have here next? Next here, navigation bar, here is a hero component starting here and ending somewhere down here. A hero component is the component, the wall part here is a background image with also the search bar here. So that this is this part here. Here is the hero component. Oops. Here is a hero component, this part here. This in between here, also with this background image. This is the hero part. Then we have a post list. Post list is a list of all of the posts here, which are basically products the users can exchange between each other. Okay, it can be, for example, cars, it can be computers, some utility stuff, and so on. Okay, there will be displayed a few details. As you can see, we'll be displaying here. Let me change the tools here. Okay, so what is displayed here will be the title of the post, as you can see up here. Here is the title. Here will be the author of the post, the time when it was posted, the image of the post, and there should be some image to make it to the wish list, but this will be handled later. Okay, so that's our posts, the list of all of the posts here. And down here is lastly pagination, and I think it should be also noted down here, pagination. Pagination here, and this is the pagination. As you can see, it's a quite huge template, lots of HTML, very hard to read. When you go step by step here, when you go through every line, it's very difficult to know what part belongs to to what part of the layout. That's why in a Vue.js, you will separating the small parts of your layout into smaller parts of the component. So navbar will go to the navbar component, hero will go to the hero component, and so on. And then in the end, you will connect it together and place it in your app.vue. Okay, here. The app.vue, I didn't mention before, there is one more file, which is just the normal JavaScript file. And you are importing your app.vue component here into this file. And you are calling here create app function from the Vue framework itself. This create app function, you are providing your app component and you are mounting it. So basically, what does it mean? That means that you will take all of this HTML, you will take all the JavaScript, you connect it together, and you will mount it into this part app, which is located into the public folder index.html, this here. So all of this, the entire content of your app.vue and its glued components is mounted here into this ID of the app. And you can indeed see it here when you will right click, or you will press Control Option I or Command Option I just to inspect it, and you will see it here when you will go here. You see that's all of your HTML, and you will see that it's mounted into this ID of the app. Okay, this ID here. To maybe see it better, you can go to app.vue and you can create here div Exchangeario to see it better. And you will see that all of this is mounted there. You can see div with the ID of Exchangeario is mounted to this div here. So this entire content glued together, each component by each component joined together into the app.vue, and app.vue entire content joined to this div of ID app. That's basically it. And yeah, I had to introduce you this. And now it's time to separate it into its own components. How we will gonna do it? Okay, let's go to our SRC folder on the left-hand side, and let's create here a new folder. We'll be calling it components. Components will be our folder for all these smaller parts, for all these smaller components. Components. All right. In the components folder, we'll create a new component which we'll call navbar. In the Vue.js, it's conventions to write your component with the uppercase letter, so navbar, navbar.vue. In the navbar of Vue, if you want to provide a view to your component, you need to have a template like this. Okay, just simply template. You don't need to even write a script here now, just need to provide here a template. Okay, so let's go to app.vue and let's get here this entire header here, ending here. Let's get it and copy it, and you can remove it from here. You can go to the navbar.vue and you can paste it. As you can see, it's not indented very nicely. What I'm doing in such a cases, I will just get the unindented part, so this here nav, and the header tag. So I'll get all of this under the header, select it, and I'll press Shift and the tab at the same time, Shift and the tab to move it to the left side, like this. Now everything is great, but the header itself should be intended in relation of a template. So I will select the entire header, just like this, and I will press the tab to indent it to the right side. Now it looks good. Our navbar is in own component. Also, we'll do one more thing here. We are going to export. Actually, we don't need to export it when we don't have any scripts here. We don't have here anything. Just leave here a template for now, like this. And go to your app.vue and get here this component. So let's go down to this script part. In the script part, you can import your component. You can do it like this. Import navbar from, oh, actually not in a string, guys, my mistake. Import navbar from, we are currently in the app file. We'll go in ./components and the navbar like this. So we're going to the components folder, navbar file. We are importing here navbar. It's complaining here. You can see here this red squiggly line is that we need to provide it here. Okay, because we are importing, we need to use it. To use it, you need to register it in an export.default. You will provide here components prop, components field, And you will provide there your navbar like this. Okay? It's still complaining because you need to use it in your template now. And also, guys, there is suggested if you are using such a common name such as navbar or, I don't know, footer and so on, that it can be same as the HTML elements names to prevent the duplication of the components. You should always prefix it with some keyword specific to your application. So all of my components will have a prefix of exchange. So I will not import here navbar, but I will call it exchange navbar. I'm importing from the components navbar. Okay, I will get exchange navbar and I will pass it here. Now you will get exchange navbar and you can use it. So you can go up here, and where the before was your enter HTML of the navbar, you will provide here now opening tag, exchange, and closing exchange navbar. Now you can imagine that everything what is in your exchange.view, or actually in the navbar.view, this entire header here from a template is mounted inside of here. So this is basically removed and it's replaced with all of this entire content here. Okay, so that's what we are doing here. But you can see it's nicely separated into its own component. And now we don't even need comments. We know that immediately here there's an exchange navbar here. There is also one convention how to specify your components, because you have two options here. You can either write the exchange navbar like this with the first uppercase letter and every other word starting with the uppercase letter, or you can start as in HTML with the lowercase letters, and you can separate the words with the dashes like this, and that's the convention we are going with. Okay, so every component will be like this: exchange dash navbar. Okay, so every word is separated by dash and everything is lowercase. So that's the convention. Okay, now we can save it, guys, and we can try it out if it's of course works. Please verify your entire template. We didn't change anything, just we removed the navbar and it's in its own component. Save it, go to your browser, refresh, and you should see that exactly it looks as before. Perfect, that's very good start, guys. In the next lecture, we'll continue with the rest of our components. So I will see you there, guys. Hi there. In the last lecture, we have created our first component called navbar. In this lecture, we'll continue in a similar fashion and we'll create also the other components for the hero section, for the list section, and for the pagination. Okay, let's begin. And let's begin with our hero section. That's the next in the line. When you will go to your app.view, you'll see the hero section is the next. Hero starting here and finishing here. I know, guys, it's kind of boring, just a copying pasting, but that's how it works. Now we can simulate the situation if you would start with the already implemented template and you would want to get it into your own components. Don't worry, we'll get soon to the Vue JS part. Okay, so in our components folder, let's create a new file. Let's call it hero.view. In the hero.view, as you know, we'll create a template. Template. We'll get back to the app.view and we'll get the entire content of this hero start. So I'll get this entire div. I will copy it, remove it, and I will place it into hero.view like this. Select everything as I told you in the previous lecture, indent it to the left, and now it looks good. Perfect, so that's our template for hero. Now we can go to the app.view, we can import here. So I'll go down, down, down. Just under the exchange navbar, I will write import exchange. We are prefixing all of our components, exchange hero from components/hero like this. Okay, and / is denoting that I'm importing from the same folder as I'm currently in. App.view is the same folder as a component, so / going to the components folder, importing hero.view. Okay, all the components are exported by default. What this means, I can provide here any name I want. I can call here my superhero if I want. And then I can import here my superhero. In a template, I will access it in in the pointy brackets, and I will call it my-super-hero. This naming is up to you. Okay, but of course I want to call it as our navbar exchange hero, and here I'll provide the exchange hero. Great. Now let's get the exchange hero. Go up here where it should be, and let's provide here exchange hero, close it, and let's remove the comments. Great, now we have exchange hero, we have exchange navbar. Okay, there are a few things we can separate, but first let's verify if it works. So go to Brave browser, let's refresh. Yeah, everything looks as before, that's good. Now back to your code, and the things I would like to also separate from here are the stylings, because there are a lot of stylings just related to the hero. This hero section, for example, is just for the hero section. And here the search lookup wrap, search lookup wrap, and these stylings here, search car find, and all of this is related to actually to our hero.view. So what we need to do, go to hero.view, scroll down, and here under the template you will provide your first stylings. You will create here opening style and a closing style. You will say it's scoped. Scoped means that the styles I will write here will apply only for this template. They will not apply for any other file, any other view file you have. They will only apply to the current template. And you are using scoped styling. It's the best way. You will say here the language you will be using here is a SCSS, because I will be using here SCSS syntax. Okay, I'll save it, guys, and we'll get to the app.view, and we'll copy from here. We'll copy here the following, almost everything, by the way. We'll copy hero section, copy, remove. Go to hero.view, and let's paste it here. Perfect. Now go to app.view, and now we will remove everything. I think, yeah, we can remove everything. Yeah, from up here, starting with a search lookup, select everything and copy it here. Okay, so these brackets, copy until up here, search lookup, copy, remove, and just leave here posts and a post type. Go to your hero.view and simply paste it. Okay, and here it is. Now let's save, and one more time let's verify, let's refresh, and you can see it's working. Okay, it's working as it was before, so that's good because we don't see any changes here. This means we are providing exactly the same template, but now nicely separated in its own files. Okay, I will leave it here. We will continue and we will finish up with posts here and the pagination, but for these guys, the next lecture.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Hey guys, in the last lecture we have created hero component. In this lecture we'll create exchange list component and also pagination component, and after that I promise we are stopping copying and we'll starting writing the actual Vue JS code. Alright, go to Visual Studio Code and open, let's open app.view and let's take a look at this. The template, there is a last remaining components section starting here, ending, it's quite long, here. Okay, let's create here a new file in the components and let's call it exchange list, or we'll call it just the list. Yeah, in this case, let's call it exchange list. Exchange list, because the list can be practically anything. Exchange list.view. Okay, and you'll get here, of course, template. You know what to do, right? So template, open, close, go to your app.view, get the entire section, copy it, and let's just leave here empty comments. Go to exchange list and simply create your spacing, paste it, and we need to indent this properly. So we'll select this part here, shift tab, perfect. Okay, looks great. Let's save it. Let's go to app.view, scroll down, and yeah, let's import it. So import exchange exchange list from components, exchange list. Okay, and let's get the exchange list, import it, and then use it. So scroll up here, exchange dash list, close it, and let's remove comments. Now we have everything nicely together. Okay, what also we can copy over is the last remaining stylings of the posts and a post dash type. Let's copy it, copy, remove, go to your exchange list, under template, create a style, which will be scoped, and the language will be CSS. And here let's get these two remaining styles. Now let's save it, back to browser, refresh, and everything looks great. Now the pagination. Okay, last remaining component, new file, pagination, pagination.vue. Okay, let's get here template, a little bit of repetition, app.vue, and get here enough. Here is a pagination, copy, remove, go to pagination.vue, insert it, and let's indent it to the left side. Okay, let's import your pagination. So import exchange pagination from component / pagination. And let's get it here, exchange pagination, and import component. And let's provide here exchange pagination. Okay, so now from previously the huge template that you could see here for, I don't know, what hundreds lines we had here, now we have only, the entire file has only 31 lines. And when I want to adjust some file, or I want to take a look on the specific part of my page, I can just go to the file. So if I want to change something in the navbar, I know where it resides in the components, and I can change the parts related to the navbar, and so on. If I want to change something related to the pagination, I will go to the pagination. And also related JavaScript functionality will be encapsulated in this file. But remember, in the end, everything is taken together and mounted in the app. All right, guys, I will close all of these files here in the folders, and one more time verify that everything looks great for you. And we will continue in the next lecture. Copying part is over. And we can continue next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have handled two remaining components, exchange list and the pagination. In this lecture, we'll finally start working with the Vue-related concepts. We'll create some data and we'll display them. All right, let's start in our navbar. Let's go to components, navbar.vue, and let's say I would like to change here your app for actual our application name, which should be Exchangeario. First, you need to find where it's located, your app. It's very simple to find it. Just go to code, just search here in the file, in the navbar, just search for your app, and it's straight away here. It's this A element is holding this your app string. So how can we change it? I know, we can just really simply write here Exchangeario. Yeah, and that's gonna be it. And here is Exchangeario now. But what I would like to do instead is get this value of Exchangeario string from the variable. For this, let's go down here, and under the template, you will create your first script. Let's write here script. Close it, open it. Actually, don't need to do this. You can remove that. And you will export default here object. That's how you write in JavaScript. Export default object, and inside of this object, you will specify your functions, your data, your computed properties, your getters, and all of this stuff you will learn about later. Okay, but what we would like to initialize here are data. Some initial data we can work with. In Vue JS, you initialize data with you'll write here, specify your data function, okay, like this. And the data function will return object. So specify data, specify return, and specify an object you're returning like this. So curly brackets. Here's your object. You will specify your object properties. So for example, if we would like to define our Exchangeario, we will call it brand name. So just write here brand name, and this will hold the value of the Exchangeario. Okay, Exchangeario. I will get a brand name, and now I would like to provide a variable value into my template. What you need to do in this case, you need to use something called string interpolation. You would like to use the value from your variable in your template. You would like to interpolate it. What you're going in this case, remove the extension hard-coded value, and to use the variable, you will use the double curly brackets, and anything you will write in the double curly brackets will be transformed into the value of the variable you are putting in this case, brand name. Okay, so in my template, I can access my data. Whatever I am returning from a data, this brand name I can access here, and in the double curly brackets, I can interpolate the value. Let's save it, go back, let's refresh, and you see it's working. So now, the only place I need to change this is down here in the data. So if I will decide change the brand name, I will call it Extenjario Pro. I'll save it. You can see Extenjario Pro is here. Okay, so that's how this works. Okay, let's use something more complicated. What about our navigation? What about our navigation? Our home, about, FAQ, login, register. This could be also the part of a data. They could be iterated and displayed dynamically on our screens. So what we can do in such a case, go to data, and let's write here our menu items. Menu items. Menu items will be all of the links we have in a navigation bar: home, about, FAQ, login, and register. So specify it's an array of these links, of these items, and each item will have text, which should be displayed. The text in this case will be the name of the item itself. So in the case of a first item, it can be, for example, home. And the link that will be pointing to. There'll be a link, but the link will be not handling yet. Let's just use this. Let's use it like this. Okay, and we have how many items we have? We have 5 items, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So menu item home, menu item about, menu item FAQ, menu item login, menu item register. Let's start simple. Let's start just with the displaying menu item somewhere in our template. Let's say under the header, I would like to display this menu item. So I'll do the same thing as with our brand name. Under the header, I'll write the double curly brackets. I'll write here menu items. Let's save it. Let's go back to your code. And here it is. Here are your menu items. Okay, so you can see here text home, text about, text FAQ, text login, and text register. They're all here. Maybe you're wondering why they are above, why they are not under. That's the way how actually we have specified styling. So I guess if you want to provide it under, just get it and provide it under the navbar, maybe now. Okay, now they are somewhere invisibly hidden. Yeah, you can see they are transparent, but they are definitely here when I'm. Okay, that wasn't the best idea to display them under. Okay, display them as they were before. Okay, it doesn't matter that they are displayed wrongly above. We don't want to use them. I just want to show you that we can get this data on the screen. You can see we have 5 items, and each of these items holding a text property with the particular text, which is the name of the menu item. Okay, guys, I guess that should be enough for this lecture. Now you know how to specify data and how to use them in your template. What I would like to show you in the next lecture is how you can iterate through this data. So how you can create simple for loop, iterate through the data, and render dynamic content of your link. So you don't need to specify every link manually. Okay, so let's finish it up here, and I will see you in the next lecture. Cheers. Hello, welcome back in the new lecture. In the previous one, we have talked about the data, how you can specify the data in your component and how you can use it in your template. In this lecture, we'll take a look on the items we have created, our menu list items, which specifies the 5 objects. So what we want to do now, we want to display them. Okay, let's begin. Let's see our navbar. As you remember, we are displaying them down here, which is not good. I will remove them. Let's notice the data itself, menu items, as I told many times before. Just the 5 objects specifying a text property, which is a text we want to display. That's the main part we want to display in our template. Okay, for this, what we want to do, we would like to create only one A element. So let's remove all of the remaining ones. Just leave here one A element. Remove the register inside. And what we want to do, we want to replicate it 5 times and dynamically specify the value inside from your menu item. So what I want to display here is exactly this. First A element will display home. The second A element will display about. Third element will display FAQ, and so on and so on. Okay, that's what I would like to achieve. I need to introduce you here a new term. This term is called directive. Directives are special attributes you can place on your elements, on your HTML elements, and with help of them you can manipulate the DOM. Okay, the document object model. Basically, you can manipulate as you are rendering your HTML. Okay, the way you are rendering your HTML. Okay, so just directive, keep in mind the special attributes you can place on the element. And we'll use one here. Let's create here some spacing. Let's place the class on the separate line. I will do it like this. Okay, so we have only one A element, and I will use here a directive called v-for, like this. You can see renders the element or template block multiple times based on the source data. To the v-for, we will specify our source data, menu items. That's good, but we would like to also access the single item in the iteration. You can do it like this. Before menu items, you will specify the item as you want to call it, which will be the value you are iterating. Simply call it item in menu items. All right, guys, so this item will hold the value of your menu items. So as you will be rendering the elements, in the first iteration, this bold text home will be in item. In the second iteration, this bold text about will be the item, and so on and so on. Okay? Okay, you can see these quickly lines, don't worry about them. It is just noting that we are missing some required values to specify. Okay, the other directive here is called vbind. v-bind, like this, and you will specify here a key, like the vbind column key, and you will pass here a key which should be unique value. It should be something unique. As in this case, we have only 5 items. They are holding the text, so the unique value of each item is the text itself. Okay, so as a key, we'll specify here item.text. Okay, and that's your key here. It's called directive, and you're specifying the key as the value here. Okay, then you will understand directives as we'll be creating our own components and we'll be passing the values around. You will see it's very simple. Then the another one, which is the link where we would like to link to. There you will write a vbind, a normal element. As we have an href on the A element, you will just use a vbind href, and now you can provide your value dynamically. So let's say the value will be here item.link. As you see, we don't have any links here on the text, so that we cannot access the link because we don't have it. So let's specify on each item link. Let's say a link here will be linking to / only empty path. Let's say a link here will be the value of the /about. Let's say this will be FAQ, so link will be /FAQ. Same, continue with the login and register. Oops. /login. Okay, and the last one, link /register. Okay, perfect. So now let's save it. Let's take a look here. It's complaining because we are already specifying vbind to item link, but we have here also one more additional href, so we need to remove the additional one. Okay, and as you're iterating, you have access to this item. As I mentioned, we need to display also this item inside of the A element, as we have hardcoded before home, login, and so on. But now this value will go from the item.text because we have access to it. Now when you will save it, hopefully everything should work for you. Go to Brave browser, and yeah, you can see here every item. But now dynamically rendered out. And I can click at this and I will go to the about page here /about. You can see /FAQ /login /register, and everything is working as we want. Okay, guys, so just to recapitulate small parts here, we are using here Vue for directives. Directives are used for manipulation of your HTML, as in this case, you can see instead of displaying one element, we displayed 5, depending on the number of menu items in the v4. Each value of the menu item, this value, are stored into the item variable in the duration of your for loop. You can access this item here. You can call it as you want. You can call it a file. You can call it house. It doesn't even make sense, right? You can call it my variable. Okay, but then you need to change these things. You need to access the text under your my variable and link under my variable link, and so on here. But of course, in this case, it should be menu, right? So or actually just item. So then we are providing here another required binding, another required directive called vbind, where we are passing the key value, which will be the item text, the text itself, and the href, which just provide the href attribute as we had it before, but it will be dynamically accessed from the item.link, which is the link here. As you noticed, whenever you are providing directives, the quotation here, you are not providing actual string value. Here is not actually string value, but it's the interpolated value from the variable item, where you're accessing the text property. If you want to provide your row string value, you need to provide your additional set of the single brackets, and then you will provide it like this. But you will see it's an error because v4 directive key should be unique. Okay, you can provide href as that is. Okay, but of course we don't want to hard code here one string which will repeat for every item, but in every iteration we would like to get here dynamic value from each item. Okay, and the same with the item text. Another thing we can simplify here, since directives are so heavily used, and especially this one here, vbinds, we don't need to specify actual vbind keyword. We can shortify it, and we can simply specify here only column key, and here column href. And the Vue JS will automatically fill it up for you. Okay, so we just need to specify here key and the href. It's much nicer to write it like this. We can save it. We can go back here, we can refresh, and everything will work as before. So guys, that's how you will create V4, how you can create iterations in your template to render multiple items. Any questions to it, keep asking, and I hope to see you in the next lecture. Thank you for watching. Cheers. Hi there, welcome back in the new lecture, guys. In the previous one, we have created for loop in our template. In this lecture, I will show you how you can pass data from component to component. Okay, let's start. Let's open our code in a navbar.vue. We have here our nice for loop and the data we are specifying, which is brand name and menu items. What I want to show you is how you can pass this data from different component, in this case app.vue component, because app.vue component is in the end responsible for displaying the navbar. So I want to define this data here and I want to pass them to Exchange navbar. And this is very common practice if you have a component that you are using in, let's say, multiple pages or in multiple other components. You want to make it reusable as possible, as much as possible. So you want to not define a data in the component, but you want to pass them through the other component, so it can be much more reusable. I will show you an example. For example, let's say you have some card component, right? You have a card component .vue, so you have a card, and this card is displaying some data. It doesn't specify what data, we are not hardcoding the data here, but rather that every page that is using this data, this should be page 1, page 2, let's say, page 3, every of these pages specifying its own data and passing it to display to the card. Okay? And the card is displayed out. Okay, so for example, page can display the product data, page 1 can display the product data, page 2 can display some block data, and so on, but all of them, they are reusing the same card component and they are passing these props, as you call it, to the card. So let's say page 1 passing title, data, content, and the same for a page 2. And they're passing also title and the content, and the card is taking this data and displaying it out. So that's the concept behind props, as we'll be talking now. We don't want to display the data in our small components. We don't want to define them there, but just receive them. Okay, enough of talking. Let's go to navbar.view. Let's get the entire data function. Just get it like this, remove it, and get it to the app.view. Okay, so under the components, you will write comma, and you will pass here the data function. Now you have a brand name here and menu items here. What you want to do next, you want to specify in your navbar component the props, data you will receive. Okay, and the relationship we are talking about is that app.view component in the relationship or to the Exchange navbar, Exchange hero, Exchange list, and Exchange pagination is a parent component. And all these components here are child components. So if there's some component wrapping the other component, the relationship is a parent and a child. So to our navbar child component, we will specify here props. We'll simply write here props like this. All right, and here you'll specify the names of your props. It can be whatever names you will decide to get here. The props doesn't have to have a same name as the data you are specifying here. So for example, I can specify here, I would like to get here title, okay, like this, and comma, and I would like to specify here, I would like to get here menu items. I can just simply call it items, okay, title and the items. Then I specify here what type this data will be. I will write here type, and we know the title is a string, okay, so specify here a string, and we know that items is an array, type array. Okay, now we need to do the changes because what the template up here trying to get here is a brand name, but the brand name is no longer in the context here. We have here only title, which will be passed through the app.view. And we don't have menu items, but we have only items. So simple change here, guys. Just get a brand name and change it to the title. And get here menu items and change them to items like this. Okay? And now in our app.view, we have the data here now. So what we need to do, we need to pass them to the navbar. You will pass them as this. Similarly as to the for loop, you will write here vbind. Okay, so you can do vbind. And you will specify column and the name of the prop. So we are calling our props title, and we are passing here data. Okay, so to the data we can pass, to the title we can pass here what? Our brand name like this. Okay, and then we have here vbind, and we have here items, and that's our menu items. And yeah, that's what we need to pass. Okay, so title, items. That's what we are specifying here, title, items. And in the background, what's happening, the brand name gets passed to the title, menu items get passed to the items. As with the previous for loop, we don't need to specify vbind. That's redundant. We can just specify here title and the items without vbind keyword, but in the background, it's a vbind. Okay, let's save it, and you should see when you go to the browser that when you refresh, everything is working as it was before, and that's how you are passing props around. Let's see a couple of options you can define with props. Okay, so for example, as I told you, whenever you are using the syntax vbinds and you are specifying the directives, the value is getting passed automatically as a variable. If I want to pass here a string value, I need to wrap it in quotations like this. When I will save it, now I'm not passing the value from the brand name variable, but I'm passing the raw brand name value. So what I will display now in my page will be the brand name, okay? Okay, but of course we want to pass it as the variable because we are holding this value there. Okay, what else? What I can show you is some options we have in the navbar. We can specify here also default value. So for example, let's start with the required actually. Let's start when I will write here something is required. I'll mark it true as a required, and I will go to app.view and I will say, okay, I'm not passing this brand name. Okay, I'll save it now. I will go to browser, I will refresh. I don't have any brand name, as you can see. I will get warned in the console. So when I will open console, so Control Alt and I, or Command Option and I, or right click and inspect, you should see here in the console, missing required prop title. Okay, we are passing only navbar items array, but we are not passing our title. Okay, so that's the required, but of course we can mark it as a required false and will be not required, and then we won't get any issues, but we won't also display anything. So when it's false, we'll get a warning. But we have also option, we have specified here default. Default, like this, and default will be, let's say, my default name or my default title. Okay, when you will do it like this, then you don't need to pass here the title, but when the title is not passed, the default value for the title is used, which is my default title. When you will save it like this, we'll go to the Brave browser or any browser, it will display my default title. Okay, so we can specify your default value. Why not? We can pass your exchange area. Okay, just so you can see it. Okay, in upload view, we can still pass it. Okay, no big deal. We can still pass here our title, which will be our brand name, right? Brand name. And the items, menu items, will pass as a required because that's very important for us to pass the menu items. So let's go to the navbar and let's specify here items will be required. Required, and this will be true value. Okay, perfect. We verify everything looks good here, but passing title, items. Here we have some complaints. Let's see what is this complaining about. Action navbar component has been registered but not used. Did I remove something? I removed the R here. Okay. Now let's save it. Back here, everything is working as before, and we'll be using this concept a lot. Props is a very heavily used concept in almost every framework or library as a React, Angular, and so on. So I will be using it a lot. In the last lecture, you have learned how to pass props from component to the component. In our case, we have passed props from app component to navbar component. In this lecture, we'll continue with props, and what we are going to do is that we will create exchange data, exchange list data, and we'll pass this data to exchange list component. So we have something to display, and we are not displaying this hard-coded data I have defined here. All right, let's start, and let's start by opening the resources of this lecture. Okay, so stop the video. On the right side, you should find the resources of this lecture, and on the link there are data. Data.js, and here is a list of exchanges. So simply copy the entire list, go to your code, and go to app.view. For now, we'll define these exchanges here. So let me copy only this array part, these brackets, square brackets, and call it brackets inside this part here. Create your exchanges, so write your comma exchanges, and let's paste it here. Okay, it's not indented at all, so I need to select everything from ID to this bracket. So I will select bracket and to ID, and I will press tab a couple of times, like this. Okay, much better. So let's take a look at this data. So what will our exchange specifies? Okay, the exchange specify its ID. So there will be some unique identifier which will help us to retrieve the exchange from the database. Okay, so just some specific identifier. Then we have a type of the exchange which can be product or the service. For example, product can be car we can exchange. Service can be programming lessons, as you have here down here. Okay, then there we have a title. So some title we can specify which will be displayed here. Okay, and then we have a description of this exchange, then the price in this overall in the product is a price per day. Then we have a user, which is a user ID. This should link us with this ID to the user entry in the database. Then we have an image of the product. Then we have a country in which exchange happens, then a city, then we have a tax. Okay, and the tax is a different tax that are related to the product. And yeah, similar here. Here's a programming lesson, which is obviously service. The value, actually, there is a small issue, guys. Here is a value, and here I am displaying price. That's an issue. They should be price definitely. Both of them should be price. So verify this data now and make sure that they are matching here. This down here should be price. Okay, and this is the value per hour in the case of the service. Again, the user is linking us to the user entry in the database, image, there's a link to the image, and the country, city, and the tax. Okay, so that's our data, our starting data we are going to work with. We can save the file, and we want to pass this exchanges data to our exchange list component. So what we are going to do, same as with our exchange navbar, I will create here some space, and I will specify here vbind. So we'll just pass here props, column, and let's call it, how we are going to call it? Items. I think we are already calling it the items. So we just specify here normally exchanges or exchange list. Okay, so exchanges, and I'll pass here simply exchanges. Now in the exchange list, I will specify this prop, so you can go ahead if you know already how to do it. Okay, so let's open the exchange list. And in exchange list, you can see we don't have here any script, so what we need to do, we need to specify here a script. All right, opening, closing tags, like this. And I have a some typo here, it should be script. Here we'll export default object. Okay, and we'll define here props like this, and we'll write here exchanges. And the exchanges is a type of array. All right, and it's definitely required. Required will be true. Okay, now we'll display these exchanges. For now, just hard code them. So somewhere up here under the container, I'll just write here curly brackets, and I will display here exchanges, so we know that we are displaying them. Okay, I will save it. I will go back here, I'll refresh, and here we have our exchanges. So you can see it's an array of 2 objects. Here is the first one. That's the first exchange. You can take a look here, product, title, description, everything is here. And also the second one here, which is the programming lessons. Now what we need to do, guys, we need to iterate through this data. So as we had in our menu items, we need to create here iteration. As you can see here, we're displaying here item, this div here. So basically this div here should be v4, and we'll iterate through it, and we'll pass the data from our exchange to the fields here. So for example here art, that's the art here should be tag, right? So that's the tag we are displaying down here, art. And that should be our tags we are displaying from the list here, cars and electric. The image here should be from our exchange image. The title should be exchange title, and so on and so on. We are still missing some properties here on the exchanges, such as created at, so we can't display the date just yet, and also our user ID, we cannot link to the entry of the user in the database because we don't have any database. So some of the data we will not display, some of them we will display. But these guys will handle in the next lecture, so you can already think of it how you are going to do it. So I have to see you there. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have specified exchange data and we have passed them to exchange list component. Let's continue this lecture. Let's create for loop and let's display this data dynamically. All right, let's start. Let's open the file exchangelist.vue and let's take a look here at this HTML. I know it's quite a lot of things here, but what's important here is these columns. Columns is multi-line, and here this div with the column is 12 mobile, is 6 tablet, is 4 widescreen, and is 6 desktop. What does it says here when I'm creating the div of the columns is that I'm creating basically a row of columns. You can imagine in HTML when you have a div of columns, this could create a container that has a size in total. I want to draw the straight line. This is in a total 12 columns per row. And here, when you're specifying your div of the item has, for example, is 4 widescreen, this means you're specifying 4 columns per item. So you can see here, this item has a 4 columns, 4 and 4 here. If there will be one more item, so you can see you can display 3 items per 1 row, per 12 columns. Okay, so that's what we are specifying here. And as you can see here on the 6 tablet and is 6 desktop and so on, when you will change the size, for example, if you're on a smaller screen, you display only 2 items, because here again this has a 12, and if the column is a 6 and 6, you can display only 2 items per row. That's why I'm defining the different sizes, but it's really not important. I just want to let you know how this works in the background. What we want to do here really, we want to create here a for loop. We want to iterate these columns. So we need to specify only one column, and we need to provide here for loop. So the other one we don't need. So go down, click here on the div, so you can find the ending div. Here it is, and this column here you don't need. So what you will do, go slowly down here, find the ending div, and slowly select it up. You can also hold shift key and the up arrow, shift and up arrow, and you can select this one line after another. You will select the entire column here. You will remove it. Now you have only one column. When you will save it and you will go back here, you will display only one item. Perfect. This will be item we would like to create iteration on. So let's find here column. Let's write it on the new line so we have more space here. And on this div, let's create v4. Let's write here v4 directive, v4, and let's create here iteration. Create here your item. You can call this variable as you want. For example, item in exchanges, where exchanges is your list. What you're passing through the props is the array. So I think in this case, it would be better to call the item, not the item, but the exchange rather. So in the first iteration, exchange will be this object, this one here. In the second iteration, it will hold the value of this one. Okay. So what we need to pass here, we are also missing key. Key is very important, so we need to define here a key, and this will be your exchange, some unique value. What's unique about our exchange? You can take a look. The ID is unique information. It should be always different for every exchange. So you can pass here exchange.id. Perfect, we have this. And yeah, that should be already enough. So when I will save it, I will go to browser, I will display the two of the same items. Perfect. Okay, so I'm iterating the first time, exchange, I'm displaying this div. The second time, I'm displaying the same div. So now it's time to customize it. Okay, so what we can customize as far as we have here this image. That's okay, let me take a look at this figure here. Let's provide here this class on the new line like this and provide it to the right side, the class. And the style. Okay, you can see here is a background image. That's how you define the stylings interactively in Vue. You will just again write here vbind, so you will write here column style, and you can provide your styles like this dynamically. You will specify here object, so opening curly bracket, and then you will provide your style as you normally would have in a CSS. So in this case, background-image, and here in the URL part, you will provide the image. Here is a hard-coded image from Unsplash. So what you want to do, you want to remove this URL part inside. This is entire Unsplash string, like this, and don't forget here closing bracket like this. Okay, so you want to have it like this. I will just provide alt on the new line so it doesn't bother us. Okay, and then you want to pass here as a URL your value of the exchange image. So you want to get here exchange.image. But you see here now the exchange.image behaves as a normal string value. You want to get this value from the variable exchange.image. Since this is behaving as a string, you will change the normal quotations to backticks, like this, backticks quotations. And then you will interpolate through the $ curly brackets, like this, and you can get your value from the variable now inside of the string in this case. Okay, so now when I will save it, I'll go here, I'll refresh. You see this image is now coming here from our actual value from the variable, which is this Unsplash link you can see on your screen here. This image Unsplash, that's this Tesla car you can see. And here is this other Unsplash image with this coding screen. That's what we are displaying now here. It's defined to the variable exchange image, which is here. Okay. All right, here we have an icon. Icon we will not touch yet because we need to do some styling changes here. And what else we have here, guys? We have here this some title. Let's find the some title here. Some title, where are you? Here, this H2. Let's do also a little bit of formatting. Let's provide a class on the new line. Then there is a element. Let's select it. Let's press enter, so it's also a new line. Here is the ending tag. Let's also press enter, so it's on new line here, and H2 like this. Okay, and actually A can be on the same line because it's not so long. So the formatting is like this. And the href here will be dynamically. So far we don't know the link, so let's leave it. Leave here just this placeholder of hash, and here some title will be the value from the variable. Which one? It will be exchange dot. It should be double curly brackets, by the way. And exchange dot, let's take a look in the app. What we want to display is the title. So exchange dot title. Exchange dot title. Save it. Take a look back here. And here it is, new Tesla car and programming lessons. The name now, we don't have any name because we don't have a user, but we can display here ID. Okay, no big deal now, we'll be changing it later. We'll display here exchange.user. When you will save it, there will be the ID of the user. Okay? And the created ad we don't have any created ad in our entry. We can see it in upload view. There is no date entry, so that will be handling later. You will see how we'll handle it. Okay, looks good so far. Still something missing. What we are missing is art tags. We are hard coding here art, and this is coming from here. This art here, this A element, and defining hard coding art. So what we need to do here is iterate. We need to iterate. We need to create a for loop in our tags and display the tags interactively in the for loop, but this will handle in the next lecture. Any questions? Ask them in the Q&A, and let's see you in the next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have displayed exchange data in a for loop. In this lecture, we'll focus on tags, and this will be also displayed through the for loop. Let's start. First thing, scroll up here, and let's remove these exchanges so they don't bother us. Let's remove this double curly brackets. Let's save it. Let's take a look. Okay, exchanges are gone, and now we need to display our tags. And this can be mini assignment for you guys. So let's find the art here, and here is an A element. You need to iterate with a for loop and display the tag dynamically. So go ahead, you can stop the video, and if you have an idea how to do it, you can work on this yourself. Okay, I will show you solution to it. Of course, you probably know already solution, not very difficult one. So I will get here a title. I will move it like this so it's easier to read. I'll place art here, and I will close here with the A element. By the way, I don't think that we need this title attribute here on the A, so I can remove it. If you have it still there, no worries about that, no big issue. Okay. And this way, the A will be like this, and it can be also self-close like this. No issue in that, or you can also choose this formatting, art here, and this way here. Okay. Now I write here for loop. So v4, what do we want to iterate here? We want to iterate here tag or item, whatever name you choose for a variable. I will call it tag in. Let's see here our data structure. Exchanges, they have tags. Okay, so I need to access here will be the exchange I'm currently iterating. On the exchange I have tags, so in exchange.tags. Now I will be missing key, so I'll specify here key, and my key value will be the tag itself value, so it can be tag. All right. Okay, I will save it this way, and here art will be, of course, the value of the tag, so I'll write here double curly brackets and the hash and the tag. Okay, so in the case of our car, we'll display cars tag and electric, and in our programming, we'll display programming and the code, so this will be the hash and the value from the tag. Okay, let's save, let's see this, let's refresh, and here it is, we are displaying here our tag. And that was your assignment. So optionally, maybe later, I think we'll not be actually working this functionality. When you will click here on the tag, it should show you all the exchanges with this particular tag. So when I will click here on electric, it should show all the items that are tagged electric and so on. Okay, if you completed the assignment, very good job, guys. We will continue in the next lecture, and there are still a lot of features waiting for us. So let's get into it. See you in the next one. Cheers. Hello, welcome back. In the last lecture, we have displayed exchange tags. In this lecture, we'll handle icon of the exchange. You can see in the image on the top right side, we are displaying the circle, and inside of the circle is icon text. I would like to replace this icon text with the actual icon, for example, the star icon, so I can add the item to the wish list, or it overall looks nicer. Okay, for this, open new tab, and we need to install one package, or actually it will be 3 packages. But first, let's search for Vue-font awesome. So Vue-font awesome. All right, let's see what we'll find here. So fontawesome.com. All right, or rather here. Wait a second. Let's get back here. Here, fontawesome-npm. That's better. Okay, so let's click at this. All right, let's take a look here. We need to install a lot of packages. Here is an introduction, the steps what you need to do in order to get icons to your Vue applications. We'll skip this. We'll go straight away to installations. So first we need to install these 2 packages, Font Awesome SVG Core, and then we need to install actually Fort Awesome and then very solid SVG icons. Then using Vue 2, we need to do this, but we are using Vue 3, so we need to install this package. Okay. Okay, then you have also pro icons, but for this you need to have an account and you need to also pay for it, I guess. And here you have different free icons. No, there's also pro icons, so we don't need them. Or actually here, there are free icons here and pro icons here. Okay, don't worry about that. Now recommended usage, here is how you get the icons into your application. Okay, so let's follow step by step. Let's go up back here and we'll install these 2 packages. So here Font Awesome SVG Core. Let's get this one. We'll go one by one, go to terminal. You can open new tab in your folder of your application. Make sure you are in the folder of your application. And let's press here, let's paste it here and let's press enter. I'll go back here, I will copy this command here. The second one, free solid SVG icons. All right, back to terminal. I will wait until this is finished and we'll go with the second one. Okay, press enter. And then the last one, okay, back to browser and for a Vue 3, make sure you're selecting Vue 3. Okay, here, pre-release. So select it. Back to terminal, clear it out so you have a better view. Press enter. All right, everything installed is great. Let's see, we can skip over this. We don't need to install these additional ones yet. All right, and here. Okay. So we need to import. Yeah, it's quite integration, right? So you can see we need to import these 3 things here. Let me copy it. Okay, so we need to import library. We need to use here you are importing the specific icon. You can see this is a user secret icon. We will use our own icons, or we will actually use a different icon. But for now, we can go with the steps here. So I will import this. Okay, you will register these things in a main.js. So let's find here main.js. And let's import this here. Okay, and now let's use it. Okay, so library add the icon. All right, like this. And then they're using something Vue.component and they're registering the component under this name. And that's kind of obsolete because that's the explanations for Vue 2, but for Vue version 3, it's a little bit different. There is explanations for Vue 3, actually not. Okay, I will show you how you can do it in a Vue 3. So let me go back here. Okay, and what we will simply do, we will extract our creation of our application into the separate variable. So what we are creating here, create app, I will do it like this. I'll write a variable, I will call it app, and I will extract create app into this variable, app. Okay, I have here instance of app, and on app I can call mount, so app.mount, and that's as before, right? But now we have it in the separate variable, so I can use it also for different functionalities. So if you will see something like this in the documentation, let me see what it was in the documentation up here, that you're registering the component like this, Vue.component. You will simply not use the Vue. That's for a Vue JS 2, but for a Vue JS 3, you will simply use the app.component like this, and you will register font awesome component like this, font-awesome-icon, and it will provide this font awesome icon here. Okay, so that's how you register this icon. And now what we have done, we have integrated the third-party icon or library also to our application. So now we can access this component font-awesome-icon in our templates, in all of our templates. Okay, we have just registered it globally. So now I will get this font awesome icon. All right, we have just, for now, we are just registering here user. Let's take a look actually what they are suggesting. I'll want to see here steps. They're suggesting this. Provide the font awesome icon, and icon, the name of the icon we have registered, which is the user-secret. Okay, you can see here, we have created here, we have imported here FA user secret. Okay, usually the name of the icon you will provide to the font awesome icon is the name of the import of the icon you have imported, but you will leave out the FA part, but you will just simply lowercase everything and you will write the user-secret, and that will be usually also the name of your icon here. But we will check documentation for it later in the next lecture. For now, we want to just follow this. I will just get the font awesome icon. Let's copy it. Let's go to your code. All right, we'll go to exchange list and we'll get this icon. So let me see where we have icon. I will just search here for icon like this. And here you can see in the div class item feature, we are displaying this icon, and this is this text, what you are displaying here in this circle here. Okay, so simply remove this text and write here this font awesome-icon, and the icon is this user-secret for now. That's the icon we are importing. So just to recapitulate, we have installed font awesome. That's the way how you need to do it. You need to import the library, and you need to, into the library, you need to add the icons you can use throughout your components. Then we have separated instance of our created app into its own variable. So we can call here separately app.component to register global components. So we can access our font awesome icon under this name in our template, as you can see here. And as the icon will specify our actual icon, we can specify only icons that are registered. In our case, we are just registering user secret, which we can access under this name, user-secret. But I will save it, guys. Let's take a look. Let's go to browser, or any browser. I don't know why I'm saying specific name for a browser, but you can see there is already this icon of the user. Doesn't look that great. We need to improve the stylings of it, and also we need to display here different icon. But all of this we'll handle in the next lecture. If you have any questions to initialization of this package, just ask me. We'll continue in the next lecture, so I hope to see you there. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have integrated font awesome into our application. In this lecture, we will just do tiny change. We will change the icon for the star icon and we'll improve stylings. Okay, so let's start, and first let's find out how we can find out the icon itself. How can we find out what we can import here? Okay, so when you are in a main.js and when you will hold your command or control key, okay, so this will change the cursor, you can inspect the package itself. So when I will hold a command in my case, or if you're on Windows control key, you can enter the file. So I can hold it and I can press the file. I can scroll down. Actually, that's not the icons I'm looking for. Let's hold a control on the name of the font awesome icon, okay? Or actually, I'm in the wrong. I was clicking here. I want to click here on the free solid SVG icons. Okay, so hold the command or a control, click here, and you have here all of the icons that are defined here that you can use. Okay? As you can see, all of these icons are prefixed with the FA. Okay, FA files, FA video, and so on. So that's all of the icons you have available from this package, free solid SVG icons. In this case, we are importing user secret. So go back to your browser and let's scroll up here. Here should be a link to the icon. So let me find it. Here should be somewhere here. Visit fontawesome.com/icon. So let's click here. Oh, let's actually open it on a new tab so that we have still this package accessible. I will just scroll back down here. I will click here, right click on this icon and open link in a new tab. All right, so here's all the icons. You can see here on the left side, you have a solid icons, regular ones. I guess we can only use the solid and regular, the free ones. The other ones are not, or maybe also brands are also free. Maybe all of them are free. Here is just a pro only, as you can see. But what I'm looking here for is the icon of the user secret, right? So user-secret. And when you will search for it, you can find it here. You can see these other ones are pro. So that's not accessible for me, but I can access this one, user-secret. When I will click at this, you can find here some information about it. Is the solid style icon. Okay, solid style, and that's the icons we are importing. You can see here free solid all right? And it has a prefix of FAS, okay? This means font awesome solid. Okay, and here is this is basically class, but when you are using normal font awesome package, if you would use it, but with the Vue JS, it's a little bit different. But that's some of the informations you can read from here, so it's easier for you to find this package in here. Okay, in the very solid SVG icons, in all of these icons here. So, what I wanted to show you here actually is that when we will go to Exchange list, if we define here icon here, we can also provide here explicitly that this is icon from FAS, so from the solid icons. Because this is just implicitly saying we want to import user secret, so it will find us our icon automatically. But we can also explicitly say, when it will go back here, it will scroll down, I will need to find it. Here you can say that you want to import this user secret from the FAS, so from font awesome solid icons. So that's why you know that they are related here. You can see it's a very solid icon FAS. Okay, if you want to import it more explicitly. Okay, but we will not use it. We will just simply specify here user-secret. That's also the one way suggested here, right? User-secret. But what I want to tell here by this is that we are going to find our custom icon. So let's go back and let's search here for some star icon. All of these faded out are pro icons that we don't care about them. But here, this star here, the first one. Let's click at this. You will find out that this is also part of the solid styles, so we can use it. And it's prefixed with it's a FAS icon. So what I'm going to do, go back to your code now. Let's go to main.js. Simply, if you want, you can search for this icon in your very solid SVG icons, or just straight away I can write here FA star. And yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. I'll get this icon and I will add it to the library. So I cannot use my secret user icon any longer, but I can use a star icon. So I will go to the Exchange list, and instead of a user secret here specifying, we just simply write here star, and that's it. Now when you will save it, go to browser, go to your application, you should see here a star icon, but it's still not very visible. So we are going to change the color of it, and also maybe we'll change also sizing. Okay, so let's do it. Back here in our font awesome. First, I will wrap it into its own div container, so I can provide a custom styling. So right here div, and the div in the end. Let's wrap it like this, and let's provide a custom class. And the class will be exchange icon, exchange-icon, and I'll specify the stylings down in the styles field here. So I'll write here exchange icon, and now we can specify here custom stylings. And all of these guys I already prepared for you, so don't worry about it. Okay, let's write here color. Color will be dash FF, BC, and AC, like this. Okay, so this is orange. Oops, this is orangey color. You can see here. Let's save. Refresh, and yeah, that's our icon. If you want to also play here with the styles here, I guess we could do that, because I think it's not a complete circle, as you can see. Yeah, we can do that. We can write here exchange icon height. By the way, you don't need to know exactly the stylings of this. Just check some of my other guides when I'm explaining the stylings in HTML, or check some tutorials, because it's not really part of the course styling. And I will be not doing it often. I'm just doing it now so we can improve the icon. Okay, so write your height and the width of the 25 pixels. The exchange icon, let's see. Okay, now it's circle. Okay, but it's not in the middle. So what we are going to do, the simplest way is just simply for me to display here flex stylings. And when the container is flex and you want to center everything inside into the center, you will just write the align items to the center, and also justify content to the center, and this will center the item inside of this container in the middle. Like this, when you will save it, now it should be in the middle. Yeah, so now we have a perfect circle. Not very visible one, we can play with the stylings later, but for now I am quite okay with this. So that's gonna be it, guys. Now you can search, you know how to search the icons for yourself if you need so, and you know the way how you're integrating font awesome. I will close these two tabs. We will continue in the next lecture with more stuff. Cheers.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Hello, welcome back in the new lecture. In the previous one, we have finished the implementation of star icon. In this lecture, we'll start talking about the concept of multiple pages and routing. Okay, so what we are going to do is to create more pages. As you can see in the navbar, we have links to About page, FAQ page, Login page, and Register page, but we don't have these pages. So let's get back to our code and let's create these pages. Okay, I can close everything here, close everything, all right, and we will take a look what we currently have. Our app.vue.component is currently responsible to render out everything: Exchange navbar, Exchange hero, Exchange list, and Exchange pagination. Some of these components will be part also of our other pages, some of them will be not. But our app.vue is not our page. App.vue is currently just a component that we are displaying we are rendering out everything what we have through the main.js here in the app. Conceptually, we are not thinking about this as a page. So what I'm going to create will be a pages folder, but where basically everything that I have here, I will import into this pages folder where I will create my home page, because that's what we are displaying here will be my home page. Okay, so in our src folder, we are going to create a new folder, and we are going to call it pages folder. Pages folder like this. In the pages folder, I will create our pages. Okay, so in the pages, I will create a new file, and first page will be home page. So we'll call it home.vue. Okay, let's go to app.vue. Let's select everything. So Control A, select it, copy it, and let's go to home.vue and paste it here. It's exactly the same component with everything that we had. The name of this will be, we don't need to specify the names. We can remove it. But apart of that, it's the exactly same component. But now we have a problem because our app.vue is the same. That's the first thing. So we are going to clean it up. Let's clean the entire template. Clean the template, clean all of the imports. We'll just leave empty script, or actually, let's leave just an empty export default with the name. Okay, so I'll just remove everything here. Like this, so just an empty export default. Let's remove all of the imports here. And these stylings, by the way, guys, this will stay. This applies overall to all of my components. So app.vue will be responsible for displaying all of these stylings here. Okay, so just leave it like this. Empty template, we can just provide here a div so it is not complaining about anything. Like this div here. Okay, let's go to home.vue for a second. As you can see, we are specifying the styles here, so there is no reason in a home.vue to display the styling. So scroll down and let's remove it. Okay, perfect. So we have a home.vue, which is displaying only home-related components, and we have an empty app.vue. So what we need to do now, we need to import here a home.vue page, and we need to provide it here into the template, and we need to register it into the component. All right, so in our script, let's import here home page. Let's write here import home page from. Okay, we are in an app.vue, so we are going to the / to the pages folder, and we'll import here home. We'll write here components, and we'll register here so we can use it home page. Okay, and we'll write here in a div, we can write here home page, can be self-closed like this. Perfect, so app.vue is responsible for displaying home page. Go back to home, and I would like to verify also if the imports here are correct. You can see the imports here, the Exchange bar, Exchange hero, Exchange list are not correct now because currently we are in a pages folder. So when we want to navigate to the components folder from this one, we need to provide here //. // means we would like to go outside of the folder. Okay. So when I'm writing // I mean I want to go outside of the pages folder. Then I want to go to the components folder and I want to import particular file. Okay, now it should be fine. When you will save it, everything should work as before. We have just moved one component to another, and now we are just referencing it here in our upload view and our home page. Okay, let's save it. Let's refresh, and as you can see, everything is working. I can inspect the console, no issues at all here. Perfect. Okay, now let's try to create multiple pages. We will create a pages for basically for everything. We will create a pages for FAQ, for login, for register. And now it will be very simple pages, guys. It will be not anything difficult, just simply empty template. Okay, so let's do it. Go to your file here, and we'll create all of the other pages. So we have here a new file, and we'll create here about.vue. Then we have a FAQ page, so new file FAQ.vue. Then we have a login page and register. So new file, it will be login.vue, and then we'll have a new page, and it will be register.vue. As a template for now, just start in about. Let's write here template like this, template, template ending tag, and will be just a div with a class of the container. So let's write here class will be container, and will display in the class I am about page. I will copy this template, and I will get it to all of my other pages. So I'll go to FAQ, I'll paste it here. I'll write here I am FAQ. All right, I'll go to the home. We don't need to handle login. I am login page. I'll go to register. I'll paste it here. I will write here I am register page. So guys, now we have all of these pages, right? So we can go to our upload view. And the thing is, when we want to display them, we just simply need to get rid of the home page, and we need to just simply hard code here a particular page we would like to import. It's not a good solution, but let's try it out so we can see at least that we are displaying some more pages. So for example, let's try our FAQ page. I will import here FAQ page from pages, from the FAQ. I'll register it here in the components, so comma here, and let's write here FAQ page, and simply provide it here. FAQ page, but now I'm displaying the two pages at the same time, and that's not good. I'll go back here. I will have here, I don't even know, here is my about page. You can see down here, I am FAQ. It should be actually I am FAQ, but doesn't really matter. The important part is that we are displaying it. So what is the problem now is that we are not really handling any routing. Home page should be displayed whenever we are on a home URL, so just on HTTP localhost 8080, we should display home page. And whenever I am on, I will comment it out for a second, and also this and this. And whenever I am on a localhost 8080/FAQ, I will display FAQ page. Okay, so there will be should be some conditional functionality that will be checking for us on which URL we are currently on, and depending on the URL, display either home page or display FAQ page, right? So well, basically, depending on the routing, okay, so if we have a localhost 8080, I'll just write the ending 8000, oops, we have a 8080 and slash, there's an empty slash, will display home page. When we are on slash FAQ, so basically the same thing, AD slash FAQ, then we are going to FAQ page. When we are going to AD slash about, and we are going to about page. So there should be some conditional that will be checking our URLs, and depending on the URLs, will be providing the correct component. In this case, FAQ1, right? And we'll not be handling this manually, guys, by ourselves. That will be too much work. What we are going to use, we will use the already established package for it. So please now, let's revert the changes as you had them. Just display your home page. Let's remove the FAQ. Let's remove it from here. Just leave here empty home page. So when you will go to your page now, to your application, you're displaying your home. Doesn't matter on which URL currently you are on. In the next lecture, we will include this package and we'll handle here normal routing. So I hope to see you there, guys. Cheers. Hello, in the last lecture we have started working on the concept of multiple pages. We have created page for home, for about, for FAQ, for login, and for the register. What is the current problem is that we can display only one page at a time. Let's start and let's introduce here one package that will help us with the routing. So depending on the current URL we'll be having in the URL bar, we'll display the correct page. Okay, for this, open new tab and you need to search here for Vue-router. So Vue-router. About the routing, you can find everything on this website, router.vuejs.org. Okay, let's press enter and let's get started. So let's click here, get started, and then we have again two versions for Vue.js 2 and for Vue.js 3. Let me see if we have here documentation for Vue.js 3. Here, I guess you need to go up here and need to click here v4. Okay. And here let's click get started. So first thing, we need to install Vue Router 4. So let's copy this command, go to your terminals and clear the screen, and in Exchange area folder let's install Vue Router 4. And you can see everything explained here, guys. Essentials, go one by one. You can see the exact topics here. There are also videos about the Vue Router and all of these advanced topics. I will not be reading through the documentation. I already read it, so I will provide you a solution. Okay, so I don't need to even have a Vue Router open. I will close it and we will continue in our code now. Please verify that the Vue Router has been installed for you, of course. Okay, we'll continue our code. Let's close all these files. We'll go into our src folder and we'll create here a new folder. I will call a router. In the router, I will create a new file. I'll call it index.js, and here I will initialize my implementation of the routing. First, you need to import a couple of packages. You need to import create a web history. Create a web history. You have also hash history. There are some differences between these two histories. You can also read about that's basically how the routing works in the background. But if you want to have a more classical way of the routing, we will go with the web history. You can see creates an HTML5 history, most common history for single page applications. And yeah, we are going with this way of the routing. Okay, so create web history. Then we will import here a function called create router. Create router. I don't know why it's not imported for me automatically. Yeah, but it should be here, create router. Okay, I'll make it full screen for you. And then we'll create here an array. We'll call it routes. All right, and this will be array of objects where each object will specify the route. So let's specify here routes, object, and let's specify here for the route path. So that's what I was explaining here, that the under AD will access under AD and this empty hash, this is important part because here can be actual URL of your page. So this is the actual part that will decide at which current URL you are and what page you want to display. So basically, when we have an empty slash in the end, we want to display home page, home, right? When we have a slash about, we want to display our about page. About page. When we are on a slash register, you know what to do, right? So that's the path. Path will be deciding factor what page you would like to render out. So in this case, path, it's an empty slash, and the name of this route, you can call it whatever you want. The name, I will explain you later when we will create actual navigation. Okay, so home, and the component will be the rendered out. So that's a very important part. You need to write here component, and that will be your home page. So please import it. Let's go to imports, / pages, and let's get here home. Actually, let me take a look why I cannot import it out of this folder to pages folder and home.view, right? Pages and home.view. I need to specify an extension, by the way, but I don't know why it doesn't auto import for me. Import the home page from pages. All right. So I will leave just like this. Okay, and the home page I'll provide to my component. Okay, it's complaining now. You can see here all of the squiggly lines, the red ones that you are not using basically as functions yet. So we need to use them. Okay, so to use them, I will create here a variable. I will call it router. Okay, and I will use the function create router. To create router function, you need to provide object. Object specifying the type of the history of the routing, which is your created history, result of this function. So you will specify here history, and you will call here create. We'll call this function here create web history. We'll call it, and then it will specify here routes, and these are the routes what you are specifying here. Currently, we have only one route. And then it will export this router. So export default router, because this will be important for our main.js where we will register this router plugin. Here we are basically creating plugin. Okay, and you don't need to really know right now what exactly this plugin is. Just is a code that integrates with your Vue.js and it will expose you some functionality. In this case, it will expose you one component that will be deciding, depending on the path, what page you would like to display. Okay, so we can go to main.js and we can import here a router. So up here, let's import router from /router. That's what we are importing. We are importing router from our file here, this router here. Then as we have here app component, we'll write here app.use. That's how you're registering the plugin. Okay, and we'll register here router. Okay. In this case, what is the difference between the component and the plugin? Component specify only single component, as we are writing here in our custom components, but the plugin provides more broader functionality, also exposing more functionality we can use in our Vue.js application. I will show you later what we can use in our application thanks to this router plugin. Okay, but we have app.use router, we are registering it, and now we can really use it. We can use the router component. So now go to your index.js. We will register here multiple routes, just two for a start, just one more. I will write here import about page from pages and the about. And I will copy this object, paste it here. I will write here path will be /about. And name will be about, and the component we want to render out this are about page itself. Okay, with all of this, you can go now to app.view, and that's very important part here. Instead of hard coding here home page that you want to display, you want to access here something called router-view. Thanks to the plugin we have registered in our main.js router, we have access to the router view component, and the router view component is this intelligent part that deciding, depending on the route in your URL, what page you want to display. So if you have here empty slash, you are going to home. If you have here /about, you are going to about page, and so on. If you have here /login, you are going to login page. Okay, of course, depending how many routes you have, depends how many routes you have defined in your router file. Okay, so depending on the routes here, you have access, the router view has access to all these components, and depending on the path in your URL, it will render them out. This way you don't need here a component, and you can remove homepage from here. Okay, guys, let's save it. Let's go back to browser. Let's refresh, and let's go to empty slash here, 8080, and you can see you are displaying your home page. Our second route here is /about. So let's try /about. /about should render out I'm about page. Now I can register these pages for all of my other routes. So now please copy this. And we need how many more pages? We need 3 more pages. So 1, 2, 3, and I will register them. So after the about, I will write a FAQ page, and the name is a FAQ, and the component will be FAQ page. Of course, I need to import all of this. Then I will go to /login. This will be a login page here. Now the /register, register, and register page. Now I'll go up here. I'll copy this 3 more times, and I will write here FAQ page from /FAQ, then a login page from login, and a register page from register. I will save it, and now I should have access to all of my routes. I will refresh here. I will go /register. I'm on the register page, and I will go to login. I am login page, FAQ, I'm FAQ page. I will go to empty /. I am on my home page. Oh yeah, that's gonna be enough from this lecture. Any questions? Ask, and in the next lecture we'll continue. We'll be improving it because, of course, on every page we would like to display the navigation bar, which currently doesn't happen. So I hope to see you guys in the next one. Cheers. Hello guys, in the last lecture we have initialized router plugin. In this lecture we'll be improving our pages. Let's begin, and the first problem is when we'll go to some particular page. You can also click here on the link. I guess it should link to the correct page. So about, for example, I'm about page. We are not displaying here navbar. So some functionality needs to be shared amongst the pages. Let's take a look to our upload view, and you can see the router view is displaying the specific component, specific page, depending on the path in the URL. So if I am in the home, you can imagine everything from the home here, home.view, this entire template here. Basically, when we are on the localhost 8080, this will get here. Okay? And it's the same with all of the other pages. When I'm on a /FAQ, the router view will be just this. And you can see this part doesn't contain the navbar and all of these things. So what we need to do in our upload view is simply provide the shared functionality in our upload view, and the router view will be the content of the page. So for example, let's go to home.view, and we would like to share the Exchange Hero and Exchange Navbar, let's say. So I will simply get these components, I will copy them, and I will remove them from here. So part of my home page will be only Exchange list and Exchange pagination. And in the app.view, I will define Exchange Navbar and Exchange Hero. Okay? Now we'll get a couple of issues because in the home.view, we don't have now Exchange Navbar and Exchange Hero, so I will remove it from here. I will copy these 2 lines. I will not remove them, I will copy them only. I will remove them now. I will go to app.view, and I will import these 2 components I have just removed, Exchange Navbar. Okay, but the path now is not correct to them because now we are in an app.view, so we need to provide here ./components and ./components because we are in the same folder as the components folder. And we'll write here components, and we will register these 2 components, Exchange Navbar and Exchange Hero. And as we had them before here, we already have it. I already have it here. Okay, we can pass this data. Okay, now we don't have here the brand names, and we don't have here menu items, so that's another problem we now have with this. So go please to your home.view, and now you can extract the entire, not the entire data, but just the menu items and the brand name. Okay, so let's copy these 2 things, brand name and menu items, and leave out to the home page only exchanges. In the app.view, you will specify the data here, data function, that will return this. Okay, guys, so now let's recapitulate. Now, our app.view is responsible for displaying router view component, which is the component depending on the current path in your URL. So let's recapitulate now. When we'll go to the, let's say, localhost 8080 empty /, then the router view will be everything what we have here. So this entire div here. Okay, so you can imagine this place will be replaced, and you can imagine this is the same structure as we had before. On the case of the home page, we'll display Exchange Navbar, Exchange Hero, div, Exchange list, and Exchange pagination. Okay? Now let's see an example when we'll go for let's say to the about page. So when I will go to the /about, the router view will be the content of my about. So I'll go to the about. This entire template div here will go to the upload view, and the router view will be replaced with this. Okay, but you can see now the part of the about will be the same, exchange navbar and also exchange hero, and then will be content I'm about page. So let's revert it. So that's how you define the common functionality. What is common for every page will be in an upload view, and the part that is specific for a page is rendered out through the router view. Okay, and the router view is your component. So now it can be all of your components can be specialized only for the things they have to do. Part of the homepage is just a display exchange list and pagination, for example. So guys, let's save it. Let's verify it. Let's go to browser here, and you can see I'm on about page, and I'm displaying here I am about page. Okay, and I have a part of the navbar is here, so I can go to home, about, FAQ. You can see it's changing left down here, login, register, and all of this is working. Okay, it's working amazingly. Okay, maybe we want to change it. Maybe we don't want to be search bar and the hero, the part of every page. It's a little bit annoying. I think it should be just a part of the home page. So we are going to return some things, and we will find out some issues. Go back to your code, and I decided in the end that my exchange hero will be not the part of all of my pages. Exchange hero will be part only of my home page. So I'll remove it from app.view. Let's remove the exchange hero. Go to your home.view, and let's paste it when it was before. So let's paste it here, exchange hero. Okay, now we need to, of course, get it from here. So we need to import exchange hero. I will copy it, remove it from here. I'll go back to home view, and I will import it here. Now again, we need to change the path. It should be /components, and I will get it to the components as it was before. Because now exchange hero is only part of my my home.view. I'll go to the app.view. I'll remove this, and I will save it. Perfect. Now let's go back to browser, go to your home page, and you can see everything is working nice. We are displaying hero, everything is before, but when I will go to about page, the navbar suddenly disappeared. And about page is here. Your navbar isn't disappeared, but the stylings of your navbar are adjusted to the fact that the hero component is behind it. And since the navbar is a white color and you have a white background on your page, you are not seeing these components, but they are here. When you will select them, you can see they are here. So now you can see the issue here. On our home page, everything looks nice. On our other page, it doesn't, because the stylings of the navbar are not adjusted to the other pages. They have simply white color of the text. So guys, we will continue with this in the next lecture, and I will show you how you can use your router plugin to determine on what page you are and conditionally change the stylings of the navbar. But we'll handle it in the next lecture. If you see this, that's actually intended behavior. So I will see you in the next lecture. Cheers. Hi there, welcome back in the new lecture. In the previous one, we have talked about the page reusability. We have multiple pages and we can navigate between them. One problem is that we cannot see the navbar in other pages. So let's take a look at this and let's fix it. All right, in our coding editors, please open a navbar.view, and I will show you one value you can access globally in all of your components. Thanks to the router we are installing here app.use router, we can access one value globally in all of our components. So I will show it, like, let's say under the header I will display here double curly brackets, and I will access here $route.path. Usually when you are installing the plugins, they are injecting global values into your context, so you can access them in all of your pages. And usually these variables are prefixed with a $sign. So, and you can find all of this in documentation. So in this case, the router we are installing here, we are using app.use, is injecting to our context $sign route, and on the route we can access the current path we are navigating to. Okay, if you're asking where you can find this information, you can find this information in Vue router documentation. It's very well documented, and it's also noted there that you have access globally in your templates to the $route.path. Also in your script you can access it. Okay, maybe I will show it to you later when we'll be progressing with our JavaScript code. So we have access to the $route path. Let's take a look how it looks. Let's refresh, and you can see in the left top corner there is an empty slash. That's our home route. That's empty slash. When I will go to about, you'll see this is a slash about. Okay, when I will go to, let me navigate through here to FAQ, here is FAQ. So I can get the current route. Okay, register, send me the register, and login, send me the login. There is a login. So I can access the route on every page. So maybe you're asking now what you can do with this information. What we can do here, we can simply write if statement, and we can check if we are on some other route than the home page, then provide me different class or different stylings on my elements. So instead of displaying it here, which is not nice, let's remove it from here. And let's write here conditional. I'll write a conditional here on the navbar here. Okay? I'll write here a conditional statement, and I will add here additional class, depending on the path. Let's provide it on the new line so it's easier to read. And after the class, I will write vbind, so I don't need to write a vbind as a column, and I will get here a class. Okay, so this way I can provide here values from the variables, and I can conditionally check here for the values. So what I can do here, I can check here, I can like here class, let's assign here. Let's write here $route.path is equal to the empty slash. Okay, I'll write here ternary operation. Okay, so let's write here question mark. If the path is an empty slash, as you could see, provide me here there's an empty class. There's an empty string, nothing there really. Otherwise, let's provide me here class with-background. So this is the ternary operation. Here we are checking if the route path is equal to the empty slash. As you could see on the home page, it is. This means on the home page, when this statement is true, we are going with the first expression here. Okay, so we are asking question, is the route path equal to the empty slash? On the home page, yes, so this will be the empty. On other pages, the route path is different, as you could see, the slash register, slash login, slash FAQ, slash about, so it's false. This way, we are going with the second expression, and with background will be merged into the class. Okay? So if you have two attributes, one the static one basically, and one dynamic one with vbind, these two classes will be merged together into the one class, as you will see. Okay, so let's save it. Let's go back to browser. Let's inspect this page. So right-click inspect. Let's inspect this element, and here when I will select this, the navbar, you can see the navbar here is the with background, and this will be with background for all of my pages, a part of my home page. When I will go to home page, the with background is not here. Okay, you can see there is nothing. Only when I will go to my, let's say, slash login or some other pages, only there is a with background. So now we can do some things here. Okay, you can see in the stylings here, the navbar class is a transparent background. It's a transparent, but now I can override it. I can write here background, let's say blue. Okay, and now I will be able to see my items. Okay, so that's what we need to do. We need to go to our CSS files, and we need to just toggle with background class, and we need to assign their color. Let's do it. Okay, I will close out modules, and first we'll create a variable. We'll go to assets folder, we'll go to styles, we will go to variables as CSS, and I will create here a variable for our color, for our background color. Let's write here $. That's how you're writing variables in SCSS, and a dark dash blue dash color, which is the name of the variable, and the value will be hash 404765. So it will be this darkish color. Is it even blue? Yeah, it's kind of blue. Okay. So we have dark blue color, and now we can go to main SCSS, You will scroll around on line 73 or so. Let's go to 733 line. There should be header stylings, you can see here. And here is a navbar stylings. You can see the background is here set that it's transparent. Okay, I will say here now, and operator and with background like this. Okay, background will be our color we have created. So this will be the $sign and dark blue color. So $sign, dark blue color. Okay, so the navbar will have a background transparent, but when there will be with background class together with the navbar, then don't go with the background transparent, but go with this dark blue color. So basically this will override the background transparent. And that's it. Now when you will save it, go back here, let's refresh, and when you go to home, your page looks like this. And you will go to About, FAQ, Login, and the Register. The pages looks that they have a background. The navbar has a background. So guys, that's how you can check conditionally. Remember, with the route path, I will just recapitulate. Then with the route path, you can get the current path, what you are on. So what you have in a URL bar. If that's empty slash, you're on a home page, you don't need to add any class, so empty string. If you're on other pages, slash login, slash about, and so on, then access, let's provide it with background class. Okay? And these two classes are merged together. One class, when you're providing normal attributes, are static ones. You cannot write here variables, but here is a dynamic one. Directive, be bind. You can provide here these simple expressions, and you can provide here values from the variables, and you can write here conditionals. Okay, guys, that's gonna be it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we'll continue, and I will show you how you can navigate between the pages without reloading the browser. You can see when you will take a look on the top of your page here. Every time I will click on the page, it's reloading. You can see it's slightly changing, and it's reloading basically the page as navigations goes. Okay, so let's continue next lecture. Cheers. Hello, welcome back. In the last lecture, we have handled our navbar in other pages. In this lecture, we'll take a look at the navigation from page to page. So let's start. Let's see our navigation currently. When I will click here on About, I'm going to About page for sure, but you can see this reload of the browser. It's happening for a brief of a second. Click to login, you can see the exchange area text is changing. Basically, we are reloading the page every time we are going from the another link, when we are clicking on another link. And actually, that's a good behavior. That's the default behavior of a element. So let's see our code in a navbar.vue, and you will see that we are handling our navigation through the a element. And that's okay. We can handle it like this, but in the case of a Vue.js applications, or in React applications, or in Angular applications, you have dedicated router elements, or I should say router components that will handle this without reloading the browser. Because after all, everything what we are writing here is a JavaScript, and we can reload the page only by changing the JavaScript. Okay, we don't need to reload the entire page, just the JavaScript has to be reloaded. So what we'll do, the change is very simple. You just need to change the a element to the router link element, and also this is available to you, this component is available to you thanks to the router, what we are registering in your main.js here. So in our navbar, let's access the a element and let's change it for a router-link, and that's it. And here router-link as well as an ending tag. With in the router link, you're not working with the href, but you have a to. Okay, so we bind to. Okay, this directive here. And that's the entire thing, guys. So when I will go back, I'll refresh here. I will go to About. I'm in About. I go to FAQ. I can see without the loading. Okay, this background color is not nice. I will fix it. But you can see we are going from page to page without the loading the page. Register, login. It's much fluid. It's faster. And that's how you should handle navigations in Vue.js. What about this white color? This is because of focusing of item. I can reproduce it when I will go here. By the way, this is a navbar, and this bar we will handle also in the next lectures. Actually, we'll handle it much later. It's not really bothering me that much. You can also place your this panel down here when you will click on these three dots. here you can place it down here if it's better. Okay, now we can inspect here. For example, home. You can see in the background that these elements are created as A elements. That's the thing that's happening with the Vue.js, but you have additional functionality. Okay, so what I want to show you actually is here on the right, the styles here. As you have a hover, you have a classes here. Actually, let me see where we have it. Hover. Here, you need to click on the hover, and here are selectors. And this is happening because of focus. You can see when you're focusing element, you are providing this white background, or it's a transparent background actually. Okay, so we need to handle this. Let's go back to code. And let's see, we'll handle it in main SCSS. When you will scroll a little bit down, there should be here on line 84. You can see here on the hover, we are providing the background color transparent, and we should do the same also on focus. So let's get here and focus, and the same thing here. Background color will be transparent like this. Now let's save it, guys. Let's go back here, and now it should work without any problems. Okay, so that's gonna be it, guys. From this lecture, we have handled navigation. Remember, router link. Don't use the A elements. And in the next lecture, we'll continue with more stuff. I hope to see you there. Cheers. Hello, guys. In the last lecture, we have made improvements in navigation. So the browser is not reloading every time we are going from page to page. In this lecture, we'll take a look at another problem. Let's start. Let's go to any page you want about FAQ login. Doesn't really matter. There is one problem you maybe even didn't notice. When you will see your page in your code, when you will see your page in our pages folder, let's take a look here. We'll go to FAQ. You can see we should display here a container. I am FAQ page. In a home page, in a about page, we should display I am about page. But this text isn't visible at any of our pages. And it's simply happening because the navbar is hiding this text. So let me inspect the browser here. So right-click, inspect. Let's inspect this page. Let's inspect here navbar, let's say. You can see here is a container I'm login page, but it's completely hidden under this navbar. So what we are going to do about this, guys? I am going to create one more development which will specify padding on the top, and the padding on the top will be exactly the same size as our navbar. Okay, so let me show you. Go here in about, and let's create here a div, and let's of course provide your ending tag like this, and let's write here class, and let's call it page-wrapper like this. Now I will copy it, and let's do it in all of our pages. So let's go to FAQ page. Let's see. Let's write here page wrapper. Also, let's wrap here container. Okay, so ending tag here. Now we can basically copy everything here. And you can go to now login. I will copy everything here, paste it here. I will say I'm login. I'm login page. I will go to register. I will paste everything here, and I will say I am a register page. Okay. Now we have page wrapper, but this will not solve our issue. We need to get a page wrapper, and we need to assign here some padding on the top, and the padding will be exactly the same size as our header here. So header, you can see it's a 1000. In my case, it's 1713 times 76 pixels. So 76 pixels is height of the element. You can also see it, I guess, here. And you will scroll down here. You can see it here. 1713 and 76 is a height. Okay, so let's go to our code, and let's see our main SCSS, and I think we'll handle it there. In the main SCSS, we can scroll even on the top under H5, H6 here. Under A element here, I can write here dot page wrapper, and I can say here padding top will be 76 pixels, 76 pixels exactly. Okay, I'll save it, and now you will see it. You can see I am login page. So page wrapper is wrapping exactly around the header. Okay, guys. So it will happen, of course, on every page. We'll have this page wrapper, which is specifying the padding on the top, which is exactly the size of the header, so the elements are not hidden under it. All right, guys. So that's gonna be it from this short lecture. Let's continue in the next one. Cheers. Hey guys, in the last lecture we have fixed our pages where the text was not visible. In this lecture, I would like to go through some Vue JS concepts. Okay, so this will be not related to our current application, but just the general Vue JS concepts. Okay, let's begin. And let's create simple counter. Okay, so counter we will start with a 0. When I will click the button, the counter increase to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so on. Okay, let's handle it in our home page. Let's go to our home.view, and simply in the data, as we are returning this data, after exchanges or before exchanges, let's simply write here count, and it will be, let's start at the 10, let's say. It doesn't really matter. You know how to display it, so let's go up here and under exchange list, here, let's display this data. We can display here div, simple div, div, like this, and inside of this div we'll display the value. Okay, double curly brackets, and to get the data here, just slide here, count. Okay, you can save it. Let's go to browser to see it in a home page. So count is here 10. Okay, maybe it's not that visible. I will just write here some margin in Vue.js. Oh, actually not just a Vue.js, in a Bulma, I should say, in a Bulma, expose some classes, and these classes can manipulate the margins, and they are very easy to provide because they are called like this ML, which mean margin left. And okay, you can have a margin left 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and so on. And margin left 6 will create some nice margin on the left side. Okay. So now you can see it's a little bit margin to the left side is value 10. I will just zoom it in so you can see the value 10 here. Okay. Or simply if it's not visible enough for you, we can create here our custom class. This class is from Bulma. You can have these classes available to you. For example, margin bottom, margin top, and so on. They're helper classes just to modify the margins. We can create our custom class, let's say counter container. Okay, so it's more visible for you. I'll get a counter container. Let's go down to the stylings. Let's write here style. All right, and let's access here a counter container, and let's say here padding of 200 pixels, and let's write here font size of 30 pixels so it's visible. So you can really see it here. Okay, even with maybe bigger font, let's say 60 pixels. So now it's visible for you, right? So here is a 10. Okay, we are getting our value 10, but let's try to increment it. Let's try to increase this value. So what we are going to do, we will create a button, because on buttons we can click. First, I will indent it to the right side because it should be like this. And inside of this div, I will create a simple button. Let's say under here, create a button like this. Button. In the button, I will write a text increment. All right, and we'll write here some classes. So it's styled nicely. I'll write here button is primary, and that's enough. If you are wondering how I know all of these classes just from top of my head, just simply, I don't know them. I just, you need to search Bulma docs button, for example. Okay, and you will find all you need here on documentation. So here is the examples, how to create buttons, what classes you need to provide, and so on. And also from this documentation, I knew that margin left -6 will create some margin on the left side, so margin ML-6. You can find all the classes, all the components, elements you need here. Just take a look at this. Okay, let's continue with our example. When we'll click on increment here, we would like to increment this value. The Vue.js in this is super good. Really, you don't need to do much. What we can just do here, I will show you how we can react with a button. I'll just write it on the new lines here. We'll write here v-on. This is a v-on binding, all right? So this is a directive, and we can react here with a click, like this. And let's write here like this, and let's write here function. For now, just write here console log. Hi there. Okay, console, and there should be single quotes, by the way, because we are wrapping in the double quotes here. So you can see here in this directive on the click, we can provide a function. So we can write here JavaScript expressions. Okay. So now we can save it. We can go back here, and then every time I will click on the increment, you should see here. Oh, actually, I cannot access the console log. My mistake. I cannot access the console log in this case in this function here. So I'll do it differently. I will show you immediately. I will show the other concept of a Vue.js. You can after the data, you can write a comma and you can provide here methods like this. In the methods, you can create a methods you can call from inside of your code and also from inside of your template. So for example, display log or log data, just a log function. I will call it just a log function. It can have any name, of course. And here I will write a console log hello world. And I will get this log function, and then simply I will provide it here. Go up here, and let's get here instead of the console log, let's write here log. Okay. Now when we'll click here on the button, we will execute log functions from methods, which will be hello world. Let's save it, refresh, increment, and you can see hello world. Okay, what I am writing also here, log here, I'm basically wrapping here a function in the function. So to click, I'm passing the function which is executing the log. But we can pass here just a simple reference of the log to the on click. Okay, so just a reference to the log functions, and the click will execute it. Okay, so same thing, hello world. The other simplification would be that we don't need to write here completely Vue on every time, because it is very common directive. We can just omit this, and we can write here @sign and the click. That's how you usually will see it. Okay, so click the log, and I can execute this. But what we want to do in our case, we would like to increase the count here. So what we are going to do, instead of calling here a log, I'll provide a function that will access here this count, and it will increment it, ++. Okay? Oops. So let's save it. Let's go back to browser, let's refresh, and let's increment. And you can see with ease, we can really now increment number, and this is handled for us. Okay, so this dynamic updating, this reactive functionality is handled by the Vue.js. So simply just by clicking on the button and incrementing the data itself, we are also updating the view, and that's really amazing. Really, Vue.js really shines in this here. Okay, so we can really increment here. And by the way, in a template, you can access this, but it's a little bit redundant. You don't need to write this. It's automatically done for you. So as with the Vue.js, you can make a lot of simplifications. One of them is you don't really to access here this. What will be even nicer to have it to write it? It will be just simply write a separate increment function. So we have a log here, and we would have increment function where we would access this count, and we would increment it. In the context of a JavaScript, we need to access this. Only with the context of our template, we don't need. And simply here on the click, I would just pass here increment to increment the number. Okay, increment. Okay, that's gonna be it for this lecture. Just to recapitulate, guys, I'm using here some Bulma classes. Bulma classes you can see on a Bulma documentation. So go ahead, open a Bulma documentation, and find the elements, components, classes you can use, and yeah, try them out, such as buttons. Then we have learned that we can react with HTML. We can react with the elements. We have these directives that are reacting to the changes of the elements, such as click events and other events, as you will learn later. In this case, we are using @sign and the click, which is a directive v-on, but we don't really need to write a v-on. We can just write here @sign and the click, and you can see you have a lot of them here available already. So whenever I will click on the button, increment function is executed. Remember, always when you passing here, pass the reference of the function, or when you want to provide the data to the function, wrap it in the arrow function, and then pass here some data if you need. So in this case, you don't need to do that. If any questions to this, is very important to ask here so you understand everything. Don't forget also about the methods. When you want to call want to create some functionality, you want to call from template or from inside of your script, you need to get it into the methods. Okay, so simple JavaScript functions, as you can see here. Guys, that's gonna be it from this lecture. Ask if anything is not clear, and let's continue next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have started talking about the basic Vue JS concepts. In this lecture, we'll continue with this, and I will introduce you computed properties. Okay, let's start where we have finished in our home.vue, and let's introduce here a couple of computed properties. You will write the computed properties like this. You will write here computed. I usually writing it about the methods, computed, and the same as the methods, you will choose the name of your computed property. In this case, I would like to create two computed properties. One computed property will return me the length of my exchange list, and other computed property will be reacting to the count. If the count will be larger than 15, it will return true, otherwise it will return false. As you could see in the last lecture, the Vue.js framework is super reactive. You don't need to write much code and you can achieve a lot of functionalities. And I really like this about the Vue.js. And the computed properties are one of my favorite features. So for example, I will create here a computed property. You can call it as you want. I'll call it exchange list length, just call it exchange length, by the way. Exchange length, it's enough. And what you do in a computed properties, you are reacting to the data or to the other computed properties. In this case, we want to react to the data of our exchanges here. What we'll say here, I'll write here return because every computed property should return value. Let's write here return this exchanges.length. So now the exchange length will return me the length of the exchanges here in the data. I can get the exchange length. You can go up here and you can simply, let's write this value here, and I will write here exchange length here, so you know what values we are getting, count here. Okay, so what is the exchange length? We have only 2 items, so exchange length should be 2, right? So let's refresh and you can see exchange length is 2. So we have a count 10 and exchange length 2. It's not very nice formatted, so I will wrap all of these elements into divs. Div here, like this, and also let's write this in the div, and then div here. So they are on the separate lines. Okay, count 10, exchange length 2, but you can really see the power of this, because if I would change the now exchange list data, I would add here dynamically more items, or I would remove the items. This computed property would be reacting to this, which is very interesting. So the computed property is always checking if its dependencies are changing. Dependencies in this case is the exchanges, because that's what we are using from our data. So if the exchanges data would change, we would remove the items or we would add the items. These would dynamically change, and also our view would be dynamically changing depending on the items we would have in our data. I'll show you this on the count example. Let's write here another computed property, and let's call it is bigger than 15. Is bigger than 15. And this computed property will be reacting to the change of the count. So let's write here, if this count is larger than 15, return me false, or return me true actually, return me true. Otherwise, return me false. Okay? We can also simplify it. You can also, all of this you can write as a one-liner. You just simply write here return this count is larger than 15, okay? And you can remove this. That's exactly the same, but we are checking in one line. So if this count is larger than 15, it will be returning the true value. If this is smaller, it will be returning a false value. Now I will get it. Here I will go up back to my template, and I will write here, where we have it here in a div. Actually, under the count here, let's write here div is larger than 15. Okay, double curly brackets. Let's close the div here. Okay, and now you will see how reactive it really is. Okay, so now the computed property will be always checking the count. Okay, you can see is 15 and is larger than 15, it's false because the count is 10, and they will be changing it. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 is changed to true. Okay, so that's the reactivity feature out of the box. And the computed properties is always checking for its dependencies. Okay, so these computed properties every time re-executed whenever you are changing the count and you are returning here a new value which is getting updated into the view. I can show it to you. I'll write here console log re-executing. All right, and you will see that every time I will change the value, refresh, this computed property is re-executed and it will be returning the new value. Okay, guys, so I think that's gonna be it for this lecture. Take a look at the computed properties. Remember, they are like a function, but they are really properties. You don't need to call them. You just need to access the computed property without writing here any brackets. Just simply, we can access them as the count, for example. But they are in the background also re-executing, depending if their dependencies are re-executing. Their dependencies are the data here, exchanges, and the count. So that's gonna be it. Let's continue in the next lecture. See you there, guys. Cheers.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
In the last lecture, we have talked about the computed properties. In this lecture, I would like to talk more about the reactivity of Vue JS. Let's begin. Let's begin our data in home.view. Let's see data here, and I will separate the count value into its own variable up here because I would like to create a duplicate of the count. Let's write here const count. It will be value 10. Okay, and we'll provide here the value from the count, so like this. Okay, so you can see we are providing this value here. Okay, we can also write it like this. And then I will write here other account, and this will be the getting value also from the count. Okay, so both of them will be initialized with the value 10. Now we have also other account here, so let's display also other account. I'll go up here and I will display here under this div other account, and it will be the other count. So what do you think? When I will be incrementing the count, do you think that also other account will be changing? Let's take a look. And when I will click here increment, you can see of course it's not changing because what I'm really incrementing is not the other count, but in our increment function, we are incrementing only the count. So what we can do in order to basically link these two values together, so when I will update the one, the also other one will update. The answer is you will use something called ref. Okay, let's get to the import part, and let's import here a ref from Vue. Import a ref from Vue. Okay, and the ref is just simply function. Okay, so we'll use here function ref, and we'll wrap this in then here. Okay, and that's it. Okay, that's it, guys. Now when you will save it, and you will go to browser, and you will click here increment, you can see now both of your values are changing. So as you could see now, I'm not changing really the other count. I'm not really doing it here. I'm just changing the count, but since I have created here value for the count, which is now returned through the ref function, and I'm assigning it to the count and also other count, these values are copied this way that basically they are referencing the one thing. Okay, because what I'm returning here is not really the raw value, the number 10, but it's basically object that has a value property. I will show you. I will write here debugger. I hope I will be able to see debugger. Oh, okay, we cannot have here, we cannot write here debugger statements because of the slint. All right, so let's prevent this here. Let's go to package.json, go to slint rules, and we'll write that we would like to write here debugger. So let's write here no debugger. And let's write here, we'll disable this rule, so we'll write here 0. We need to recompile now our code. So go to your terminal, clear it out, and let's run here again npm run serve. And now it should work with a debugger as well. Okay, perfect. The browser, let's refresh here. Maybe a couple of times you need to refresh in order to see your code. But you can see that what they are returning here is not really the it's not really the value, just a 10, but it's actually object in which you have this value property, which is the value of 10. But Vue JS is interpreting it as the value 10, so you don't need to all the time write dot value. Okay, but I guess it would work if I would go back here, and I would like to access this object. I'll write here dot value. I guess this would work. Other account dot value. Okay. Oh, actually, this wouldn't work. This wouldn't work at all. My mistake. Okay, guys, but my point here is that what you are getting here from the ref is not a raw value, but it's an object which is wrapping your value. Okay, and that's why you can change it. If you understand this concept, you can go to the next lecture, guys. I will show you now why it's working, and yeah, I will provide you more explanations of this. For example, I will open here console. I will create here two values, right? I will create here let's say my number is 10. I will create here let my other number is my other number is my number. I will assign there my number. So my number and my other number will be 10 because I assign to my other number my number which is holding value 10. So my number is 10 and also my other number is 10. But when I will be changing my number, so right here my number is equal to 1000, then my number will be 1000, but my other number will be still 10 because this is called copying by value. When you are copying by value, you are creating the new copy of the value. Okay? But when you are copying the objects or arrays, they are copied by the reference. What does it mean? I will show you an example. I will just refresh here so I can again define here my number. I will write here my number, but in this case, my number will be not the raw value, but it will be object that will hold the value of 10. I will create here let my other number, and this will hold the value of my number. So as in the previous example, my number and my other number, they're holding the both value 10. But here I copied by the reference, which means that both my number and my other number, they're pointing to the same spot in the memory, which holds this object value of 10, okay? So both of these, my number and my other number, they're pointing to the same thing in the memory. So if I will increment one, I will also increment the another one. I'll show you. So when I will write here now, my number dot value plus, but actually, let's do it like this, not a plus. This will not work here in this case. So let's write here my number value is equal to 1000. Now my number will be value 1000, and also my other number will be value 1000. Okay? And the same thing, other way around, when I will go for my other number, dot value is equal to 500, then my other number will be value 100, and also my number will be 500. And that's similar to the thing what's happening here. Okay, so that's why in the first case you couldn't see that we are getting actual we are updating the other count, but we are updating only the count. With the ref, we are just basically returning this wrapper object around the value. The Vue JS is handling it behind the scenes and it's providing it as a raw value for us on the screens. But in the background, it's just the objects. Okay, I hope this is clear. If any questions to it, you know what to do. And let's continue in the next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, we talked about the reactivity. In this lecture, we'll continue with a completely new concept. We will introduce Vuex. Okay, let's start and let's clean up our code from the previous lectures. We'll be talking about this in the next lectures a lot. So let's remove it. Let's remove this entire counter container. Let's get rid of it. All right, let's just leave here pagination. So let's remove this. We'll remove the ref. We don't need it. We don't need this here. All right, another account we can remove. We'll just leave here exchanges. Okay. Compute properties we don't need, and also methods we don't need. Okay, so what is a Vuex? Vuex is a solution that will very well integrate with the Vue JS, that will keep your data separated from your pages or from your components. Okay, so with the Vuex, we can completely separate our data management into its own component, and we can react with the Vuex to the functions to ask for a data, and we can also update the data in very reactive fashion as you are already used in Vue JS. So all of this here, what we have data exchanges, we don't really need to have here. We just can integrate the Vuex, and we will ask Vuex for this data. And as you will see, it will be very simple. So data management, data updates, and all of this stuff can be handled separately. That's the strong part of the Vuex. So let's imagine, let me see here. So we will integrate this Vuex. So here our pages are Vue.js page. Let's say here I want to display the data. All right. We don't need to really keep the data in our page itself. I should say it is a component or a page component. We don't need to handle data here, but simply we'll be integrating this Vuex component, which will handle data changes. And so, okay, so it'll be detecting the changes, will handling the data, will be handling the data mutations, so data updates. So we'll say here mutation, so data changes, mutations, and all this stuff will be handled to Vuex, and it will be two-way relationship. So if the data will get updated, we can get them here. We can also ask for data. Okay, I should write like this. Okay, and here. Okay, so here what we'll be doing, as you will see later, when we want to call something from the component to the Vuex, we'll be using something called dispatch to execute functionalities in Vuex, and Vuex will provide our data very reactively back to the state. All right, and the Vuex will be sharing the state, and we'll begin accepting the state here. Okay, so that's will be the relationship. So we don't need to keep all of the functionalities in the Vue.js, but we have this nice separation here in between. Okay, so I will clear it out. Okay, and we are going straight away to the Vuex. So open browser, new tab, and let's search here for Vuex. That's the only thing you need to search for. Vuex.vuejs.org, I guess that's what we are looking for. I hope so. No, that's some explanation of the Vuex. Let me search here for Vuex, Vuex 4. Okay. Centralized state management, that's what we are looking for. GitHub Vue.js Vuex. Let's scroll down here. Here is the installation. No, that's not what I am looking for. Okay, Vuex npm. I hope so. I will find it there. Let's click here and Vuex npm. And here we have it. npm in something around the, yeah, that's the same thing what we have had in a GitHub. But here's the documentation. Okay, it's, yeah. Oh, actually, I was in a Vuex the first place. I'm sorry. I was confused by this video here from Vue Mastery. I was wondering what this is doing here. Okay, I'm sorry. That was the Vuex official. That's official Vuex website. Okay, what we want to get here is to get installation. We'll scroll down here and we need to find the installation for Vuex. Please make sure you're on a version 4. Actually, I'm currently on the version 3, as you can see in the top right corner. Please check here Vuex 4. Okay, so now we are on the Vuex 4, and we'll go to installations. So here's the current installations with the npm. I will copy this. Go to terminal. You can open a new tab here, and you can install it into the current directory. Okay, and then we'll integrate a Vuex. Vuex is integrated the same as the router. It's a plugin, so let's first create initial implementation, and then let's register it. So go to your code. Let's close here everything and go to the base folder, the SRC. Create here a new folder inside of the SRC folder, please, and let's call it store. Store. That will be our Vuex store. Inside of this file, let's create the index.js. Where we will initialize this store. Let's write here import, curly brackets, create store, like this, from Vuex. Okay, now we will export default, so we will create a separate variable. I can straight away export default here. We'll call here create store, like this, and we'll pass the object inside, which will be representation of our store, where we can save the data, we can execute the functions, we can mutate the data, and so on. Here, let's write the actions. Actions is something like a methods in the component. So actions are your functions, which we can execute. Let's write our testing function, so we can see that we are getting here something. And let's just alert here, hello Vuex. Hello Vuex. Okay, and that's our basic store. That's the only thing we need to have for now. Now we are going to install this plugin. So we go to our main.js, and we will import this store here. So right here, import store from store. Now we can use here app.use, and we can register here also store. Okay, router and store. We can also chain it into the one function. So I can remove the curly bracket, I can remove the semicolon, and I can just call it here like this, app.use. Okay. And actually, I would like to have it the other way around. I would like to have a first store and then initialize the router. There shouldn't be any change, guys, in the code. Okay. I don't think it is even matter on the order of this here. Okay, so let's app.use, store, and the router. You can also write like this. Okay, guys, let's save it now. The Vuex should be initialized. Now we can actually integrate. Same with the router. We can access the global injected properties through with the store. As we remember, we could access the route path in our page, in our components. We can also do the same thing or similar thing with the Vuex. Let's go to our page, home page, and we'll create here a button to execute the function we have defined in the Vuex. This test function, I want to execute it from inside of our home.view. In our home.view, it doesn't really matter where, just create a button, which will be calling this test function. Button. Okay, and I'll write here test Vuex, and here we'll write click. Okay, so let's sign click. Now, how can we call Vuex? I draw in a diagram that you can call dispatch function. Okay, so we can call here dispatch, but on what we can call a dispatch? As with the router, we had a $sign route. We have here, in the case of a Vuex, $sign store. That's what we can access globally, also in our code. So if in our code, I am able to access also this $sign store. Okay, the same thing I can do. The same thing I can do here in my template. So I can access here store, and I can call here dispatch function like this. And what you want to dispatch will be the string, and you will specify the name of the function. In this case, we are calling the function test. So I would like to dispatch to the Vuex that I want to execute test function like this. Of course, this has to be also wrapped into in the normal brackets here in this case. Okay, we want to dispatch this function, and I will wrap it in the arrow function like this. So when we click on the button, I would like to dispatch test. So this will call the test for me. Let's see it. Let's save it. Let's go back to browser here. you should have your button, test Vuex, on the left side, you can see. Let's click this button, and you should see here hello Vuex. And every time I will click at this, I will display here hello Vuex. That's coming from our index.js, our Vuex store. This action is executed. Okay, interesting thing in a Vue.js that wouldn't, for example, work in the React, that I can actually execute a function as I'm providing into the click. That's very interesting thing. For me, it's kind of confusing, but you don't need to provide here arrow function, reference to the function, but you can simply provide here this, and Vue.js will handle this for you. Very interestingly. So when I will go here, will refresh, I can normally call here the function. But I still, from the React.js, I have this tendency to write here arrow functions. I like it more this way. Okay, so that's how you can dispatch, how you can communicate with a store. Of course, we don't have any data in a store yet. I want to show you how you can initialize the store and how you can communicate with a dispatch function. Remember, this store here, or this $sign store now you have available in all of your Vue.js components. And this way you can communicate with the store, get a data, mutate data, update data, and so on. And about this you will be learning in the entire course, like as we will go. Okay, so we'll finish it here, and let's go to the next one. Hello, welcome back. In the previous lecture, we have installed Vuex, and we have integrated Vuex into our application. In this lecture, we'll continue, and I will introduce you more functionality. Okay, let's start in our Vuex file. So let's find our store file in the src folder, store index.js. Currently in a Vuex, we have only one action. Actions are like functions which you can execute. We have only test function, which is an action in the terms of the Vuex, and we are calling it from home.vue. We are dispatching it. As I mentioned, to dispatch, you will provide the name of your action. Okay, we can get rid of this button. We don't really need it. That was just for testing purposes. And also from our Vuex, we can remove the actions totally. We will create a lot of actions later. You will see we'll be working a lot with the Vuex. Okay, so let's remove actions. And instead of the actions, let's introduce here a state function. State. All right, state function. So similar as a data one. You will return here data you would like to work with, okay? So let's write here a return object, and what data I would like to return. I would like to move exchanges from home.vue into here, okay? So I'll do this. I'll go to home.vue. I'll get all of my exchanges. Okay, so array here, starting the square brackets, copy the entire exchanges. Let's copy, remove, and we can get rid of data here. Perfect. That's it. Now we can go to index.js and we can paste this here. And we have exchanges in our Vuex store. Okay, now we have here the state. What we can do in our home.vue, we can get this data through the state of this Vuex store. How can we do it? We'll do it through the computed properties. That's the recommended way, and that's the usual way how you will receive your data, because with the computed properties, you can also react to the changes, as I mentioned. So for example, if our data in the Vuex will change, through the computed properties, in my component, I can receive every time new data. So under the components, you will create computed, that's right here, computed, and you can provide your custom name of your computed property. Since we are already working with the exchanges here, call this computed property exchanges. So we don't need to do any changes, and that's a pretty descriptive name for exchanges, right? So exchanges, let's return here this $sign. So what we want to now access, as you see, so with the dispatch, we will access here this $sign store. So right here, store, dot state, and how we are calling this data, we are calling it exchanges. So as you can see here, we are accessing store, state, exchanges. Okay, so store, state, exchanges, like this. And as I told before, this $and store we have here, thanks to the Vuex plugin, we can access it globally in all of our components, thanks to the integration with Vuex here, with the store. Okay, now when you will save it, you shouldn't see any change in your application, but the architecture of your application, of course, changed. Let's save it. Let's go to Brave browser or any browser. Let's refresh. And yeah, no changes here, guys. So when I will inspect, I want to make sure there are no issues, no error, no warnings. Everything is good. And that's going to be it. Let's continue next lecture. We'll be doing more changes in the Vuex. And we will go slowly then into the Firebase topic so we can fetch our data remotely. Okay, but let's continue next lecture, guys. Cheers. Hi there, welcome back in the new lecture, guys. In the previous one, we have done some changes in our Vuex store. In this lecture, we'll continue. We'll do even further changes. So let's start. Open our code. And first, I will draw here. So I will show you what I would like to implement. Okay, so as I already draw, before we will have a view, we have our component will be our home. We can call this home. All right, and in our home, we need to exchange the exchanges data. Now we are getting them through the computer properties, nothing bad in that. But in a real case scenario, we'll have a database, right? In this case, we'll be using the Firebase database. I will mark here Vuex store. This will be our Vuex. So it will happen from our home page. In our home page, when we'll land at the home page, I would like to dispatch action. Okay, so we'll be dispatching here a dispatch, and I will be dispatching here to get exchanges. Okay, so get exchanges or get any data. Get dispatch get. The Vuex, what it will do for us, we'll make a remote request. This will go outside of our computers, outside of the realm of our application. We'll make a request to, I will mark it here. I don't have much space here. We'll make a request to Firebase. Firebase to ask for a data. We'll be storing our data in Firebase database. Firebase will respond with the data. We'll get it back here. All right, will be our exchanges. Exchanges. We will retrieve them in a Vuex, and in a Vuex we'll store them to the state of the Vuex. So they will be stored in the state of the Vuex, and state will be passed here, back here. So state will get here, and we'll simply handle the state through the computed properties, right? So that's basically it, guys. Take a look at this architecture. It's very similar to what we have currently now. There's just this additional step that the Vuex will be making requests for exchanges from a Firebase. Okay, so first, let's create this action to get exchanges. All right. Let's go to our index.js. In our state now, I will again do some changes, okay? I will, once again, I will get these exchanges. I will just simply copy the entire array as I have it now. Take a look. I will just copy the entire array as I have it. I will copy it and I will remove it. And I will create here a new variable up here. I will call it exchanges. All right, and I will paste it here. So far, I will be not doing any requests to Firebase. I just want to show you locally how we can achieve this. I'll be working on some local simulation, so you can test it out without even connecting to Firebase, and later I will connect it to the Firebase. So we have exchanges here, perfect. And here in the return, just return the empty array of exchanges like this. Initially, we have empty data. That's what should happen normally, just empty exchanges. I will introduce here actions. All right, let's write here actions. And in the actions, we'll create new action. We'll call it get exchanges. So get exchanges. All right. Okay, so what we want to do here when the action is dispatched to get exchanges? Simply, we would like to set the state of these exchanges we are getting here. I'll do it like this, guys. It will be maybe a little bit more complicated for the beginning, but that's how we need to do it. Or I shouldn't say complicated, but it can be confusing. In order to simulate the timeout which can happen when we are making requests to Firebase, remember when we'll be making requests to Firebase, this is going through the network. So it can take a couple of milliseconds to get a response from Firebase. To simulate the this timeout time, we'll write here function. We'll call here function set timeout. This is a normal JavaScript function you can call from your browser, from a JavaScript. And to this function, when you are calling it, you are providing the callback function. So just an anonymous arrow function inside, like this. And this function anonymous inside will be executed after a specific timeout. You will specify it as a second value here. So let's specify here, let's say 1000, which means 1000 milliseconds, which means 1 second. So after 1 second, this function will be executed. And what we will simply do here, we will get here a state of the exchanges, and we will set it to the exchanges we have here. Okay? So let's do it like this. How can we, first of all, how we can get a state here? How can we get our local state of our store in this module? We can get it through the parameters of the actions functions. Every action received here through the Vuex context object. You can get here context object, and the context object specify lots of useful parameters that you can use. So far, I will show you only state one. You can access the state to the context, but later I will introduce more parameters. Okay. So for now, we don't need to access here even context. I can destructurize whatever context represent, and I can get specifically from the context state. That's what you can get from the context state. And this is a state what you have up here. Okay, so after this 1 second, after we'll call get exchanges, we will get a state. Remember, on the state we have exchanges. I'll access the exchanges, and I will assign to the exchanges. Exchanges I have here in a variable of the exchanges. All right. Okay, I know it doesn't make much sense if I have exchanges, why I need to do this, but I just want to simulate here what can happen in a normal case. Okay, I will save it, and now we need to go to home.view. And in a home.view, we'll call this, we'll dispatch here to get exchanges, this action. But what's a good spot for it? I didn't talk about this much, but we have a lifecycle functions. And good initialization lifecycle functions are mounted, and the other one is created. And these lifecycle functions are called only once when your component, when your home page is initialized. So what's the difference between the mounted and the created? Let's add your debugger so you can see it. Let's add the debugger here and debugger here. Main difference is that the mounted is called before the created. Or actually, other way around, my mistake. Created is called before mounted. Created is called whenever your internal representation of the page is created as the instance in the memory, or all of the data, you get some data here are received, all of the props are received here, and this stuff. Mounted is called whenever your page is mounted into the DOM, into document object model, so it's a displayed on screens. I'll show you. So let's leave here these two debuggers. Go to your browser, open here console, and refresh. And you will see the created is called first. We don't have any representation of our home here yet. So I will click here this arrow to continue in execution. There is some script execution you can see up here, or this arrow here. Click it, and you will see in the mountain is called already the page exists. Okay, so it's mounted into the DOM, document object model, basically into the HTML. Okay, so that's the difference. And for this reason, we'll be using the created to fetching data. All right, because mounted is called later, and I would like to get my data as soon as possible, so I will use the created lifecycle function. Okay, in a created, you already saw before that how we can dispatch action. Just call here this $store, call a dispatch on this, and dispatch action. How we are calling this action? Very simple one: get exchanges. Get exchanges like this, and let's save it. And after that, when you will go to browser, you will refresh. After 1 second, you should receive your data. Okay, so that's a set timeout. We are getting our data. So let's recapitulate, guys. How does it work? So the first thing that we are starting this chain of the actions starts in a created lifecycle function, right? So we are calling here dispatch. We are dispatching here get exchanges. All right, they're dispatching this, so this is landing in our Vuex store in actions here, right? So it will check actions, we are dispatching get exchanges, so we'll execute this action here, get exchanges. And this is going to the Vuex store, so Vuex store, when executing these get exchanges, is passing us state. And this state is a representation of the state here. Okay? So we are calling here, when we're dispatching it, we are calling this function, and we are calling, therefore we are calling the set timeout. We're calling set timeout, and set timeout is timing out the execution of the function provided inside. So this callback function here will be executed after 1 second. After 1 second, I will assign to the state exchanges here, to this state here, my exchanges from up here. Okay? These exchanges. So this will happen after 1 second. I will get my state exchanges, and you know that we are linking together our home.view with the state through the computed properly. So whenever this store state will change, also the computed will be executed and will display the new data on the screen. And that's how it exactly, how does it work. This is the way how it works. All right, guys, so that's gonna be it from this lecture. Any questions? If something is not clear, ask in the Q&A, and I will see you in the next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have worked on the changes in our Vuex store. In this lecture, we'll continue with further improvements. Let's start in our store index.js and let's inspect what we are doing currently. When we are getting exchanges, we are setting timeout to 1 second. After 1 second, we are getting the state of the exchanges and we are setting them to our exchanges array with the values. What I would like to change here, I would like to separate this step of the state exchanges to its separate function. Okay, in the Vuex is nicely modular package. We can separate every step of the functionality. We can have a separate functionality to get exchanges, and we can have a separate functionality to set the exchanges to the state. Okay, so everything is nicely modular, everything is nicely testable, and we can easier to find issues in our code. Okay, so a part of the actions here, you have something called mutations. Mutations like this. You will specify your object, and into this object you can specify your mutations functions. In this case, my mutations function will be to set exchanges, to set them to the state. So we will separate the state here of setting the exchanges to the state into the mutation. Okay, so usually you are calling these functions, you are prefixing with a set, such as, for example, set exchanges. All right, and you will specify it as a normal function. Mutations are special. Mutations are receiving not the entire context as here, but they are receiving here state. So the first parameter here will be always state. And the second parameter here will be the any value, any payload you will send through the commit function, but I will show you commit function in a second. So remember, in the mutations, you will always have the first value, the state. The second value is your custom value. You can decide what it's gonna be. So in this case, we can pass here data. We can call it data, or we can call it normally exchanges. Okay? And since we have a state here, we can just do this. Exactly the same thing what we have done here. State exchanges equal exchanges. This way, I don't need to access here a state. I don't need to manipulate the state here at all. I can receive here something called commit. Okay, again, from the context, we can receive a commit function, commit like this. So as we have learned so far, we have a context, we are receiving here context, and from a context, we can receive a state and also commit. Now we are working with a commit, and in the commit, you will specify following. You will call the commit, and you will specify here the name of your mutation you would like to call. In this case, we would like to call set exchanges, and the payload you would like to send. And that will be the exchanges here from our data. Exchanges here. And that's the entire functionality. So not much change, guys, but if we change a little with our architecture, we are separating the setting of the state and the getting of the state. So after 1 second here, we are executing the commit. We would like to call the set exchanges and passing the payload of the exchanges. This will execute the mutation through the Vuex. Vuex will pass for us here a state. Exchanges we are passing ourselves. Okay, we can call it as we want, of course. We can call it data, we can call it list of exchanges, whatever you prefer here. And then if you would get here data, then you would set the data here, but I would like to call it exchanges. Okay, and the same step here, we are setting the exchanges to exchanges. So when you will go to your browser, you will refresh after 1 second. At the time of the 1 second, you will receive here your exchanges. And that's basically it. So just a small refactor. So you will learn how to use these things, and you will get professional in this. You will see in the end of the course because we'll be using it heavily. So guys, let's see you in the next one. In the last lecture, I've learned about the mutations. In this lecture, we'll continue with more changes in the way how we are getting the data. All right, let's start in our index.js. As in the previous lecture, I'll be doing small refactoring. This has nothing to do with Vuex functionality. This will be just a simple function that will simulate the fetch request that can happen through the browser, the fetch request that will go to the Firebase to get the data. So we are simulating as closely as possible this functionality. Okay, up here, I will create just normal function. I will write a const. I will call it fetch exchanges. Fetch exchanges. All right. And it will be arrow function. This arrow function will be returning the promise. That's what usually happens when you are asking for a data on the internet. You're expecting to receive the promise, and the promise is a data structure that will be resolved after some time. So promise is usually used when you're opening the files on your computer, or you are doing some asynchronous operations such as making the request on the internet, because you don't know exactly after which time period this data will be resolved and you will receive them into your code back. So for this purpose, I will just create a simulation of the new of a promise. I will return here a new promise. That's how you will do it, like this. And to the promise, you will specify the callback function like this. Okay. And here we can set our timeout. So I will set here set timeout. Okay, to the 1 second we have specified before. And I will say here that this promise will be resolved after 1 second. So let's specify here 1000. In the promise of the parameters of these callback functions, through the promise API, you are receiving here 2 functions. One is called resolve, the other one is called reject. For now, we just need a resolve. In the resolve, you will specify data you want to be this promise resolved with. In this case, our exchanges up here. Okay, so I'll specify here exchanges. Okay, perfect. Now we have a fetch exchanges, and we can completely change this function to get the data here. I don't need to call here any longer set timeout. I can remove it, and I can simply call here fetch exchanges. I will execute it, and I will assign here const exchanges. Okay, this currently will be not working synchronously because remember, fetch exchanges return promise. So what you would get here will be not your data of the exchanges, but will be actual promise structure, and to the comment it will pass the promise structure, but you will never get your data. In order to resolve the promise, you need to mark here await. So you'll be waiting here until you will receive your data. I will debug it for you, but let's wait for this. When you want to use the await keyword, you need to mark your function as the async. So async get exchanges. Okay, so let's recapitulate a little bit what's happening here. We are calling fetch exchanges. Fetch exchanges return promise. Promise will be executed immediately. This function will be executed, but as you can see here, we are setting here again timeout. So the callback function of the set timeout will be executed after 1000 milliseconds. Since you have here await, you are waiting here. You are not continuing to the commit until this will be resolved. So you are still here. After 1 second, here you will call resolve, and you will pass to the resolve exchanges. The exchanges data you have up here. So after 1 second, from the fetch exchanges, you will retrieve your exchanges here, and you can commit them to the state, and that's it. And that's usually how you will see through the Firebase, or actually in the Firebase they have their own API, but in the background it works similarly like this. Okay, let's save it, guys. Let's go to browser. You will refresh, and after 1 second you will receive your data as before. So you can see that visually there are no changes, but we changed it a little bit. Okay, let's get back here and maybe we can debug it, or we can, let's paste here a couple of debuggers so you have an idea what's happening here. I will write one debugger here, one debugger after we'll retrieve the data, one debugger to get here promise, and one debugger into the set timeout. Oh, one debugger here. Let's float it with the debuggers so you have an idea what's happening. Okay, let's go to browser. Let's open the console here. Let's refresh. Maybe you need to refresh twice in order to jump into your code. Okay, so you can see here first we have this fetch action to get exchanges. So we are calling here get exchanges. Here we are calling the fetch exchanges function. Okay, so when I will forward this, I will click here this arrow, raise some script execution. I will jump into the next debugger, which is the fetch exchanges, because we called it here, down here. Okay, we have called fetch exchanges. We are returning here a new promise. As soon as the new instance of the promise is created, the callback function inside is executed. So when I will click here raise some script execution, I will jump inside of the promise. As you can see here, we are retrieving here result function. In promise, we are calling set timeout, which will be executed after 1 second. So when I will click here raise some script execution, I will be hanging here for 1 second, and then I will jump into this line here. So I will click here again, raise some script execution, and you will see, actually I was waiting too long and my debugger disconnected or something happened here. Let me see one more time. So go faster. Here, 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 waiting 1 second and going to the debugger here. You can see there was this timeout 1 second. And then I will receiving my exchanges. And as soon as I will resolve my exchanges, then I will click here continue script execution. I will jump here and I have exchanges here now. Okay, I have these exchanges here and I can set them to the commit, and through the commit I will get here and I will set exchanges here. So I can even write here a breakpoint on line 58. So just click on the line. This is like a debugger, and you can click here resum, and you should jump here. And to the state of exchanges, you can see you have an array 0. As soon as you will set here a state, you have here array of 2, and you have in a state your exchanges and your computed properties in your home page reacting to this, and you will retrieve the exchanges there. Okay, so that's how it works. When I will show you one more time. When I will increase here timeout, so maybe it's more obvious here to 3 seconds. Okay, I will just do some script execution a couple of times. So I will go hop, 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 waiting 3 seconds, 1, 2, 3. And then here in a set timeout, and then I'm resolving, and then I'm getting data. So as you could see, we didn't continue here straight on this line because we have an await here. If I will do this, I will show you. I will go to actions and I will remove the await here. This will be complete mess now. I will just save it. Without the await, I will be not waiting here until the resolve will be executed. So what will happen? I will refresh. I will go immediately here. You can see we didn't wait. We didn't wait, and we are getting here a promise, which is a pending. So we didn't wait for a promise, so we don't have here exchanges. And we get here promise, basically what we are setting here. And yeah, that's overall not good. So guys, that's basically what's happening, and I can get rid of these debuggers, and let's write here await, because that's what should be here. Remember, whenever you are working with the request to the network, they usually return promise. Let's mark it back to the 1 second, and let's remove all the debuggers we don't need. We don't need any debuggers here. Okay, and that's gonna be it. So if you see, sometimes when you will inspect any functions and you see that it returns promise, so this arrow here after brackets, and you will see it return promise, remember, usually you need to synchronize it with the await keyword. Okay, so that's gonna be it for now, guys. Go back here, and after refresh, you should see your data after 1 second. We'll continue next lecture, and I will show you how you can make your Vuex more modular. So guys, I hope to see you in the next lecture. Hi there. In the last lecture, we created function fetch exchanges, which serves as a simulation of making requests to the network. In this lecture, we'll talk about modules. So what are modules in the terms of Vuex? You will create a module to group similar functionality, such as, in this case, exchanges. I'll draw it, it will be easier to understand. So currently we have only one Vuex store, right? So we have only one store, and we are placing everything inside of this store. So later we can create multiple functionalities, not only to get exchanges, but also to get user, to get opportunities, as you will learn later, and also the other types of data. Currently, with this architecture, what we have here, we have no other options, just place everything into this one store. You can imagine how many mutations and how many actions and how much state we will have. Not very good. So what we'll do instead, we will create a modularity. The store will have a couple of modules or can have multiple modules. In our case, we'll have modules like this. We will have an exchanges module. We will have a users module. We will have opportunities modules. Okay, so I'll mark here exchanges. We'll have a users, and we will have opportunities. And all of these modules will have their own functionality, their own state. So all of them, they will have their own state state here, their own actions, their own mutations, and so on. So then through our Vue component or our homepage, we can connect to the store and we can ask for any data from any module. So I can ask here in this case for a get exchanges, right? We are dispatching here get exchanges. All right, I will find the modules where these actions belongs to, and I will execute it. Okay, in this case, not in this one, not in this one, but this one. Okay, I'll execute the action here. I will get the data back here, and I have data in my home. Okay, so that's the modularity. To not pollute the one file, create a separate file for every module, and that's basically it. That's the entire modularity. All right, so let's create the modules. Open here your files folder structure. In the store folder, I will create a new folder. We will call it modules. And in the modules, we will create our first module, which we'll call exchange. All right, new file in the modules, and let's call it exchange module, or just exchange. Exchange.js, perfect. What you will do, you'll get to your index.js, and basically all of this here is an exchange. So copy everything, Control A, select everything, copy it, go to exchange, paste it here. Okay, for every module, you don't need to create a separate store. You just need to create a store once. So what you are returning from a module is just a pure object. So you can remove create store, and you can remove this bracket here. You will just add here curly brackets for object. You will scroll down and you will remove this bracket also here. Okay, like this. Okay, and create store you don't need here as well, so you can remove import of create store, and that's what you will have here. Only exchanges, fetch exchanges, export default empty object, and this. Perfect. Now we will get back to your main module, index.js, and you can start with the removal process. You can remove the fetch exchanges, you can remove the exchanges here. You will leave here only create store now. State, we don't need any state, we don't need any actions, we don't need any mutations here. But what we need to define here will be the module you'd like to reference here. So under the store, create store, let's import here your first module, which is the exchange module. Let's write here exchange. From, now we need to find the modules here, so /modules and exchange. Now in the create store, you will specify modules property like this, and you will specify your first module, which is your exchange module. Amazing. And that's done. Your application will not work now. When you will go back to browser, you will see, you will refresh, there are no exchanges, and I will inspect this. I should see here issue. Okay, that's not actually issue I am looking for, but basically, invalid prop type check failed for prop exchanges, expected array but got undefined. So you can see that we are not getting any exchanges. Go back to your code, and what's happening now in your home.vue, you're basically not accessing your global state of the store, but you need to specify your module. You need to specify your module, and you need to access the exchanges on this module. So you need to write here store, state, now the module name. So what is our module name? How we are calling our module? we can take a look in our index.js, and you can see we are calling our module exchange. So in the home.view, you will not access store state, but you will write here exchange to access the exchange module. And on exchange, you're accessing the state of the exchanges. That's how it is now. So when you will save it, I'll go back here. After 1 second, you will see your exchanges appearing here. Okay, so one more time, access the store state. On the state, access the module, and on a module, access your state. That's it. The naming here is not very nice. If you will take a look at here, you're accessing the state exchange.exchanges. That's not very clear what's happening here. We are accessing the single exchange, and then on the exchange, we are accessing exchanges. Not very good. What we can do, we can remove the state data we are keeping on the in exchange module. So we can go to our modules, exchange.js, and instead of calling it exchanges, let's go with the items, let's say. Okay, items is a much better name in this case. We have here items, and instead of setting here exchanges to state exchanges, which we don't have now, we have only state items. We will write here state items, and here equal exchanges. Perfect. That's the change. Now in your home.view, you need to fix the computed here. So you need to access your store, state, exchange module. On exchange module, you have now items. And that's it. Now we can save, we can check it out. And after refresh, after 1 second, your data are appearing, and in the console, there are no issues. That's gonna be it from this lecture. Let's go and do more changes in the next one. Cheers. In the previous lecture, I have introduced you modules. We have created our first module we are calling exchange. And in this lecture, will continue. I will show you what issues we can have in the future, and the way how we can prevent them or how we can fix them. All right, let's begin in our, let's stay here in our home.view. And the issue we can have is with the dispatching of this action, get exchanges. Imagine we will have multiple modules, and maybe we will not have exactly get exchanges, but let's say we will have a get data or get something. Okay, so get data, let's say we'll have a dispatch. But this is very generic name, and maybe we will have a get data on multiple modules. Maybe get data will be not only in the exchange module, so imagine you have a get data here, but we'll have a multiple modules, like let's say we will have here, here will be users module, then we will have an opportunities module, and so on. And somewhere in these modules, you can have a functionality that will interfere with the other functionality, then the naming will be exactly the same. So in this case, if you would call here dispatch get data, you would call not the both functions, but you would call the first module that is defined. So imagine you would have here more modules here. You will have here module opportunities. Opportunities. You will learn about opportunities later, what I mean by that, opportunities. And you would have here users. All right, users. And exchange and both of opportunity would define get data. So you would have a get data here, and you would have a get data here. Okay, so in this case, to dispatch the get data, what I mean from which module I want to call get data, I want to call it from here or from here. Okay, currently I cannot specify. In a home.view, I can just call dispatch get data. I cannot specify what I mean by getting get data. I would like to call this one or this one. So you can see you would have these conflicts. How you can prevent these conflicts is very simple. You can do this. You can go to your exchange module, and in export default, you can specify one property called namespaced, like this, and you will mark it as true. When the module is namespaced, anytime you want to execute functionality, you want to dispatch some action, you need to prefix your action with the name of the module, and you know exactly in which module is this action resides. So now when we have a namespace true, we can go to home.view, and in this page we can call now prefix of the module, which is a exchange / and now the name of the action. And this is get exchanges. So now I know exactly from which module I would like to get dispatches action, or I would like to get dispatches action to. Okay, the prefix of the module I know by going to the store index.js. This is prefix. And get exchanges is the action. All right, let's try it out. Let's save it, go back to browser, let's refresh, and after 1 second you will see your data. So everything is working, everything is in order here. All right, very quick lecture. Let's continue in the next lecture. Hi there, welcome back in the new lecture. In the previous one, we have specified a namespace option to our Exchange module. In this lecture, we'll start with something new. I will introduce you Firebase and we will initialize Firebase in our applications. So let's start. Open new tab in your browsers and let's type there Firebase. Simple as that, just a Firebase here. You should immediately search here for firebase.google.com so you can also know from which company the Firebase is coming from. It's from Google. Okay, let's click here on the Firebase. Okay, we'll be presented with some description, so backend by Google and load by app development teams from startups to global enterprises. So Firebase is basically cloud service that offers you products, different products. It offers you database, you can have a Firebase database, you can have a Firestore database, you can have authentication from Firebase and also the other things you can use. Push notifications to your phones and so on and so on. You can find all of the services in a documentation of the Firebase. For what purpose we'll be using a Firebase? It will be for its database. We'll be using the Firestore database and also we'll be using a solution for authentication. The Firebase is very easy to integrate to your application. You don't need to create any server for a backend. You can have everything in your front-end application. So the first thing we'll click here will be go to console. We would like to go to the console of the Firebase so we can initialize a couple of things. I will check here English. So, well, actually I don't need, but I will do it. Okay, so for this to get the Firebase, you need to have a Google account. So please, if you don't have a Google account, you need to register for a Google account, and then you can sign up as I will do now. So I will sign up now, very quickly. Okay, I'm getting logged into the Firebase. All right, so here are all of my projects. I have a couple of them. For you should be probably empty. Okay, so we are going to create a completely new project. So click here, Add Project. Okay, and we'll choose here our project name. In this case, we are working on Exchangeario application. So I hope I don't have here any Exchangeario applications. So simply select your project name, Exchangeario. Exchangeario is fine for me. If it will not work for you, it should be working for you because it's automatically prefixing with some unique string after that. So it should create the project also for you with this name. If not, you can choose your own project name. Okay, so do you want to enable Google Analytics for these projects? Okay, what we have? Do we have some benefits from this free unlimited reporting? Okay. Okay, for this purpose, we can go for analytics for this project. Yeah, let's do it. Select an account. Okay, I'll go with the account which I have. It's my Google account. I have logged in. Oh, actually here, I was reading it wrong. You need to configure a Google Analytics account. And that can be, if you don't have it, you need to configure it. So we can go to the previous and we can just simply, we can disable it. We don't need it that much, this additional things. So let's go to create a project without enabling it. If you want, of course, you can just simply create your Google Analytics account, not required. Now it will be creating our project, as you can see. After that, we'll be in a dashboard of the Firebase, and you will see what products we have there to choose from, and what we'll be using in our application. Okay, Firebase is actually very simple to use, guys. That's why it's a very nice solution for your startup projects. Let's go to continue. Here we'll be in a dashboard. Perfect. What you want to verify here up here is your project name. You will have a Spark plan here. You can click at this. You have different plans to choose from, either paid ones or the free ones. Okay, so have some quotas for a database, from a Firestore, authentications, and so on. If you would like to go see the full plan, let me see here, click here. Here's a free plan. Okay, so we have here authentications for the phones, 10,000 a month, 10,000 a month, store data 1 gigabyte, which is pretty more than enough for us. Network 10 gigabytes a month, documents write, so how much we can write into our database is 20 times writes a day. That's plenty for us. Rates, we can read the 50,000 rates entries of a database, pretty enough, and so on and so on. But you don't have access, for example, to cloud functions, so we'll be not talking about them. And yeah, then they have also these things here, but yeah, you can read it. And then you have a plans as you go. Let me see what you are. Yeah, everything is paid. So you are paying as you go. So how much data you will use, then that's much how you pay. Okay, we are going, of course, with the free plan. Okay, so I can close it, and yeah, that's good. We can go to the Firestore database on the left side. That's what we'll be using in our project. So let's click here on the Firestore database. Should be empty, of course. And yeah, it's empty, and we need to create it. So please click here, create database. What we would like to start in is not in a production mode. We would like to start in a testing mode. So we'll go in a test mode. You can see here, I'll be talking about the rules later. But for example, in the production mode, you have here read and write. If also you are basically will be not allowing any reads and writes in your applications. Okay, in a test mode, we are allowing the reads and the writes if the request time is less than the timestamp date, 2022, second month of February 26, currently is the 27th January. So this means in a test mode for 1 month, you can freely write and read from a database without any restrictions. Later, this will be changed, and after that, you cannot access your database. Don't worry about that. We can leave it in a test mode. We can also increase the time if we want, but we'll leave it like this for 1 month, and then we will be changing rules anyway in the course. We will be providing her more grained control to our database, and I will be talking about these rules even more in the next lectures in the last section of the course. So don't worry about that. You can leave it like this. You can even, I hope we can change it later. Okay, so click here next. And after that, we can check we can change the location here. After you have set this location, you cannot change it later. So make sure you choose your location. Either you are in Europe or you are in the US. You can choose your regional ones. Generally, we can go with a multi-region, either US Central or Europe West. So I will go with the Europe West. I'll click here, Enable. And it will be setting up a now Cloud Firestore. All right, so let's wait a second. After this is done, we can start setting it up in our projects. Okay, meanwhile this is setting up, we can open a new tab here, and you can search here for Firebase NPM. Firebase NPM. Okay, so we can communicate with the Firebase database with their own Firebase API from this package. It's much easier. So we'll be using this. Version 9, we'll be using the version 9. You can find here documentation, all the things we need to install, and so on. Okay, I will guide you through this process. So let's go to your terminal, open new tab here, open new tab in your Exchange Area app, and let's write here npm install Firebase. And we'll specify here a specific version of the Firebase, which I am using currently 9 version, which is the latest one, but it can happen that later in the course, as the course is released, that the version will change. So in this case, please use the version as I am using in the course. It will be much easier to follow the lectures. So specify here version 9.6.1 like this. So install Firebase 9.6.1. Let's press enter, and it will be installing. We can meanwhile this is installing. We can go back to browser. We can close this. And we have our first database. You can see there are no collections. We'll be talking about the collections later. And yeah, we will keep it empty for now. Okay, so how can we initialize database? Here in the project overview, you have this option, settings icon. Let's click at this and click here project settings. This will open this tab for you. And you can see there are no apps in the project. Select a platform to get started. So here are platforms to choose: iOS, Android, web, or Unity. You will go with the web. So this is this icon here, the third one. Okay, this bracket, this pointy bracket. Let's click at this pointy bracket. And you need to choose a nickname for your application. Okay, so we need to register it. Okay, so we are going with the same nickname. Okay, so you can also see your options. The app nickname will be used throughout the Firebase console to represent this app. Nicknames aren't visible to users. So let's go with Exchangeario as we have before. Exchangeario, Firebase, or Exchangeario app, or just leave here the plain Exchangeario or Exchangeario FB for a Firebase. I will leave just Exchangeario, register app. All right, so let's wait a couple of moments. You can already see here that they are offering you a solution how to integrate it. You need to npm install Firebase, which we have done. And then we need to copy this code and we need to paste it into our application. Perfect. You can also find later these options here, this configuration values. You can find also later in your project. So don't worry if you click somewhere else. Now you will not lose this data. Let's verify that the Firebase has been installed. So go to terminal. It's still installing. Okay, it's done now. You can go also to your project to verify that you have it to your package.json. You should have here Firebase now. Here is it, 9.6.1. Okay, it's actually a little bit longer because I would like to really verify that everything is working for you guys. So what we are going to do now, we will copy everything from here, this entire code. Let's copy it. And let's go to your applications. Okay, now in your SRC folder, let's create here a new folder and let's call it DB for a database. And in a DB, we'll create index.js. So we have this structure, src db index.js, and in index.js, we'll paste this configuration like this. We can remove these comments, you don't need them. Okay. Okay, initialize Firebase. Okay, initialize app, we don't need to separate actually to its separate variable. We don't need to do it. Like we can remove it. To initialize Firestore, because we'll be interacting with the Firestore database generally, we need to import one thing here. I know that because I have read documentation, so you don't need to read it now. You can read it after, but you will find the steps in the documentation. So you need to import here something. You need to import here get Firestore from Firebase /Firestore like this. You will get a Firestore function here. And simply what we would like to do here, we would like to create the database instance. We'll write here const db, and this will be get Firestore. Okay, that's how you initialize database. Firestore database you can communicate with, and you will export default from here, so we can use it in other files, db. We can also move it into the one-liner. We can just simply export default here, and I will remove this here. Or like this. Actually, I will do it like this. Okay, I cannot export default the way I was writing it. My mistake. We'll create a named export, so we can import like this, import db from, and so on and so on. Okay, so export const db, get Firestore. This way, we'll do it this way. Okay, this looks good. To test it out, that we're getting somewhere into our db, we can go to our actions, and in some of our actions, we can try it out. We can import db there, and we can console log out the database. So go to your actions of the Exchange module. Here in the actions, we'll import your database. Okay, so somewhere up here, let's import database. So in the curly brackets, import db from //db. So we are going to this db folder. Okay, and then down here in the actions, I'll just simply console log out db, console log out db. Perfect. Now let's save it, guys, everything. We'll go to browser, to our application. We'll open here console, we'll refresh, and you should see here this object. And you can see here these things, Firestore, application, and all of this stuff here. And this means that the Firebase has been initialized. You can also see here, that's your application, project ID, Exchangeario-37ABD. That's the ID that has been assigned to my project when I was creating my project. So if you see this, all good. Maybe you should also see network requests. I will just clear it out. I'm not sure if you're not making any requests. So maybe the Firebase is not making any requests now, and I don't see any Firebase requests. Okay, that's fine. Important is that you should see here this object you are getting from a database. Now you can freely close this. Okay, you can close this, and you can find these options always here when you will go to this here project settings. You can find this in the general here. General, and down here you can find what you need to do. Okay, and this data, they don't have to be necessarily hidden API key. You can share it. This is not the secret information because they will be shared anyway in your application because this is used as in the front end. Okay, that's the way it is. All right, so on the left side you can see all the products of the Firebase. As I mentioned, we'll be using only authentication and the Firestore databases will be the two things we'll be using. But you have also multiple products you can integrate to your applications. All right, guys, so that's gonna be it. You see this, all good, and we'll continue in the next lecture, and we'll be setting up a data in a Firestore, and we'll be trying to get them in our application. That's gonna be it from this lecture, and hopefully I will see you in the next one. Cheers.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Hello, welcome back here, guys. In the previous lecture, we have initialized Firebase, we have created our first Firestore database, and we have integrated our Vue JS applications with the Firebase. In this lecture, we will create the data in the Firestore database. So let's start, and what we want to do is to move the data of our exchanges into the Firestore database. So open your browsers. Let's open here Firestore database. Here we have it, and we need to create here a collection. Okay, so in the Firestore, the data are organized in the structure of the collections, and every collection has a document. So you will see something like this. You will create your collection. We will call it collection of exchanges. So we'll have here exchanges collection, and in exchanges collection you will have documents, and each document will represent one entry of the exchange. Okay, you will have here documents, and you will have here exchange 1, exchange 2, exchange 3, and so on with the actual data. Okay, so that's the organization, and in this case this would be document, right? This is one document, this is the other document, and the entire collection of this array would be the exchanges collection. So let's start with the moving. Get back here, let's start collection. We'll call it exchanges. All right, and we need to provide here the informations about it. So for now we are hard coding it. Later we'll be creating this data to our applications, to the forms in our application. So as a document ID, that's a special unique identifier of your document. So thanks to this unique identifier, you can fetch your data. Okay, you will generate auto ID for now. You don't have any other option. Now the fields. Fields are the properties of your object here. So the ID we already specified. We are going with the type. So let's go with the type. you need to specify a data type. For this, you can choose from a string, a number, boolean, map, array, null, timestamp, geopoint, a reference. We are going with a string. In this case, we are going with the value of this will be product. So now the lecture will be just only about the copying pasting. So let's create this field. Click here, add field. Okay, we are going now with the title. It will be string as well. So copy title, new Tesla car. Okay. Add field. Now we have here description as well, string. We will exchange this nice Tesla car. All right, new price. Okay, so price here will be number, and it will be 200. Okay, then we have here another string user. Okay, I don't think we need to specify user now. Let me think about it. We'll be adding it later there anyway as the reference. Okay, let's specify it so we can display this data. Yeah, let's do it for now. User, and for now, just specify it as a string. It will be not string, but let's specify it as a string for now. Okay, then we are going with the image, which is also string. Let's copy this image value. Okay, all right, then we have here, we have only strings here, as you can see, country, which is a Germany in this case. Country, string Germany. All right, then we have here a city. Okay, let's say Berlin, and add fields. Then we have a tags. This will be array. So choose here array of the strings. Okay, and the first value is a cars. So this will be get cars, and here will be electric. Okay, so that's our data. You can verify it now. The first thing is ID and the other data here. Okay, perfect. Let's save it. They should create a first collection. You can see exchanges collection. We have here first document with this ID and these informations here. Okay, let's create a second document. So add document. Again, auto-generate ID, and we are going the same way now. The second here. Okay, so type service. So your type service, add field. Title programming lessons. Title programming lessons, add field. Description. Make sure you are not making any typos in the field. That's very important. Don't make any typos. Also verify your first document. Even if you see there's some typo, you need to change it. Okay, add field. Price 45. Price number, don't forget to provide her number, 45, add field, user ID, so user string, this ID, add field, image, this image, copy it, image string, perfect, and then we have a country Spain and city Barcelona, country Spain, city Barcelona, city Barcelona. All right, and then we have a tags, right? So tags, programming and the code. So tags will be array, and the programming and the code. Programming and the code. Verify it. Okay, here's all the data, perfect. And let's save it. So we have now two documents here, one collection and two documents here. Okay. Please verify them. Okay, so with this, we will be not testing it out. I just want to create the data because that's taking some time, right, to copy paste all the data. We have it here, which is good. They will stay here forever. Well, not forever, but until we'll remove them. And what we can do following now, we can remove the fetch exchanges, for example, function. We can remove the exchanges, and we can ask our database, Firestore database, for a data we have just created, but we'll handle it, guys, in the next lecture. So I will see you there. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have copied our local data into the Firestore database. Now, in the Firestore, we have this structure. Exchanges is collection, and exchanges collection has two data, two documents. Each document is a separate entry we can access. So we have here document with a service, and then we have here one document with a product. Let's continue this lecture, and let's try to get this data into our Vue.js application so we can display this data. Okay, back to our code, and what I will do, I will simply remove exchanges. After all, we don't need them now. We'll be getting this data through our database. All right, let's also remove the fetch exchanges. And from now on, guys, I'll specify here some functionalities from Firestore. Maybe it will be not clear what this function, what they do. Generally, if you're looking when you integrate some remote API such as Firestore, if you are just beginning with the library, you want to search informations in a documentation. So usually the first step is to search documentation. So for example, Firestore, JavaScript, how to get data, or get data, for example. And it should find you Firebase, google.com, get data with cloud Firestore documentation. And that's the general step what you need to go with. And here we have example data, how you're getting a document, explanation, how to provide some additional options with the custom objects, get a multiple documents from collection. That's what we are going with. Okay, so you can use your query of the collection, or you can specify the collection group even, and yeah. So that's the way what you will basically do when you're starting with the new package, library, whatever. Okay, and you can find a lot of Stack Overflow posts, and you can find a lot of tutorials and so on and so on. But now you're watching one tutorial, and I will show you how to do it exactly. Okay, so we can close it. We can go to code, and here we can import a couple of helper functions we need. Let's write here import curly brackets, and what we need exactly is function get docs. Okay, you will import everything from Firebase, Firestore. Then you need to function to construct a query, and one for a collection group. Okay. All right, now in here, we don't need to console log here anything. We don't need these exchanges like this. This will be quite complicated for the beginning. You need to just get into it. I will debug it also for you. But first, I will prepare the implementation. We will verify it's working, and then I will go with the debugging. Okay, first you need to construct the query. And the query, in the case of the collection, you can construct like this query. That's the function we have imported from the Firestore up here, remember? Okay, and to the query, you will provide now collection group, and you will provide from which database you would like to get your exchanges. So database we are importing here, we have constructed in our DB folder, index.js, this one here. Okay, so here we will provide to the collection group from this DB and the collection name, or so-called collection ID, which is the exchanges. That's the collection, how we are calling it in the Firestore, exchanges here. So I specify my database, called Firestore, I provided database, and I provided my collection, exchanges. Perfect. Okay, so we have constructed query, but this doesn't mean we got any data yet, because to get a data, you need to get a snapshot of the data. You will do something like this. You will create your variable. You can call it what, of course, these variables can have your optional name, whatever you want to call them, but basically what you get here is a snapshot. And here will be actual execution of the query. You will get here your documents, and you will specify here query. And this is returning promise. When I will hover over get docs, you can see it's returning promise. And I told you before, whenever you are working with a promise, you will, to synchronize it, you will write here await. And async we already have, so no issues here. So now we have a snapshot. So guys, to recapitulate, creating the query from our database, exchanges collection, and here we are asking for a documents. We are asking for a documents here, for these two documents. Or this collection. Okay, so back here, and let's get the data. So this will be quite, this can be quite interesting to get this data, because they are on the snapshot. You have a document entry, and on the document entry you can access the specific items, and you need to call on each item a data function. I know, sounds weird, right? So I will show, first let's prepare it. Yeah, it will be simpler to do it this way. Let's write here data. This will be your exchanges, by the way, what you get here. You will access your snapshot. On the snapshot, you have a documents, so docs here, and you'll write here a map function on them. Okay, we'll be mapping through your documents. Now, we'll get each document like this. You will write your arrow function, normal arrow function. That's it. Here you will get a document in the iteration. You can remove the parentheses because you have only one parameter. And in a document, you want to return your document. The document expose function called data, which will get you your data of your document. So what you want to return here will be document.data. I will separate into its own line. Okay, I'll write here const data, document.data, and I will return here data. Okay, and I will call these not the data, but the exchanges. And then I will get the exchanges here. Okay, so that's how these work. On the snapshot, we get the documents, but the documents are under. Oops. I got some issues here, guys. I am calling here query. You can see the double query here. This is a duplicate now. So let's say here exchange query. Okay, and here let's get documents exchange query. Okay, better. Okay, so we are getting the query, executing the query to get the documents. We're getting the snapshot. On the snapshot, we have a property called docs. This is the array. You need to map over it. You will get a single document. And to get the data from a document, you need to call it document.data. You need to return it to get the exchanges array and the commit. Now let's save it. If this will work, we are kind of successful already. Go back here and refresh. And yeah, you are getting now officially your data from Firestore database, not from your local data, because we have removed them. Perfect. Now let's debug it, and you can debug all of these structures. I am interested into this one here, debug error here, and debug error here. Debug error here, or after here and here. Now I will save it. I will go back to browser, inspect the refresh. Maybe we need to refresh twice to get into the correct breakpoint. Yes. So we are getting snapshot. All this will be kind of this objects with these kind of properties, which are not very easy to read. But it's obvious on the snapshot when you will hover over the snapshot is a docs here. On a docs, you have this array of 2 documents. You can see each document's here. So we want to iterate over them. So we snapshot docs. I want to map over them. So I will continue execution, this arrow here. And on a document, I have a data. Okay, data function. So when I will execute this function, it will extract me all the data specified here into the data variable. So when I will continue execution, you will see the data. Okay, so that's a Barcelona, that's exactly data from my database. So now you can see we are constructing here these exchanges, which is initially undefined. And as we are mapping here, with the map function, this is creating the new array. And the data which will be returned here, will be added into the array. So in the case of the first iteration, this Barcelona data will be added into the array. So you can imagine we are constructing here a new array. And now we have here this first object with our Barcelona entry, which you could see here. And I will hover over here data, Barcelona, Spain, and this object will be into this array of the exchanges. Okay, now we'll go to the second iteration. I will click here. So again, we are getting here a new document, extracting the new data from it. And this data will be the Berlin, Germany, and this entry. So again, get the data and add the new entry here. This is the last iteration. So the object is completely extracted, and it will be assigned to the exchanges here. Okay. So then I will continue iteration. For example, I will write here a breakpoint. I hope I will get here. So I will get a breakpoint on this line. And I will continue execution. I will get here exchanges array, which is these 2 objects I just showed you. Berlin and Barcelona. And that's how it works. Perfect. When you will notice this data, guys, you will notice that they are missing ID. By the default, you will not get the ID of the item here. If you want to ask explicitly for ID, you need to do it like this. You need to Here in document data, perhaps you could do this, ask here for ID like this, and you will get here document ID, and this is your document ID. I will remove the debuggers. Okay, and then you will return from here all of the data or ID, and you will destructurize the rest of the data. Okay, and this way you would get your data. And if you think of it, we can write it on the just one-liner. I can just get here document data, replace it here, and ID I can get here document ID like this. ID document ID. I can remove this line here. And if you think of this even more, we have here only one expression we are returning. We can get rid of this bracket, return, and we can wrap it into the single quotes. In the case we are returning the object. Okay, there was nothing wrong with the previous solution, but now we can have a one-liner like this if you want. Or actually maybe better like this. Or the correct way would be... Okay, I like this. So you can have a nice one-liner this way, or you can leave it as you had it before. No big deal in that. You can for sure have a return here if it's more clear what's happening for you in this way. This way I cannot debug it. You can see I don't have a place to place a debugger in the line. So if you have a return and you're returning object, then you can place the debugger there. Now I can just place a debugger here to show you the IDs. So please place a debugger. Go to your browser, refresh, or maybe 2 times, and you will get here exchanges back, and you can see now each exchange has also ID here. And that's your ID, which is this ID here. Okay, you can verify it. So here I will go to quote here, and here ID of my first exchange is, for example, 8AJ, 8HA, and HCB, and here, yeah, it's correct. Oof. Lots of explanations, a lot of new stuff. I'm pretty sure you're overwhelmed by all of these informations. Keep in mind, to learn these functionalities, you need to just check documentations if you want to do it by yourself with some other packages. In this case, you're watching my course, so I will explain you everything. If any questions, still something is not clear, just ask me and I will provide you even detailed explanation. We can save everything, we can verify one last time that it's working, we are getting our data, and with this we'll continue in the next lecture. Cheers. Hello, welcome back in the new lecture. In the previous lecture, we have worked on a functionality to get data from Firestore database. In this lecture, we'll go slightly to different topics. We'll be working on login and register page, and we'll be working on authentication. All right, let's start. You need to open a new tab in your browsers, and you need to search here for the link in the resources of the lecture. So just stop the video. On the right side, you will find the resources of the lecture, and you will find this code for a login and register page. We are starting with the login and register page because the login functionality is very vital for our application. In order to create exchanges in our application, for example, to create these exchanges, these entry points here, you need to be logged in, you need to be authenticated. So that's why we need to first handle authentication. It will be very simple, you will see. So we will handle login, we will handle register, we will be talking about the forms very simply, and after that, we will get back into the exchanges. Okay, so as I mentioned, let's get back to the resources of this lecture, and here is a login and register page. The simplest way would be just simply click here on these 3 dots on the right side of the file. You see here the SRC page is login page. Just click here and click here view file. It will be much easier to copy. Okay, it's loading for me. Something is with my internet. Okay, here it is. And yeah, let's copy the entire file. Just copy from a style tag on the bottom up to the template. Okay, let's copy this login page. Let's go to your code and let's create here login page. So you can close all of the other files in the pages folder. You will create a new file. You will call it, we already have login. Login, and let's paste simply everything here. Okay, everything should be indented correctly in the template, so we don't need to do any changes. Perfect. Let's continue with the register page. Go to register. Okay, the same approach. Go to 3 dots, a view file, and copy everything. Again, from the style to template. Go back to your code and in register.vue, select everything and let's paste it here and save the file. Now let's go back to our browsers. Let's refresh here. Let's go to login. And here is the login page and here is the register page. Okay, we can increase here maybe we can increase here paddings, but actually it's okay. If there will be required some changes, we can do them later. So as you can see here, what's important here, let's notice login.view. Okay, you have here form. That's the most important part of this form here, and you have here inputs. Okay, you have here two inputs, one input for email to provide the email and one input for a password. We'll be handling these inputs in the next lecture. We'll be trying to get the data from them. It's very, very simple with Vue. Okay, so that's the most important part. Again, if you are interested into the layout of this, just inspect every element and just see what settings there are applied. Okay, that's the best approach. And then register page. You can see here we are also displaying the error. This is just the hard-coded value for now. When you will go to register.view, here in the inputs area where you have a form here is a div with the class form error and help is danger class and invalid value. So that's the value you are displaying here. Other than that, these inputs are exactly the same as with the login. All right, guys, that's gonna be it from this very quick lecture. We'll continue in the next one and we'll be talking more about login functionality. So I hope to see you there in the next lecture. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have integrated login and register template. So from the perspective of the HTML, everything is ready. The forms are ready, and we can try to fill them up with the data. Okay, back to our code. We will start with the login.view because it has a fewer inputs, just two. And we'll try to get the data from this input. First, I will prepare the data in my script. Okay, so you will find here a script. Okay, and script you will write export default, right? So that's a thing you need to do, export default object. Perfect. In the export default, we will provide a data, as you know, data function, right? So data function, nothing new here, and we will return here object, which represents our form data. I will call my form data form. It will be my property of the form of the object, and the form will have two other properties. And it will be email and the password. So I'll write here email, we'll initialize it to the empty string, and then we'll initialize here password. Password, empty string as well. Perfect. Okay, so in the data now we have this data structure, this form.email, email, and this form.password. That's what we have. Perfect. What we can use on the inputs is directive called vModel, and vModel is two-way data binding. What I mean by the two-way data binding, I will show you. Go first to input of the email, and let's write here simply v-model, okay, model, and to vModel provide your data. So form, you don't need to write this, remember, we are in a template, so just a form.email. And go to your input here, and let's write here, this is a username. Wait a second, we are in a register. I want to start with the login. All right, so we are in a wrong form. My mistake, guys. Let's revert a little bit back. Go back, remove this value, vModel. Just leave it as we had register.view. Of course, you can leave this export default object, copy all the data, and remove them from here. I am in the wrong file. Go to login.view. And here you have already export default. Just copy your data here and scroll up to the input, vModel, all right, and the form.email. Great. Copy, go to your other input, which is a password, and here will be form.password. Okay, let's save it. And as I mentioned, two-way data binding means whenever I will change my data, for example, here from my code, I'll say here email will be test@gmail.com. This data will be changed in your input, in your vModel. And the same when I will change my vModel in the input, I'll start writing here I'm changing the data itself here. Okay, so if I have changed this to the Philip now, the data here, the form email will be not test@gmail.com when I will access it from the code, but it will be actually the value, what I'm writing here, it will be Philip. So that's why two-way data binding. Okay, very simple. I will leave it as an empty string, and we'll create here one method. So methods you're writing in the methods. So under the data, let's create here methods, and in a method we'll create login method. Okay, so methods. Let's write here login. And for now, I just would like to alert out our form data. So simply write here alert. Since we are working with the object, and if we would alert just at this form, let's see what will happen. It will display object in your log. So when I will write here some data, I will sign in. Actually, we need to call the login first. I forgot about it. So our login method, please copy it and find some button. For example, this button here, and let's write here click. So add sign click, event handler, and you would like to execute login. How it will work, of course. Go back to your code, write here anything, doesn't really matter. Let's click here sign in, and you will see here object. That's what I was talking about, because the form is object. When you will alert object, you will display object. To transfer object into the string interpretation, you will use function JSON.stringify. So here in alert, you will write a JSON.stringify, and you will provide your form data, and that's it. Okay, so go back to browser, write here any email, test@gmail.com, password 1234, sign in, and here you have it. Okay, just to show you JSON stringify, very simple function. You can call it from the console. Here you have a globally available JSON, you see. In a JSON, you have a function stringify. And if I have an object, let's say const person object name Philip, this will create a person in the object representation. But if I will call here JSON JSON.stringify person, person, you will see it's a string. Okay, that's we can console log or we can alert out. Okay, very simple. So we have our form with the email and password. We have a login method which will alert out this information. Now let's continue in the next lecture, guys. See you there. Hi there. In the last lecture, I've introduced two-way data binding. In this lecture, we'll go to register page and we'll do exactly the same changes as we did with login page. This can be also a mini assignment for you. So let's start, and the same thing in a login.view, I would like to move into the register.view. When you will take a look at the register, we have more inputs. We have an input for email, for the password. Then we have here repeat the password. This is the input for the repeat the password. And that's it. Now he only, email, username, password, and repeat password. So just for inputs, email, username, password, and repeat password. So go ahead, if you know how to do it, you can stop the video and you can create a form for these 4 inputs, and you can try to log them out as with the login. You can just create a register method and call it when you click on the button. Here you have a sign up. All right, so what we need to do, we need to create a data. Data, return here object, where we'll define our form, and form we will have 4 inputs. We'll have an email, empty string, then we will have a username, which will be empty string. We'll have a password, empty string as well, and a password confirmation. If your inputs are called differently, please rename them like this, so you will not have problems to follow the lectures in the future lectures. Okay, straight away I will create here methods. Okay, so methods here, and we'll have a register 1, and we'll do exactly the same thing as we did with the login. So alert and the JSON stringified this form. Perfect. Okay, that's done, and we can go to the inputs itself, and let's write here vmodels, vmodel, and we have a form.email. I will copy this vmodel. I will go to the username. Okay, form.username, and then password, and here the password confirmation. I will just copy it just to be sure, not making any mistakes. Password from password confirmation. Okay, that's it. Let's go to browser. Oh, we are missing again one thing. On the button here, when we click at this button, I would like to call here method. So @click, and we want to call a register, of course. Okay, now it should be correct. Let's try to simulate this. So test at gmail.com, username Philip, password test 1 2 3 4, repeat password test 1 2 3 4, sign up. Email, username, password, and password confirmation is here. Perfect. That's gonna be it, guys. Very simple. Again, very quick lecture. Let's continue in the next one. In the last lecture, we have extracted the data from the register form. In this lecture, we'll move our register functionality into the separate module in Vuex. Okay. Let's see our current implementation. We don't have really implementation here. We just have a register method that alerting this form. What I want to do here, instead of calling here alert, I would like to dispatch here register action. Okay, so first thing, we need to create here a new module. So currently we have a store, right? We have a store, and we have a one module, exchange module, right? So we have an exchange module. I would like to connect here one more module, which will be, we will call it user module. User module, where we'll handle all of the user manipulations, such as login functionality, register functionality, and so on. Okay, and in user module, we will have a register method. Okay, so that there will be actions, and there will be a register to display the form data. Okay, so that's the idea. I'm pretty sure you know how to do it already. So let's get into it. Okay, let's see our code in the store folder. We have modules, we have exchange.js. I will create here a new file. I will call it user.js. I'll go to exchange.js. We don't need to copy that. Actually, let's write it by ourselves. So let's go back here. Let's write here export default. This will be a very short one. Export default object. We'll write here namespaced true. So we need to always namespaced when we are calling the actions. And as I mentioned, we'll have a register action. And in this case, you'll get here as a first value context. And the second value will be sending our form data. For now, I don't need to send here the entire form. For now, I will just care about the email and the password of the user. So I can specify here form, and then from the form I can extract form.email and form.username password. But what I can also do, I can simply straight away destructurize this data from here. So I'll write here email, comma, password like this. And I'll console log them out. So right here, console log, email, and the console log the password. Context, you can see it's faded out because we are not using context here at all. I'm not using any functionality from context. If you want to prevent this, it's faded out or it's complaining that the context is declared, but its value, it's never read, you can just write here underscore as a placeholder and it will not complain. And maybe we'll also complain about the console logs. Okay, Eslin maybe we will complain that we are not following the best practices and we have a console logs in our applications. But yeah, we'll see later when we'll be testing. Now we can go to modules index.js, and here we can register user module. So import user from modules/user, and then we'll provide a user module into the modules like this. Now we can go back to our register.vue, and here instead of alerting here this, we can just simply dispatch here the store. So let's write here this $store dot dispatch, and we'll dispatch here user/register, and we'll write here, we'll provide here this form data. Okay, and from the form on other side, from the form on other side in our module, we'll destructurize email and a password, and we will console log it out. So we are not alerting it in this case, but we are console logging log out. Okay, save everything as you have it. Go to terminal. Okay, it's not complaining. That's good. Go to browser. stay here. We'll inspect the console here. Let's refresh and let's provide your email. So test@gmail.com and the password test. Let's sign up and you should see here this test@gmail.com and test. So this is definitely working. We are dispatching our action because this is coming from the register action in the module we have created. If for some reason it's complaining the console log cannot be used for you, the ESLint is complaining, you need to go to your package.json and the same rule as you have with debugger, there should be, in the ESLint error, there should be something like no console or something like this error. So in this case, you need to write here no console and the same 0, and you need to recompile your application. Okay, so that can be the issue if it's complaining about the console's particular specifically. Okay, so that's working. We are dispatching action, sending the form. In the user module, we are getting this data and we are consoling log them out. So now what we can do here, we can call here Firebase functionality to register user. Simple as that. Okay, let's save it. Let's continue in the next lecture. In the previous lecture, we have created user module and we have dispatched register action from register page. In this lecture, we'll work on the actual Firebase authentication functionality. Let's start. Open a new tab in your browsers, or let's navigate to the Firebase console. So let's find here Firebase. Firebase will go to the console, so you will see authentication. Okay, so Firebase, go to the console, and in the console, go to the authentication tab. Console, find your project, and you are already on the page there. Exchange area here, and on the left hand side you can see authentication. Let's click on the authentication. You have a different strategies. You can get your authentication done, but first let's click here get started. Okay, so get started, and we can choose from the authentications here how we would like to authenticate. I will choose just the normal one, email and the password. Okay, so let's go with the email and the password. Email and password will enable it, and that's it. Just save it. Okay, so we'll save it. That's our provider, and we should see that it's enabled here. Email and password is enabled. That's very important. Authorized domains, you can see here the authorized domains for this is the localhost here. It's very important to have here localhost so we can test it out. Okay, so with this, we can also go to the user tabs. When you click here on the users on the left-hand side, you will see it's empty. We don't have any users, but after this lecture, you should have here a couple of users. It should work. So we'll go into our user module because that's where we need to handle the changes. We are sending our form data, so now it's up to the user module to get this data and to work with them. So let's go to user module. I will close all of the other files so they are not bothering us. And first I'll import here a couple of helper functions. We need here only two functions. So let's import here, right here curly brackets, and let's write here get out. And also function create user with email and password. Create user with email and password. It's quite a long name, and you need to import it from Firebase/out. Like this. Make sure it's spelled correctly. If it's not spelled correctly, you will see here errors when you will use these functions. You can remove the email and the password. We don't need it. And what we'll be doing, we'll write here. First, we'll create here a variable. We'll call it auth. And from auth, we'll extract get auth. This should get us the object containing some functionalities related to our authentication of the Firebase. That's required. Then you will write here try and the catch block. When you're working with the authentication, you would like to wrap your functionality into try block. So if something will go wrong, you will not crash your application, but you will catch the error. Okay, so in the try block, what you want to do is to call the function here, create user with email and password. This will be the asynchronous function because it returns promise. So you will mark the register as an async function. In the try block, you will call here create user with email and password. You will prefix it with the await to synchronize it. You will pass here out, and you will pass here also email and the password. Okay, so it looks like this. Await create user with email and password, and you are passing there the out we got from here, and the email and the password we got from register. Okay, and that's basically done. Now I just can alert here that we have been successful. So if we got here, this means success. I will write here user has been registered. User has been registered. Okay, by the way, from this function, when user was registered, you are getting something called user credentials. So you can write here const user credentials. User credentials, and from user credentials, you can extract the user itself. So the user you have just registered, so you can return from here user credentials.user. In the catch block, you will get errors, so you can check for an error here. And you just simply, when an error happens, just console log it out, or just console error that something went wrong, and you'll write here error.message. Okay, so just guys, to recapitulate, register functionality is very simple with Firebase. The only things you need is an auth, all right, and the function create user with email and the password. Create user with email and password, accepting the auth you get here, and email and password from your form you will send here. If everything is good, your authentication on Firebase is enabled, you should be able to create a user, and Firebase will return to you user credentials, so basically information about the user you have just added into the Firebase. Then we will alert this, and we will return the user credentials of the user. If something will goes wrong here, in this function, specifically in this function, so you will provide the wrong out here, or you will provide something, some wrong data, then this will fail and you will jump into the catch block. Catch block, the Firebase will pass you the error object, and error object contains message property, and the message property is a description of the error you are getting. So that's what's happening here. Okay, let's save it. Go back to browser and let's try to register a user. So any email you want. So I will write here test@gmail.com. I will write here password test. I will click here sign up. Okay, and actually, yeah, user has been registered. I have slow internet, so it took a while. While they are registering, we could also display here some loader icon and to disable buttons, but we will handle it later. But user has been registered, which is good. When I will go here to Exchange.io, I'll refresh on the user tab, and I should have here my first user I have just registered. That should be this test user. So let's wait for refresh. Okay, it's take really some time, and we have here test@gmail.com, providers. This means email and a password, created, signed in, and here is my user ID, so some unique identifier of the user that has been auto-generated for me. And that's my user. It's working. We can also debug it for the second user, so you will see what we are getting here. Debugger. You can go here, and I will just simply refresh and open here, and I will write here password, email, let's say philip@gmail.com, and the password test again. I'll sign up, and we should jump into their code, or not. Yeah, okay. If you don't see where you are in the code, you just click here this arrow, the second one, and you should be in the register, right? And here you should see user credentials. When you will hover over the user credentials, you will see we're getting on the user credentials user, and that's your user data. So access, you have here, for example, access token, display name is null. You don't have any name associated with this account. Here is your email. I have been provided email verified. The email is not verified. You can see that we can provide here basically any email into the input. So basically the email is not verified yet. And all these informations you have here. Okay, but that's really not a concern of us. The other data, we need to just have be sure that we have here email, and the ID is here. UID is called UID, as you can see down here. All right, guys, I will show you what can happen when you will get error. So I will remove the debugger, and I will try to provide here. I will provide here incorrect data. So let's say email will be null. and the password will be null. So we'll pass here to null. So this will for sure fail now. I cannot even compile it, so I just need to remove the email and password because we're not using it. So just for now, for the testing purposes, I will leave here empty register, and I'll get here null. Let's save it. Back to browser. I'll open the console so you can see what will happen, and I will sign up. Okay, so you can see after a while I'm getting here this error message for my console: error Firebase, error of admin restricted operation. Okay, so that's what will happen, and we'll register, and we'll get error. So this is coming from the cache here. Okay, let's revert the changes. So we have here for sure underscore email and the password, and this should work for us. Don't forget here a semicolon in the end. Okay, I will finish the lecture here. We have 2 users now, but as you see here, there are a couple of problems. We don't have username. We are not checking for a confirmation password, and overall, we would like to maybe provide them more data, maybe more data to the user. How to handle it, I'll be showing you in the next lectures. See you there, guys. And hello, guys. Welcome back. In the last lecture, we have successfully registered 2 users. The functionality is prepared, it's working, but it requires some improvements. So let's continue this lecture and let's work on the improvements. Okay, let's take a look on our page, on our register page. And the one thing I don't currently like is that we don't know that we are registering the user. We should display here some indicator that we are registering the user. So for example, when the user is getting registered, I would like to disable this sign up button. So I would like to know that my register is processing. Okay. And also I would like to maybe sort the error into the state of the module so I can reuse it in my page, and maybe I can display here this error on the screen. So let's try to implement this, and let's start in the user module. To store this information that we are processing the register and that we have an error, we need to of course create here some data. We need to create here a state. So you know how to create a state. You will just create a state function and you will return. Okay, so state, and then return the data you would like to store in the state. What data we would like to store? We would like to store here, I'll call it is processing and the error. I'll first write a register property. So because in state here we can have a multiple states, right? So we can have a state for register. In our user module we can have a state for login and so on. So I would like to have a state for register. And in register state, I would like to know if we are currently registering in. I will call it is processing. I'll mark it as a default as a false. And the error message will be string, and by default this will be empty string. Okay, perfect. So we have already state here. Now in our actions, what we want to do, we would like to toggle these states depending on our state of authentication. So if we are, for example, getting authenticated, then we can set is processing is true. When the authentication is finished, we can set is processing is false. Okay? But first, let's prepare mutations which will be responsible for handling these state changes. So let's write here 2 mutations. Mutations, I am actually in the wrong field, I guess. Let me see, state is here. Actions is here. Yeah, here should be mutations. After the actions should be mutations. Make sure how you're nesting these properties. So mutation has to be on the same level as the actions and on the same level as the state. Any mistake here can result into the issue. So mutations here, I will call this mutation set register is processing. Set register is processing. The other mutation will be set register error. Set register error. As you know, with the mutations, the mutation function will receive a state as the first value, as the first argument. The second one will be the data or payload we can send. So this, in the case of is processing, it will be is processing value. In the case of an error, this will be an error value. And then simply we can access the state dot register dot is processing, and it will assign here is processing. The same with here, state register dot error equal error, like this. Okay, so I'm accessing state, register is processing, so basically I'm accessing state, a register is processing, and I'm assigning the value that I'm not sending right now, but I will be sending it very soon. As you can see here, we are getting here out. If you want to simplify, just get out and simply get it here. Okay, just call here get out. And this line you can remove. Now, when somebody will call dispatch register, immediately would like to set here register is processing true and set register error is empty. So I'll write here commit. We need to destructurize commit from the context. So I'll write here commit, and we will commit here our actions. You can copy them. So first mutation would like to commit will be set register is processing. I'll paste it here, and I will say I am processing register true. Then I'll write here commit that set register error. Okay, set register error. Okay, and I will say here this is empty error because we don't have any error yet. We are just starting the register process. This is just a cleanup. Okay, so in case we got previously register error and we want to register again, we would like to clean up the data. So register error will be empty again. Okay, alert we don't need. I will remove the alert. What we'll do instead, in the catch block here, as a console error message, we don't need to console log error anything. I will remove it and we'll commit here rather. And we'll say here, set register error. And we'll provide here error into the message. Okay? And in both of the cases, when the catch will catch the error or when we successfully register the user, we would like to set is processing to false. You can handle this in the finally block. Finally block is called always, doesn't matter if you get error or you will be successful with the register, you will always execute the finally block, and in a finally block you can commit set register is processing to false. Okay guys, and that's basically it. Now we would like to get this data to our page. Okay, so we need computed properties in our page and we would like to get this data and display them. So you will see that something is happening. Let's do it. Let's go to our page register. Okay, and we'll create here this computed properties. So above the methods, let's write here computed. And we would like to get here error and is processing. You need to return here data, so let's write here return. This, we are accessing store, we are accessing state on the store, we are accessing user module, we are accessing on the user module what? We are accessing register and the error. So on the user, we are accessing register and the error. The same thing here, store, state, user, register, and here is processing. We will simplify it later. That's a very long expression, as you can see. Okay, so let's save it, guys. Let's see our template and simply display this data somewhere. Let's say under this div here, as you have a paragraph. Okay, I should format it. Oh, it's correctly formatted. Under this paragraph here in a div, let's write here error colon. So this will be for error. Here, double curly brackets will display error here. And here will be processing like this, and double curly brackets and is processing. So you see some data on the screen. Okay, let's save it. Back to browser, let's refresh. And you can see here error is empty, you don't have any error, and processing is false. As soon as I will click here sign up, processing will be true. You could see, sign up, processing is true. And then it's false when it's done, but we don't see error. That's actually wrong. Property error was, I have triple R here in the error keyword. It's my mistake. Here I have a triple R, should be just an error. Okay, let me verify if yeah, here is everything correct. Okay, just a misspelled. Okay, refresh, and you'll see error 0, processing false. So as soon as I'll click sign up, processing will be true. Then when it's finished, it will be false, and then we'll display error because I'm not providing any data. So sign up, processing true, and now we have an error. Perfect. When I will provide here some correct data, or I will try to re-sign up, error will disappear, and we are processing, and we are getting error immediately. When I will sign up with some user, let's say test1@gmail.com, write here password test, I will sign up, processing true and the false and no error. So we have successfully successfully registered. Okay, guys, so that's gonna be it from this functionality. You can go to the next lecture if you want, if you understand it, but if it's still something not clear, please stay here and I will provide you additional explanation. So go step by step. So we are dispatching register, right? So we are dispatching this action, getting a register data here. So first thing what we are doing, we are committing here mutations. So we are saying here set register processing is true and set register error is empty string. So this will commit into the state, right? Pretty clear. This means when we will commit to the state, the true here will be is processing will be true and empty string will reassign here. Okay. Then after we'll execute this function. When the function will be successfully executed, we'll simply jump into the finally in the end and we'll set here processing is false. So we'll set here processing is false. This means the register has been done. There are no errors, so this means we have been successful. In a case, we'll execute this, but we'll jump into the catch block here. So there was error, we'll get error message and we'll set it to the register. So here in the error, we'll have a message. We will propagate to a register page through the computed property because the state is linked here. Okay, so we'll get also error here. Okay, and in the finally block, which will be executed after the catch, because the finally block is always executed. Doesn't matter if the try is successful or we will get error, the finally is executed. We'll set here, set register is processing is false, because we are done. We don't need to propagate this value any longer. We can set it back to the false. So in a case we got previously error, as you can see here, we'll be keeping here error state. As you saw it when I was submitting the form, so we'll have here error. So that's why here, when I will register again, let's say I will correct my data and I will click register again. I would like to clean up the errors if I had them before, because in this case, maybe my register will be successful and I don't want to display any errors. So that's why I'm cleaning them up beforehand. And of course, I'm setting processing true again, so I can display some loader icon or I can disable buttons and so on. So guys, that's how it works. Any questions to this, you can ask. Everything is working now. Let's continue in the next lecture. Cheers. And hi there, welcome back here. In the last lecture, we have created new state in our user module. In this lecture, we'll continue with the further improvements. I would like to show you a new concept. All right, let's begin in our register page. Let's register.vue. And the new concept I would like to show you is called watchers. Okay, so similar as with the computed properties, you can have a watchers and you can watch for the changes of your data, or you can watch for the changes of the computed properties itself. What I mean by that, first let's create here some watchers. So under the computed, you can simply create here a new property called watch. Okay, this will be the object. So write your column curly brackets, don't forget the comma after that. And let's say I would like to watch the changes of my error. What I need to do? I need to call my watcher exactly as I am calling my computed property. So I will create here a watcher for error. Okay, so now I have a computed property that's reacting to the state changes in our user module. And I have a watcher that's reacting to the computed property. So whenever the computed property changes, also the watcher will be executed. And in the watcher, we can get value. Okay, and I will, in this case, I will just alert it out. So I'll write here alert value. Okay, so whenever I will get the error here, then we'll alert the value. Okay, that's how watcher works. They're reacting to the changes of the state. So when I will sign up with the empty form, you will see I will alert this error message. So this is coming from the watcher. All right, maybe you're asking why I would need watcher. I have here computed property and I can do the same thing here. I can just simply get alert and I can get it here. But I need to get it like this, right? So I need to alert it here. Yeah, of course, you can do it this way, but there is a difference between the computed properties and the watchers. Computed properties are so-called lazy. What does it mean? Is that they are reacting only when the data changes. So for example, if I have an error, some error message, and I will get the same error message, the computed property will be not re-executed. Okay, so if the data changes are the same, so I'm going from the same state to the same state, the computed property will be not re-executed, but the watcher will be all the time re-executed. Doesn't matter if the value will changes or not, the watcher will always react. Okay, so for example, I will show you, if I have an error, I have an error message, let's say exactly like this. I have error message like this. Firebase error, that's my error message. Okay, if I will then place the registration again for, let's say, and the error will become again Firebase error, okay, so the same error message, then the computed property wouldn't be called because I'm going from the same state to the same state, Firebase error. The watcher will be not reacting to this change. Actually, the computed property wouldn't be reacting to this change, okay, because computed property are lazy. So if the error is the same or the data are the same, then the computed property will not react. But the watcher would react. So in the case you want to display some, let's say some pop-up here that will display the error message, even though it's same, you would use watcher. Okay, because computed property wouldn't be reacting again. So that's the main difference. And that's how you can react to the changes of your data and also to the computed properties. I didn't show you yet how you can react to the changes of the data. Okay, so the simple way how to react to the changes of the data should be, of course, just create a computed property. Let's say we'll be reacting to the changes of the password. Okay, so I'll write here password computed property, and the password computed property will just simply return me here this form dot password. Okay, will be my computed property, and I can react to this. So I can write here password. And I can, in this case, just to not get bothered with the alerts, I'll just write here console log and get here this value from the password watcher. So we are watching here for this computed here, which is returning our state from password. So let's save it and go back to browser, and you will see whenever I will be typing here, I will be watching for this, and I'm displaying this on a console. What's interesting also on watcher is that you can get also old value. Your previous value has been stored there. So I can write here old value or previous value, and I can get here this old value. Okay, so I can get here, I'll write here C for the current, and I will write here O for old. Okay, and here should be column like this, and the comma here, and I'll write here some space between the C and the O like this. Okay, so you will see the old value now. When I will refresh, I will type it in the password 1. You can see current value is 1, old one is nothing because we didn't have any old value. That's our first value. But then I'll type here 2. The current value is 1, 2, but old value is 1. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and so on. So you got the point. That's also what you can do with the watcher. Maybe you are now wondering why I have to create now computed property, right? Computed property for the password and then watch for a password. Can I watch for a nested properties such as form, so form.password without creating any computed wrapper? Yeah, you can do it. You can just remove this password, and when you would like to access this, you need to little bit rewrite the watcher. You need to write it like this. You need to provide here a key of your nested property, and here column and the function. Function like this. Okay, and you are watching now what? Nested property of form.password. So you will just target here. You're watching for the form.password like this. And this will work exactly the same. So you can save it, refresh, open here. Okay, so that's working the same. All right, guys, so that's the watchers. Just to recapitulate, to know the basic difference, computed properties are lazy. They will be re-executed only if the data will change. Okay, but the data will change in this manner that the data will be different as the previous data, as the new value will be the different as the old value. Okay, the watchers are more reactive. The watchers will be reacting always, even though the data that has changes are the same as the previous data. So that's the difference. We will be not using that heavily the watchers, but it's good to know that you have also this option. And guys, it's gonna be it. See you in the next lecture.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Hello. In the last lecture, I've introduced you a concept called watch. In this lecture, we'll continue with more improvements and refactors. Okay, so let's take a look at our current structure. We don't need watch. That was just as an example, so we can remove watch. Okay, let's remove it, and let's remove the comments. Don't forget comma here, and the lazy let's remove. As you will take a look at your computer, they are not very elegant. What we need to do in order to ask for a register state, we need to access store, state, user, register, error. That's very, very long statement here. That's not that nice, right? So what we want to do instead, we would like to use some helper functions from Vuex. Okay, so under the script here, let's import here a helper function called map state. Import, curly brackets, map state from Vuex. What we can do now, I will just move this down. I will comment it out so you still have a view of it. And instead of doing this, we'll call here, on the computed level, we'll call here map state. We'll call it like this, and it will provide a configuration object inside. Okay, and that's it. This object will specify your computed properties that are defined in the Vuex. Okay, so in this case, we would like to get error and this processing. So you'll write here error like this. You can define it as an error function that will return the state. Okay, so error will be returning the state, and the function here, parameter here, what you will be getting here is a state from the Vuex. So you can simply get here state. And this way you can write here state.user.register.error. It's shorter, but we can even short it more. Since we're getting here a state, we can destructurize the user from the state straight away. So I can write here curly brackets, I can write here user, and I can write here user. Now it's much better because I know that we are getting here user module. From the user module, I'm accessing register state, and on the register, I am accessing for an error. There's a structure here. State, register, error. Okay? But you will replace the state with the user. Okay? And that's it. The same thing here. Let's write here comma, and let's do the same thing for is processing. So we'll write is processing. Again, error function. Destructurize here, and get here user. And let's return here user, register, is processing. And that's it. Okay, so maybe that's the way you would like to go with. Now we need to, of course, verify it. So let's save it, please. Go to browser. Let's refresh. Error and the processing. Okay, we currently don't have any error in the processing. That's wrong. We should have here error. Let's sign up. Okay, we are not getting anything. Ah, yeah, we are getting error, but the processing we are not getting. So probably I have some typo. Okay, let me fix it. And I can see it straight away. I have just typo is and processing uppercase. Now it should be fine. Okay, yeah, I can see it's false, sign up, and it's true. Okay, guys, it's working perfectly. That's how you can, this way you can extract any state from the Vuex. It's more elegant, it's more readable and clean. Now, let's use is processing. Don't display it like this. We can remove it. And what we can do instead is go to the button, and we can disable button when we are processing. So we'll write here binding, and we'll write here disabled one, disabled. Remember, every attribute you have normally on HTML elements, you can provide here binding, and you can provide here normal variable. So we want to disable button when we are processing, is processing. So now the button will be disabled when the is processing is true. When I will leave it like this, save it, refresh just in case, and let's click here sign up. You will see while I am processing, I I'm blocking the button, so I cannot click it multiple times. Of course, it's happening fast, because when I will click here sign up, I'm getting here immediately error, so and immediately it's enabled back again. But we are definitely doing something. We are blocking the button. All right, guys, that's gonna be it. We have new functionality. Now you know how to use map state. We are blocking the button. We are disabled, and we'll continue in the next lecture. I hope to see you there, guys. Cheers. And hi there, welcome back in the new lecture, guys. In the previous one, I have introduced you map state function from Vuex, with which help of we can simplify the computed properties. In this lecture, we'll continue with this, and I will show you how we can simplify it even further. Okay, to the computed, we can provide a map state, but the map state also accepts the first optional value, which you can provide as a string. When you will provide here this optional value, string value, you can specify the module from which you would like to extract the state. So when I specify here user, now my map state works specifically with the user module, and I don't need to get here now user, because what you will be getting here will be user automatically. You don't need to destructurize, but this will be the user module. You don't need to destructurize. And on this user module, we have, of course, register, so you can just simply destructurize straight away to register. Okay, so you can do this, and you can destructurize straight away register. Okay, and you can access here register.error and register is processing. Okay, so you're mapping straight to the user module. Okay, and this way I can destructurize the register and I can access my data there straight away. Okay, so you can see from the nesting we had like 5 levels of nesting, so now we have only 2. Okay, so guys, that's gonna be it. A very quick lecture. I just want to show you this, and let's continue with the new topics in the next one. In the last lecture, we have simplified the map state function. We have simplified the way how we are getting the data back. In this lecture, I would like to talk about the composition API. All right, let's begin. And the composition API, what will allow us? It's called like this. It's a composition API. So the composition API, we can create chunks of reusable functionality. So if you expect something to repeat in your code, you can wrap it to the composition API, and then you can reuse it in the multiple components. In our case, composition API will be using authentication, because our multiple components will be working with the authentication. So that will be the good example. Composition API is still a kind of new thing in a Vue, so it's good to know. Let's initialize it. It will be pretty straightforward. Go to the src folder, and in src folder, let's create a new folder, and let's call it composition. Composition. In the composition folder, I will create a new file, and I will create here, for now, example will be working with the register function. Later I will rework it. Usually what you are doing with the composition functions, you are prefixing them with the use keyword. So if you are used with the React is using the similar approach. Okay, so Vue JS was inspired by this. The React is using the hook functions. They are also prefixed with the use keyword, and that's only convention. You can call, of course, your function as you want. That's a convention that you know that you are working with the composition functions. And we would like to provide through the composition API a register function for now. So I will write here use register.js. That's a normal JavaScript function. It's not a Vue. Okay. In the use register, you will export default. Function. Okay, we'll call it use register. Register like this. And a lot of the packages that are currently on the Vue.js, they are already supporting the composition API. So in this case, what we want to do, we would like to move the function of the register to the composition API. As you can see here, in the register, I'm using this store to access this dispatch, but in the composition function, I will not have access to this context to this store. So the way how we will get a store in this way, we'll use here use store function that it's already provided from Vuex. So let's write here import use store, and you can get it from Vuex. So a lot of the new packages, they are already offering this composition API. Okay, and with the use store, I can simply ask for my Vuex store. So right here store and the use store. And the use store. Okay, and now I can define here my register function. So I'll write here simply const register. I can define it as the arrow function. I can define it's an arrow function that retrieve the form through its parameters, and it will call store.dispatch, and it will write here will dispatch user / register, and will provide the form data. So this is exactly the same as you see here in the register. Okay, we're getting our form, and they are dispatching it. Okay, but here I'm specifying that I will pass here form data to the register. You will see why. Okay. So now I can remove the form here because I have only one parameter, so I don't need to repeat, I don't need to provide a parentheses. Okay, and the way you will provide the data back to your page is with the return. And you will return this back to the page. Okay, I'll write here a diagram so it may be easier to understand. Okay, so we have our view component, right? It will be view component. So this can be our register page, right? We would like to get here, we would like to get here this register function into the view component. Okay, so we have then a composition API function. So we have this use register. Okay, in order to extract this register function, what we have just defined here to our component, we need to call here a setup function, and we need to call use register in the setup. And whatever we are returning in the function will be extracted into our component. So you will just define the use register, and whatever you will return from use register, you need to call in the setup to get this data to the component. Okay, I think it will be easier to understand maybe when I will show you in the code. So we are returning the register function, and now we can go to register.view. I can completely get rid of the methods. I don't need them now. And instead of this, I will write here setup function up here, like this. And in a setup, I will just simply return here and use register function. So we need to import this function. So import here, use register from, we are going to the, from outside of this folder, composition, use register. And simply we will do this. Okay, setup, and we are returning here use register. Now, whatever we have returned from use register, which is our object, which is containing a register, which is the function dispatching the form, okay, we can call it. But where we will call it? Simply for now, what we can do, we can go up here into the button, and on click we are calling here register, but we need to pass their data, of course. I will provide as a callback function, and I will call the register. I will pass here my form. Okay, so what I'm calling here is my register from use register here. Okay, let's try it out so you will see it actually. So let's save it. We'll go back to browsers, and you can also write the debuggers if you want. So if you want to see the debugger, we can just wrap it in the curly brackets. So you see that we are dispatching it indeed. I'll add here debugger. Let's get back to browsers. Okay, and we don't see here anything. So you can inspect the error. Type error object is not a function. Okay, I think I'm just importing wrongly the function. Get back to your register.view and scroll up into the imports. You see here, I'm writing here curly brackets, use register, but when you will go to use register, you are exporting it by default, which means this is not a name export, but this is the default export. And when you have a default export, you are not specifying curly brackets. You can just import straight away, use register. Okay, so that was the issue. Now we can save it. We can go back, and now it should work. So I will sign up. Yeah, we are processing, and we are done. And in this case, I should see error here. Yeah. Okay, I'm in my console. So remember debugger we had. Let's sign up, and we are getting the debugger. You can see the register from the use register is executed, and we are passing here form. You can see the form is email, username, password, and password confirmation, which are empty strings, and that's what we are dispatching to the store. And that's basically how it works. Okay, so back to here, we can revert this. We don't need here any debugger. We can just be nice one-liner. Now you know how the composition is working. Maybe it's still not clear here how we are getting this register function here. If it's still not clear, what you can do, you can just simply extract this. So you can write here const register. Okay, what you are getting from the use register, this is actually like this. We are destructurizing register. And we are returning here object with the register. Okay, so if it's more explicitly to you, now that use register returns you, if you'll take a look at this object with the register, that's what I'm destructurizing here, and I'm returning it to the page. So that's why we can access register function up here. We are passing the form data into it, which is in the end this register function with specified form data. We are dispatching this action. Let's try it out this way, as I specified it in a setup function. You can save it, we can go back, let's refresh, let's sign up, and you can see everything is working as before. We are getting error. So let's revert it. I don't like this that we are repeating here. We just need to return here use register, and that's it. Okay, so that's a composition API. The register functionality is not a great example because register functionality will be using only in register. I would need something more reusable I can use also in other pages. And I will show you examples of this in the next lectures. So guys, any questions related to this? Don't worry, feel free to ask in the Q&A section. I will be more than happy to provide you detailed explanations. Let's continue next lecture. I will see you there. Hi there, welcome back in the new lecture. In the previous one, we have talked about the composition, and we have created first composition function use register. In this lecture, we'll continue with composition and we'll create one more function. Okay, let's start. Let's go to register.view, and as you can see, the register composition function is not that useful because we are using register only in this page in register.view. So let's try to create a composition function that will expose some state we can also reuse in other pages. We will start with our computed properties we have in register. We have here error and its processing. Both of these computed properties can be separated into the composition function, and we can reuse them also in other pages, because error and its processing we can also reuse, for example, in a login page. It will change structure of our state, but I will talk about this later. Okay, so we'll be refactoring it a little bit differently later. For now, just create a composition function of these computed properties. Okay, so how can we do it? We can go to our composition folder, and we'll create here a new composition function called useout. Right-click here on the composition folder, new file, let's call it useout.js, and simply let's copy everything from use register to useout. Okay, we'll of course change the naming here. We'll call it useout. Okay, we will get here store, but from store I will access the state. So we can write it this const state store.state, or you can simply destructurize state here and access this simply from the store, or simply on one liner. You will, on the first line, you will write here state, and you will destructurize it from the store, and this will catch you your Vuex state, just like this. Okay, this will get me the Vuex state, but I would like to expose computed properties here. We cannot with the same approach as we have in our components, because in our components we can simply just specify computed property, and this will give me access to computed. In our composition function, we need to approach it differently. Generally, all of these things like vouchers, computed properties, and so on, you have access in your component. You have also access in your composition function, but you need to explicitly import this functionality. So when I want to work here with the computed properties, I need to import them. So you'll write here import, curly brackets, and you will import here computed from Vue, and that's it. Now I have access to computed properties, and I can create our two computed properties, error and its processing. So I'll write here const error, You will assign here computed, and to the computed you will provide a callback function that will return your state of an error. Okay, so now it's time to access the state from we have it from use store. Okay, let's access here state. On the state you will access your module. We have a user module. On user module we have a register property, and on the register we have a finally error like this. Okay, this will get me error. I will copy it, paste it under, and the next one will be is processing. Again, computed property, we are accessing the register dot is processing. Okay, and then simply we can return them. We can return here error and is processing, and that's gonna be it. Now we can go to our use register, not user register, I mean register.vue. We can import here use out. So import use out from /composition/use out, and then in our setup function we can return the state, but be careful here, we are already returning use register, so to combine it together you can wrap it in the curly brackets like this, and you can destructurize all the properties of a use register that they returned, and you can write here comma, and you can also get everything from use out like this. Okay, and this will get you access to these two computed properties, so this way you can remove the computed from here, simply remove them here. This way you need to also remove the import of map state because we are not using here map state, so let's remove this as well. Now we can save it and we'll have access to everything. We will have access to registers, processing, and all these things, but now thanks to the composition functions. Okay, let's save it, let's try it out. Let's go to browser, let's refresh here on the register page, and yeah, let's try to sign up. Sign up, yeah, we are blocking it. Yeah, it's working, you can see. We are blocking the access to it. All right, perfect, so this is working just great. Okay, we can try to also register, of course, successfully. Yeah, if you want, we can do it. I don't have how many test emails I already created. I will write a test10@gmail.com, username test10, password test, repeat password test, sign up. And I should be registered, or... Okay, yeah, I should be registered, yeah, no errors here. So you can verify it in your Firebase if you want. I will go now to the Firebase to check it out if I have a test user 10. Okay, so Firebase, I'll fast forward to my console. And here it is, test 10 user. Okay, so everything is working. We can display the issues when we have them. We can block the buttons on the button that's used for authentication, and all of this is thanks to the computed properties we have created now in our composition function. Let's stop it here. Let's continue in the next lecture. We'll be also talking more about the composition functions, and we'll be handling a lot of user experience improvements here. So guys, that's gonna be it, and I hope to see you in the next lecture. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back here. In the previous lecture, we have created a new composition function we are calling useOut, which returns our computed properties. In this lecture, I would like to show you that you can react to these computed properties to the changes of the values. Let's start, let's see our register.vue, and I already introduced you watchers, but we will talk about them a little bit more so you have also overview of them and you will see what I want to do. So what I want to do in this lecture is just simply display alert message when we are getting the error, and when we successfully register, I would like to redirect to our home page. Okay, so let's do it. For this reason, I'll create here watcher, so I'll write here watch. All right, and we'll be watching here error. All right, I can watch error. Remember, I have access here to computed properties. Whatever I'm returning from useOut, I have access to. So I can react to the changes of computed properties, error, and this processing. So in the register, I can watch the error values as they are changing. So I can check here error message. Okay, and I can check if I have an error message, then simply display me alert, and alert me this message out. So message here. Okay, if I wouldn't check here for a message, then I would check also for empty messages. So when we are restarting the state before register, and I don't want to do that. So just watch when we have some message. Okay, let's save it. Let's go here, and yeah, let's submit. Let's sign up, and you can see we are getting here now error. So that's how you can watch the now changes of the error. And if I would remove this message here, so no if statement at all, I would react to every change of the message. So even though we are restarting. For example, I will go here, sign up. Okay, sign up. You can see empty message here. All right. So be sure you have an if statement here to check if you have some error message. And now other thing to how to redirect. I will show you first, not ideal way. We will handle it very simply. And after that, we'll be doing some refactor, but in the later lectures. So for now, we can watch to is processing. Is processing. So how do we know that we are successfully registered? We are successfully registered in these three cases. Is processing must be false. Okay, it must be false because we should finish processing of registration. So processing has to be false. Also, the previous state of the processing should be true. So we should be processing first when we want to register, and after that, after we are registered, the processing will toggle to the false. So previous processing should be true. So we should be processing, there we should be finished processing, and we shouldn't have any errors. So that's very important. And the error should be, we should not have any error. Okay, so in these three cases, we would like to redirect to the other page, let's say to home page. So is processing is currently false, but we have been processing previously and we don't have any errors, then we want to redirect. So let's group it in one if statement. Let's write here if statement, and we'll write here. Okay, so from is processing, we can get the values of is processing. Okay, we can get here values, the current value and also previous value, as I showed you with the watchers already before. So let's write here processing and previous processing. So that's how we can get the values. And we'll write here if processing is true. So it's processing equal to true. How we can rewrite it? You can rewrite it as simply if processing. Okay, the statement can be just checking if we have a processing. And previous processing is equal to false. How you can rewrite it? You can simply write here exclamation mark in front of it, and you can remove this part. Okay, so if processing is currently, actually other way around, guys. If processing is false, okay, so let's write it one more time. If processing is false, okay, so we are not processing currently. And how we can rewrite it? We can write a question mark in the front, and we can remove this. And previous processing is true, so we have been processing, okay, and we don't have any errors. So we write here exclamation mark, and we don't have any errors, so we can check here if we don't have any error like this. And we don't have any error. Remember, exclamation mark in front. And I can safely say now that we have been registered, and I can redirect to the other page. So I can write here this. Now we can access here globally accessible property router, and we can write here push. Okay, and push will specify path, and since we are going to home page in this case, I will specify here empty path like this, and this will get me to home page. So that's what you can do in this case. Please, let's save it, let's try it out. So go here, I will refresh, and I will register my 11th user, test11@gmail.com, test11, password, test. Let's sign up. And after that, I should go to home page. Yeah, so this is working. I can go back to register and I can try to display errors. Yeah, it's working. All right, guys, so that's gonna be it from this lecture. Just very simple handling of errors and also redirect functionality. Of course, we'll improve it in the next lectures. So let's continue with the next lecture. I hope to see you there. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have created more vouchers. In this lecture, we'll do cleanup in our code. All right, let's begin. Go to your register.vue and let's remove the things you don't need. I'll remove these comments, and what we don't need here is use register. We'll be not using register. Okay, we'll be using only our composition function use out. So to simplify it, just remove use register from here, and let's return your use out. So let's remove this part. Let's remove the curly brackets here, and just simply one-liner return use out. Perfect. Now up here, we don't need to use register. We'll remove this function. So go to your folder structure. Let's find your composition, and remove use register. Okay, goodbye use register. Okay, so it's gone, and we can get back a register function, because remember, we are still calling here register on the click of the button. So we need to get it back here. So I will create here methods under watch. Let's write here comma, and let's write here methods. Okay, and we'll create here our register method as we had it before, register. Okay, and we'll write here this, access here globally accessible store. This should be $, by the way, so $sign. $sign store, dispatch, and will be dispatching action user / register, and will provide our form data, so this form. Okay, this way I can go up here, as we are calling register, and we are not accepting here any value, so I can remove the form here, and I can just call here register, like this, and that should be as before. Okay, before you will continue to the next lecture, guys, you can go to your browser and you can try to log in your next user. test13@gmail.com, test13, password, test, sign up. Yeah, it's working. Okay, that's gonna be it from this short lecture, and we'll continue in the next one. Cheers. Hey guys, in the last lecture we did cleanup in our code. In this lecture, we'll improve our error messaging. So let's start what we have currently, and we'll sign up without any details. We are displaying error as alert, which is not that great. Okay, it's not bad though, it's not just good enough for us. Okay, so let's improve it. Let's open here a new tab, and we will install a new package. So what you're looking for is a package called Vue-Toastification. Vue-Toastification, like this. You will search it. You should find here this GitHub repository, Vue-Toastification, or you can go to this npm here, Vue-Toastification. Okay, let's see. We need to install the version for our Vue JS 3. This is for Vue 2, as you can see here. Okay, let me take a look at this. They should be also for Vue 3 somewhere. Using Vue 3, you should install Vue Toastification version 2 instead. Okay, so I was in the wrong package in the end. So let's click here, Vue Toastification version 2. I will show you URL. Here it is. github.com/moronato/Vue Toastification/3/next. This is of course included also in the resources, but I'm pretty sure you can find it out by yourself. Okay, so let's see what we need to install. Let's scroll down. Okay, let's scroll down, and here. Okay. So first we need to install it, of course. Let's copy installation command. Here, this one. Okay, let's copy it, and let's get back to our terminal and open a new tab here, and let's paste it here. And while this is installing, we can take a look what we need to do. Okay, so we need to import Toast. We need to register it as a plugin. Then we need to import CSS. Okay, simple enough. Then when we want to use it, we will simply import use Toast. Okay, nothing hard here. Get a Toast interface, we'll import use Toast. Okay, this will get me Toast, and I can call here Toast, I am a Toast. Okay, also looks simple enough. Okay, and you have different methods you can use. You have a toast.info, you have also toast.success, you have toast.error, and so on. Okay, in the store, you can do it like this. Okay, you will use a toast, you will register it. Okay, and you will call it. Okay, also simple enough. Okay, let me see if we have some demo here. Is the demo here, a live demo page? So we can click here. Let me see if it will be available here. So vue-toastification.maronato.dev, show toast. Click here. And that's how the toast looks like. So you can see when I'm calling here this $and toast, I'm providing here this message, and here are some couple of properties. A lot of them are provided by default already. Okay, you can hear it, how it looks like. Everything you can set it up as you want, and this will generate you how you should call your toast. So this is success. This is a default type. When I want to call success type, I'll click here. On the right side, it will change. You see this toast.success and message and some options. And show toast, and it should be green. Okay, guys, so that's how it is. And now it's time for implementation. I know I just was talking a lot, so just let's implement this. I'll go back. I will just go simply step by step. So we'll start in the installation step up here. Okay, let me find it where it was. Here. Okay, so we will get the import toast. Let's get this line here. Let's go back to code. Let's go to main.js. In a main.js, we will import here toast. We can import it. Let's say here is an app. Router. We can have it under the store toast here. Okay, we'll use here use store, use router, and use toast. Okay, well, what we are missing is CSS, of course, because this is using its own CSS styling. So let's import Vue toastifications index CSS. Go back here and let's paste it under Vue toastification here. Okay. Perfect. So we have this. Now what we are going to do, guys, we'll create separate module for our toast functionality. Okay. So I will go to our modules in the store on the left side, modules, and we'll create here a new module and we'll call it toast module. Okay, so toast.js. In a toast.js, you know all the stuff that we are already done before. There's an export default empty object, and let's write here namespace to be true. Namespace to be true. Make sure you're not making any typos here. And we'll have here actions. We'll have here for now just two actions. We'll have an action to display the error message and action to display success message. Okay. So let's write here for first. Let's write here, first one will be success. So let's write here success like this. The second one will be error. What you need to do in order to display the message, you need the message value itself. So first value is for context. So I can just write here a placeholder for it because I will be not using this value as a empty underscore, and the second value will be the message, the error message. Okay, and the same thing here, the error underscore message. In the examples I showed you in the GitHub, how we can get access to the toast is with a Vue toastification function called use toast. So up here I will import here in the curly brackets use toast. You can get from the Vue toastification, and it will simply write here const toast. All right, and you will get here access to the toast. So use toast. All right, perfect. Now we have here toast, and you can now dispatch you can display the error and the success through the functions called error and the success. So in the case of a success, you will write a toast.success, and you will write here a message, provide a message, and similar to the error, you will call here toast.error. Perfect. Now we have actions for success and for the error toast messages. We can register a toast module in our main module. So in the store folder, index.js, let's import here toast module, import toast from modules toast. And let's get here to the modules. Perfect. Now we have access to it and we can dispatch now actions. Okay, so let's dispatch the error action for the beginning when we are getting the error. So when we are getting the error, go back to your store, go back to your user.js, and we are getting here error in the catch, right? So we are setting the register error to be the error message. And what we can do next, we can simply here dispatch the error. Okay, so I'll commit here and I will dispatch here. So we don't have here dispatch. We can redispatch in the action itself. So I can write here commit, and from the context, we can get also dispatch like this. And I can dispatch here new action. Okay, this will be maybe different as the previous dispatch. So let's write here dispatch, and you need to specify here module, your action. So we are calling the error action, remember? In the toast module, we have an error here. Okay, so you are dispatching toast/error. You will provide a value for the action, which is the error message, so error.message. And you need to specify here one more thing. You need to specify here a root to be true. Okay, so why I'm specifying root to be true? If you wouldn't write this thing here, root true, you would try to dispatch action, toast.error, but you would look for the action here in this module here, in your user module. But when you will write your root true, you will look all of your other modules, and you will look for the toast module in also other modules for this action. So make sure you need to be sure when you are dispatching actions from outside of your current module, that you will specify here property root to be true. Okay, so now, guys, whenever you will get an error while you are registering and you will jump to the catch block, you will dispatch here action toast/error with the error message. This will go to your module. This will call the error. The error message you will receive here, and you will call the function toast.error, which will display the toast. Now, I know it will be a little bit longer lecture, a lot of changes. Go to register.vue, and here, as you have a watcher is processing, you don't. Okay, this we can leave here still for a redirect. We'll be changing it, but for error you definitely don't need because we are handling it. So error we don't need watcher. Now that was all of the changes. We can save it. Let's go to our browsers. Let's go to our application. Let's refresh here just in a case. Let's click here sign up, and you should see here Firebase error out invalid email. Okay, so now we are displaying these toad messages. Okay. Okay, guys, so that's how it works. We can continue the next lecture with more improvements. Those guys that want more explanations, you can stay here. So simply, what's happening here whenever we are dispatching register, we are calling the register action, right? So in our user, we are calling register. Obviously, registering is failing because we are not providing any information. So this is failing. We are jumping into the catch. And here we are redispatching. So I've added here a debugger to show you. All right, and the toast debugger here. Okay, and simply think what's happening when you will sign up. I'll refresh one more time, sign up, and you'll see error message. That's what you're getting here, error message. And when you're dispatching the error, click here, you're getting this error message here. Firebase error, and you are just calling it toast.error, which will display this on the screen. And that's basically it. Okay, let's remove these debuggers. We don't need them. I am pretty sure now it's pretty clear. If still it's not clear, feel free to ask. I will always provide you a detailed explanation if you need so. Okay, let's continue next lecture. We'll be working on some new things. I hope to see you there, guys. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we have worked on the toast functionality. In this lecture, we'll get back to the register and we'll create a user profile. All right, let's start, and let's open your tab and open your Firebase, and let's search here for your authentication, say user. As you can see currently, the way how we are storing the user is in this authentication feature in the Firebase. This feature is a little bit limited for our use case because here we are storing only the user email and also the user ID, but I cannot store here more information. So for example, if I would like to store here how many exchanges user has or how much credit, I'll be talking about the credit later, user has, and all these informations, I cannot store it. But what I can do, when I'm registering the user, I can link this authentication user together with my entry in the Firebase. So you can see that we have here this unique identifier UID, this user ID. I can get a user ID of this when I will register the user, and in my Firestore database, I simply will create here a users collection. Okay, so we'll have here exchanges. We can also have here, a second, I will get my tool here, brush tool. We'll get here also the user. We'll get here user collection. Okay, so we'll get here users, and I will use this ID you could see in authentication tab. So from authentication tab, this user out ID I will use as my document ID for the user, and I will provide here some more data. So what data we will get here in a collection? For example, a username, just right here, name, how many exchanges user has, how many exchanges user has, how much credit user has. What is a credit? Credit is a value which you can exchange, or you can get a credit by renting or providing the exchange, and then you can spend the credit if you want to borrow the exchange, for example. Okay, so the credit. Okay, so all of these, also I forgot avatar, so some image of the user. Okay, so all of this will be storing in a separate collection in the users in our Firestore database. Okay, guys? Okay, so how can we do it? It will be more complicated, but we'll manage it step by step. Okay, let's go to our code. Okay, and we'll go to our user here. I will close all these files and folders. We don't need them. I should leave open the user. Okay, and we will handle this functionality as we will successfully register the user. So after this await here, I am pretty successful. I'm pretty sure that my user has been registered. So here, if I'm on this line of code, then I have must register the user, and I can create a profile of the user now. Okay, so how can I do it? First, I will create a separate action for it. Okay, so just above the register, or we can provide it under the register. Make sure this action is under the register. So please target here this comma, this curly bracket. Let's find the ending bracket for it, and let's write a comma like this. And here, let's create a new action, and we will call this action create user profile. This will be async action. So write here async and create a user. I'm sorry, don't see what I'm writing here. Here you have it. Create user profile. Okay, so async function. Create user profile. What data you will get here? First, let's dispatch this. Okay. So I'll get a create user profile, and here, as we are getting user credentials, we are getting the user data, and on this user data we have, for example, user ID, and yeah, that's what we actually need. So instead of separating it to the two different lines, just get destructurize the user from here, like this. We can get the user here. Actually, I don't need to return here anything, so I'll remove this return, and I will simply only dispatch here action. I'll dispatch here local action. So I'll write here dispatch, and I'll write here create user profile. You can see when I'm dispatching local actions, so the actions I am calling from inside of this module, I don't need to prefix them with the name of the module. So for example, user/create user profile, as I am doing with the toast. Since the toast is a different module, you need to mark it as a root, and you need to prefix it with the name of the module. This is not the case for the create user profile. Create user profile is my action here. I will be calling through the dispatch. Okay, so we have here dispatch, create user profile, and we need to pass here data now. So I'll write here comma and the curly brackets, and I'll pass here my user data I would like to store. Okay, so first I would like to store for sure user ID. I will just call it ID, and this will be my user.uid. That's how it's specified on the user. What else we will be storing? We'll be storing username. Okay, username we are not getting yet here because we need to pass it to the register. You can see I am not getting here any username, so I need to destructurize it explicitly. I need to write here username. Remember, to a register we are passing the entire form, so I'm getting here my username and also my password confirmation, but I just don't need password confirmation. I just need username in this case. Okay, so we have a username, and we can pass it to our user we are creating the profile of, and then now avatar. Avatar will be just simply image I have found randomly on the internet. You can get this avatar here. You can find a link in the description. So if you prefer the other image, the different avatar, completely up to you. Just search for some small PNG images of the avatar. Okay, I will just found this one just for testing purposes. We'll be changing it also later. So please copy this link. Go to your code and simply get it into the avatar field here. Okay, and that's it, guys. So now we are dispatching create user profile, and we are passing this entire object into the create user profile. Make sure you don't have any typos and that the data are formatted correctly. Okay, we are calling the create user profile, so now we can move to the create user profile. In this, as always, the first thing is the context object. So do we need something from the context? No, we don't need anything. So right here is an underscore. Okay, what we need is the profile value from which I would like to explicitly destructurize the ID of the user. All right, and I would like to destructurize the rest of our profile, so I can get here from this profile, I will get the username. All right, and the avatar. Now, here comes the Firestore functions. To create a document in the collection, to create here actual entry in the collection, you need to have two functions. You need to have a document function and a set document function. So up here in the Firebase, actually we cannot import it from this one, but I need to write here a new line, and I will write here import doc and the set document like this, and it will import it from the Firebase/Firestore. So from Firebase/Firestore. Okay, perfect. Now down here in a create user profile, you will call this function setDoc. Okay, so you are creating a new document. This is a return promise, so right here await set document, and it will provide the following data. You will provide document. You got here. This is also imported from Firestore, and to document you will provide your database entry. Okay, we don't have here also database, so we need to import it. Go back up here, and let's import here our database. So curly brackets db from dot slash db. Where are you? db here. Okay. If you'd like to get me access to database, I will pass it here. It's a usual plug. It's always when you are creating some documents, collections, you always need to get access. You need to provide access to your DB. So you will get here DB reference, and then you will specify the name of the collection into which you would like to insert the document. If the collection is not specified here, then the new collection will be created. So you will specify here simply users. That will be your new collection. And to the users, you will specify the identifier of your user. So this will be the document ID under which the document will be created. And as you can see here, ID we are getting, so we can specify ID here. As a second value to set document, you will specify the data you would like to store in the document. That will be your object. So to set document, as the first thing, you need to provide a basically path to your document you would like to create. Oh, let me select this. Okay, so this path here. So this is a basically path to your users collections under which you would like to store the document. Access to DB, collection users, ID under which you would like to store the user. The second value is your data. And your data will be the profile. Under profile, we are currently keeping username and avatar. Then we'll hardcode here credit, which will be 0. And the exchanges empty area. So this will be my basic data. And if I'm thinking of it, I'm doing it kind of complicated because this we can store straight away into the profile object as we are sending it. So I will just simply get the credit and the exchanges. I will copy them. I'll just simply scroll up here. As we are passing this data to the profile, I will just write here comma avatar, and here I'll pass the credit and the exchanges. So this will be my basic user data, user profile I would like to store. ID of the user, username, avatar, credit of will be 0. So this virtual money we can exchange the products with. Exchanges, every user will have an empty array of the exchanges at the beginning, so no exchanges are created, and later we can create more of them. All right, and I don't think we'll even use these exchanges array, but let's keep it now just as an example. And here in a document, we'll get a profile here, so this is okay. And this way I can remove this object here, and I can just simply set here profile. It will be more readable here. Just a semicolon here. Okay, we can test it out. Please verify that everything is as I have it now. Okay. Let's save it. I will recapitulate it after as well, but let's be sure that everything is working. And by the way, one thing I almost forgot here. Dispatch, it should be await now, okay, to synchronize everything. So make sure your await is dispatch here because it's asynchronous dispatch now. Okay, let's save it, please, guys. Let's go back to browser and let's see. Okay, so this will be my test15user@gmail.com. Username will be, I'll provide some name, Philip, test, repeat password, test, and sign up. Okay, we are on a home page, so everything went well. Let's see our entry here. I will refresh, and hopefully we'll have here user. Okay, perfect. We have here users. User ID is XPWE, all right, and so on and so on. Let's go to authentication tab. Let's see this 15 user. Let's see the ID here. Yeah, XPWER3XRP and so on. Perfect. So this is This is okay, they are matching, and let's see the user's other data. We are storing here avatar correctly, we are storing here credit, 0, exchanges, empty array, as you can see here, perfect, and username is Philip, so now the users are connected. All right, so we'll do following, guys, before more explanations. We'll go to authentication, I will remove all of our other users, okay? So now it will take some time because I'll have a couple of them. So let's go one by one. We can remove all of the other users that are not linked in our Firestore. So test 13, test 11, these test accounts, delete. And let's just leave here the one that we have just linked with the user profile. Okay, and we have here test 15. And this is the linked in the Firestore database. Perfect. Okay, guys, now it's time for recapitulation. If you understand this functionality, you can simply skip to the next one. All right, guys, so what is simply happening here? We are dispatching here action called create user profile, which is calling this action down here. To this action, we are specifying the following data, user UID, which is the user ID we are getting back from the registration when the registration has been successful. Plus, we are providing the username, which we are getting from the form. The avatar, which is hard-coded value of some random avatar I found on the internet, credit of 0, normal numeric value 0, and the exchanges empty array. That's what we are storing. That's what we are sending to the create user profile. This data we are retrieving here. I am just destructurizing here the profile so I can separate the ID from the profile. And I'm calling here function setDocument. On the setDocument, I'm providing the document under which I would like to store the data, which is the document in my database, collection users, and under this ID, I am getting the UID from up here. The profile is this destructurized data. The profile is everything here, a part of the ID, because they are destructurized separately, as you can see here. So we are getting here this data here, username, avatar, credit, and exchanges, and I'm setting this document with this data, and you can see exactly this data here. Avatar, credit, exchanges, and the username. Okay, and that's the entire science of it. Any questions? Feel free to ask, and we will continue in the next lecture. In the previous lecture, we have successfully created a user profile in our Firestore database, and we have linked it with a user from the authentication. In this lecture, we'll continue with the functionality to get the user back in our application, so we can display it in the navbar, we can display the user avatar, and we can say if the user is logged in or the current user is logged out. Let's start. Okay, let's start in our code, and what I will introduce you here will be the new function in the main.js for now, just to present you how this works. Okay, so first we need to import two things. We need to import here on-out state change and also authentication from Firestore. So I'll show you. Let's import here in the curly brackets on out state changed and the get out, and then this you need to import from Firebase Firestore, or actually Firebase authentication. And with the help of these functions, you can determine if the user is logged in. Okay, and why I'm doing it in a main.js, because I would like to know if the user is logged in my entry point when as soon as my application is mounted. Okay, so I will do it here. I'll call here on outstate change, and on outstate change you need to pass two values. The first one is your authentication from Firebase authentication. You just need to call it like this. And the second one is the callback function, which will be executed whenever you will get your user back. And in the parameters of this function, you can specify the user. This will be your user object you will be retrieving back. And you can check here, if you have a user, you can console log your user informations. Otherwise, you don't have any user, so the console log, and it's right here logged out. And what is interesting about this function is that as soon as this function is executed, this event here, or this callback function, I should say, this callback function, what you have here inside, will be called every time your authentication status will change. So this event listener. On outstate change is an event listener that listening to the events on the Firebase. So as soon as you will register or log in, the callback function is executed. As soon as you will logged out, this callback function is executed. And you are getting here either a user or you're getting here null that you don't have any user in the case when you will log out. Let's try it out. Let's save it, and since in the last lecture I have registered the new user, I should state the registered, and you should be able to see when I will right click here and inspect that I'm getting here a user in the console. So when I will open here console, refresh, you will find this data about the user. So you can see here email, test15@gmail.com. We have here the user ID and all of these informations we are getting back on the authentication. If you don't see here anything or it's a null here, you need to register again, or maybe something went wrong, maybe you have removed your user entry, just register again, and you should be logged in. Okay, but that's great. All of this is great that we can use this function, but I don't want to expose it here. I would like to have it rather encapsulated into my out module, and I would like to just dispatch the action to get here the authenticated state. So let's do it like this. Let's copy it by one by one. Let's copy this one. Okay, let's go to our user module. And in our actions, let's get here a new action and let's call it on out change, on out changed, or on out change. All right, and let's paste here what we have just copied. Don't forget the comma in the end. Okay, we are missing here a couple of things. We need to go back to main.js and we will import these two things. Okay, back to user on the top of the file, and let's get it here. Actually, we just can get it into one import on outstate change. Get out we already have, so that's good. Okay, we can continue back in our action. For now, I will not do any changes here. I don't want to commit anything. I will just leave here as a console log so we can see that something is happening here. Okay, now in our main.js, we need to just dispatch this action, and that's it. So I will remove these entire lines here. We will not do it here, and I will get here just as you can see here, we already have here store. So as our application is created, I will just write here store.dispatch. I will display here action user / on out change like this. Okay, so this action that we have created in our user module on out change. Okay, let's save it. Let's go back to browser, open your consoles, refresh, and when you are seeing here user, then everything is good. Okay, guys, that's gonna be it from this lecture. We are getting our user back. Now it's just what we need to do is just to get the user profile, and when we have it, we can just store it to the state, so we can use it in our other components, and we can display user avatar, username in our navigation bar, and so on. But with these guys, we'll continue in the next lecture. Cheers.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
In the last lecture, we have implemented functionality to get a user. In this lecture, we'll continue with this and we'll try to get any user profile. Let's start. Let's see what we have implemented. Currently, we have in the user.js in our module function on out change, and on out change whenever we will change authentication. So this means whenever we'll log in the future, whenever we'll register, whenever we'll log out, when the authentication state is a change on the Firebase, this callback function is executed, and we are getting back from authentication of Firebase a user object. But this user object doesn't contain our user profile we are storing in our Firestore database. In order to get our user profile from Firestore database, I mean this one here, users, we need to ask for it. Okay. So let's do it here. A good spot in a console log as we are getting user, we'll dispatch here a new action to get a user profile. So we can write it down here. This will be async function get user profile. Okay, get user profile. So what we need to know in order to get the user profile? In order to get the user profile, we need to know the ID. Okay, we need to get the ID of the document. ID of the document is easy to get because this user object we are getting from Firebase authentication here. We can get UID from the user just by accessing property UID. So user.uid. So when I get user profile, since this is the action as a first property, as a first parameter here, I'll specify underscore because I don't really care about the context for now. I don't need here dispatch or commit or any other functionalities. I'll write here just a placeholder for semicolon, and I care about the second value, which will be the ID of the user I'll be sending here. Okay, so now I can dispatch. I can write here dispatch. Here I need in actions dispatch, so I'll structurize your context and I will extract dispatch, and I will dispatch here get user profile, and I will pass here user ID. Okay, so let's write here user.uid. That's what you will get here. Okay, so ID is being passed here. Now we need to get a reference to the document. So similarly, as we have been creating our user, when you will take a look here, document we can get like this. We just need to access the document function. We need DB, users, and an ID. This will get me the reference to the document I will be asking for, but we'll be not calling set document here, but we'll be calling get document. Okay? So up here, as we are specifying functions to documents, the document will also get here a function called get document. Okay, perfect. Now back to our get user profile. In get user profile, now we can get I can separate into multiple lines. I can get here document reference. We can get it with a writing document function, in which we'll provide our database, users collections, and ID of the user. So this is the entire path to our user. Okay, so our database, Firestore database, our collection, users, and ID. Okay, that's what we are talking about, right? So our DB reference, users, ID. That's what we are asking for here. Documents, DB, users, ID. Perfect. Now we have a reference, but we need to get this data. To get this data, we'll be getting back something called snapshot. So let's write here const document snapshot, and we can get it with the function get document. I just imported to get document, and let's provide the reference you would like to get. This will be your document reference. Document reference to our user. This returning promise we learned whenever we are using promise. Let's write here await to synchronize it and get the data back from it. So this will get me document snapshot, and from document snapshot I can access my data by writing data function, and this will get me my data back. So I will just simply return this. Return document snapshot dot data, and that's it. Now I can get a user profile here, and just to verify that we are getting this user profile, we will be not setting anything to the store yet. We'll just write here const, because dispatch can also return the values. So we can write here const. I'll just write here user profile for now. User profile, a result of the dispatch, and we will just write here console log user profile to verify that we are getting it. And this is asynchronous, so you need to also write here await, and you need to mark your callback function as wrapping it as async as well, in order to get back the data. All right, guys, so just simple as that. Get user profile, getting the document, getting its data, returning it to the user profile, and we are consoling log out the user profile now. Let's save it. Back here, let's open your consoles, let's refresh, and you see you're getting your user profile data from Firestore, and that's gonna be it from this lecture. So we'll continue with this in the next one. We'll improve the functionality. See you there. In the previous lecture, we have retrieved the user profile. In this one, we'll ask for more data. Let's start. Open your console, and what data I would like to ask for. In the end, we have all the user profile data. That's good. We have indeed user profile, avatar, credit, exchanges, and username as we have specified it on the Firestore. But for example, we don't have here email data. There is no email, and also there is no ID of the user. So maybe I would like to keep this here in a memory so I can retrieve the data of the user later, or maybe I want to update some data of the user later. So it would be really useful to have here also ID, and maybe we want to display also email somewhere. So maybe we want to keep your email as well. Okay, so what we need to do in order to achieve this behavior or to have this data structure, we simply need to merge our user data with the user profile. So this user, what we are getting from Firestore authentication, contains lots of information. We don't need all of them. We just need the email and user ID, and we want to merge them with our user profile data. So what I will do in this case, I will rewrite it a little bit. We don't need to write here. We don't need to get here any user profile. We don't need to return any data. So just remove this. Also, we can remove await this case. And we'll be not dispatching here only user ID, but entire user object. Okay, so to the get user profile, I won't just get a user ID, but the entire object of the user. Now in get user profile, I will be retrieving here the entire user. So let's write here user. This way I need to specifically ask here for ID of the user in this reference to the document. So I need to write here user.uid. Okay, and this will get me exactly the same data as I had them before. But what I will do now, I will separate some steps here. This return, I don't need the return here. I'll write here const, and I'll write here a user profile. That's in the end what is it, right? So that's what we are getting here from a snapshot.data user profile. Okay, this will get me my user profile, and I can merge it with my user object I'm getting up here. Okay, so I'll write here new variable. I will call it user with profile. I will create here a new object on which I will define here ID, which will be my user.uid. I will get here email, which will be my user.email, and I will merge here the rest of the user profile data like this. And this will get me user with profile. I am calling this function get user profile, so maybe I can return here the user profile data, or what I can do here, I can commit this data to set them to the state. Yeah, let's do this instead. Let's write here commit. As you can see, currently we don't have here a commit, so we need to destructurize it here from the context. So let's write here curly brackets, destructurize your commit. Okay, perfect. In the commit, we can create a mutation. We don't have it yet, but we can create it called set user. And to the set user, I will pass my data. I will pass my user with profile, so I can set them to the state user with profile. Perfect. Now we need to create a set user mutation. And also I need to create here data representation in my state. So I'll go up here into my state, and I will create here data which will be initialized to the null value. Okay, now we can create this function set user. Okay, let me copy it, set user. And we'll create here mutation. So mutation set user. In the set user, we'll get always the first value is a state, and the second one will be our data, which we can call user, and we'll simply get here state.data. We create data to the null, but when we get the user back, we can set them to the user, and that's it. I will console log out here user, so you'll see that we are getting now complete object. So user here like this. Let's save it. Back to browser, let's refresh, and now you should have here more data. You should have here also ID, and you should have here email. That's what you are getting. Just to recapitulate, guys, if you understand this behavior, go ahead to the next lecture. If not, let's place your debuggers. So everything starts. There is a get user profile here. So here, dispatch here. So I'll add the debugger here. The one debugger, let's say down here, and the one into mutation set user. Perfect. Let's save it. Okay, I'll refresh. Okay, so as you can see here, when authentication state changes, we're getting the user. That is a huge object here with a lot of properties. I'm calling the get user profile. I'm passing this entire big user object. Continue script execution. And here, as I'm getting this user object, I'm retrieving the user ID from it, and I'm getting the document reference. This will get me user profile. We have up here, which contains only avatar, credit, exchanges, and the username. And I'm merging them together. So I'm creating a new object at which I will have the ID, which is my user ID, and I will have an email, which is my user email of this big user object. I just need these two data from all of these. Okay, this will get me ID email, and I'm destructurizing the rest of my user profile properties, which will flatten up avatar, credit, and the exchanges and the username to this object user with profile. So in the end, when I will go to the commit here, my user with profile object will contain my 4 profile properties plus the ID and the email from my original user from Firebase authentication. Then simply I will commit it. I'll pass this user with profile, pass it next. And in a set user, I will get a user here. I'm passing there in a mutation, and I will set it to the state data, which is null. But as soon as I will set it to the user, it will have a user data. Okay, guys, and that's the entire functionality. Let's remove these debuggers. We can also remove the console log because now we know that what we are getting here. So go ahead. Let's remove the debugger here. Debugger here. We can save everything, and we'll continue in the next one. Cheers. Hello, welcome back in the new lecture. In the last one, we have merged together the user object and the user profile. In this lecture, we'll start working or we'll start preparing for login functionality, and we'll be doing some renaming. Okay, let's start. Back to our code, we'll go to our user module, and in order to make our functionality more reusable, we'll be not calling our state register, but rather authentication. Because when we'll be logging in, as you will see in the next lecture, we'll be also having this is processing state, and also we will have an error because, of course, when we are logging in and we will provide the wrong email or the user doesn't exist, we can also throw an error, and we also can determine if the logging is processing or if the logging is not processing. So rather do not specify here register, but overall authentication, so we can call it out. And here we'll have is processing and the error. This way we need to approach our functionality a little bit differently, because we are calling here, when you will scroll down to our register function, we are calling here set register error, and set register is processing and set register error. So let's do it like this. Let's scroll down to your mutations and let's rename this one. Set register is processing to set out is processing, and set register error to set out error. Set out error. Here we'll be returning state register is processing, or we'll be not mutating here state register is processing, but state out is processing and state out error here. Okay, now we will copy set out is processing, and we'll rename all of our processing mutations. So for example, set register is processing will be set out is processing, and a set register is processing down here will be set out processing as well. Now continue with the error. So set out error will be set register error, we'll rename here, set out error here. And when you will scroll up here, also set out error here. Okay, so that's all the spots. You can find all this in a resource of this lecture if you will forgot about something. Okay, so we have renamed our state, we have renamed our mutations. What we need to do now, we need to change our computed properties, because remember in our out module we are still calling them through the register, but now we need to access them through the out property. Okay, let's go to our composition folder, use out, and here, as you can see here, we are still accessing state user register error and state user register is processing. Now we can access it state user out error and state user out is processing. Okay, and that's gonna be all of the changes. Let's save it. Let's go back to browser. Let's go to register page. Let's refresh here. Let's try to sign up with the wrong data. Yes, it's processing is definitely happening. We have error here. Perfect. This is working. Okay, again, error. Let's try to register the user. I'll write here, let's say philip@gmail.com, username Philip, and password test. Sign up, processing, redirect, working, and we can verify our user. So here is my second user, as you can see here, Philip. The same one, we are calling it same, but this has a FXF, GO and all these letters here. This is ID, and we can verify it with our Firebase authentication. So here, philip@gmail.com. Yeah, that's definitely the same one. Okay, so refactor is done. That's gonna be it from this lecture. In the next lecture, as you probably already know, we'll be working on the login functionality. That's why we have refactor all these functions, because we want to also reuse them in our login. Okay, so let's continue in the next lecture, and I hope to see you there. Cheers. Hello, welcome back here. In the last lecture, we have worked on the renaming of register functionalities. We have renamed them to the authentication functionalities. In this lecture, we'll continue in our Vuex store, and I will show you how you can use getters. So let's start in a user.js file, and I will introduce here getter. Getter is something like computed property in the context of the component. So in the components, you are using computed properties when you want to react to the changes of the data. In a Vuex, you are using getters. So to what state changes I would like to react to? I would like to react to the state changes of data particularly. I would like to determine if my user is authenticated. If my user is authenticated, this means I need to have here some data. This means that I have this page here, this is a state change, and I got here a user, and I set a user to the state, and I have data. This means I am authenticated. If the data will remain null, this means I am not authenticated. So, okay, so depending on this simple data here, will determine if it's authenticated. So data is null, null, then it's not authenticated, then not authenticated. Okay, if we have a data, and data equal some object with a data, then we are authenticated, then authenticated. Okay, so something simple like this, and you'll see we can achieve it very simply. I will do it like this. For the beginning, we'll go here just about the actions, make sure you're on this level, and we'll create here getters like this. Okay, and in the getters, we'll create a new getter. We'll call it is authenticated. Is authenticated. Okay, you can see simple function where we'll be reacting to the changes of the data. So I will simply return here double exclamation mark, and I will check for a state.data. Okay, so how can we get a state in our getter? In a state to the getter, you are getting automatically from the parameters here. So just specify here state, and you will get state through the parameters. So what's actually happening here? Why I'm writing here this double exclamation mark? So this is a double negation operator. I will show you in a console how this works. So assume your data are null, right? So assume your data const data are null, right? You don't have any data. Then when you will use here one exclamation mark, this will get you opposite of null. Opposite of null is true. When you will write another exclamation mark, this will get you opposite of true, which is false. So if I have a null data, this means the user is not authenticated. This means it's false. The same thing with undefined. If the data are undefined, then like the exclamation mark 2, double exclamation mark false. We need to be just careful when we are working with the objects, because with the objects, when the object is empty, and if I write the opposite of the object, it's false, which means double opposite of the object is true. So this will work only for undefined data or null data, which is okay for us. Okay, so if the state data double exclamation mark, then we are authenticated, and now we can use this getter in our register functionality. Open your register page, so go to pages, find your register. All right, and let's get this getter here, and you will access getter to the computed property. Okay, so we'll write here computed. Okay, we can of course wrap it into our use out. Well, maybe we'll do later. For now, just for you to see, let's write here is authenticated. We can call it whatever we want, of course. It's authenticated, and from here we'll return just simply the value that the getter returns in our store. How can we access the getter? Let's write here this $store getters, and you will provide in the square brackets, you'll access the property of your getter, which will be the name of the module, which is a user, and name of your getter, which is authenticated. I will copy this. I'll get it here, and that's your getter is authenticated. And display it somewhere. Let's say we'll display this under, let me see, somewhere in the register. We can get it. Or you know what, guys? We don't need to get it here at all. Let's get it to our navigation bar. Yeah, let's do it like this. Let's copy the computed from here. Copy it, remove it, and let's go to our components. Go to our components navbar. Okay, and in a navigation bar, we'll get here props. Under the props, let's write here computed is authenticated. I will copy this authenticated. I will provide it, let's say, under this navbar for now. I hope it will be visible. I will write here A for authenticated or is authenticated. And here we'll write a double curly brackets and get is authenticated. Okay. Let's go back to browser. If you have registered before, we should be, of course, authenticated. If you will not see here errors as me. Okay, only properties of undefined. So let me take a look at this issue. All right, so is authenticated is here. This store getters, plural, very, very important. This store getters is authenticated. Now it will work. And it says is authenticated is true, which means we are authenticated. When I will refresh, for a brief of second, you can see it's false, and that's good. Because initially, we don't have a user when we are logging in. We are just determining if we have a user, but our function is then executed and then it's set to true. All right, guys, so we can continue in the next lecture. For those guys that want to additional explanation, let's stay here for 1 more minute. Okay, so I'll show you why this is null or false initially, because when you will take a look in your user module, here you are determining if you have a user and your user is initially null. So when I will write here debugger, you will see initially as we are going to the page, we have a null. That's why it's false. So I will refresh 1 more time. You can see the user will be null. Or actually, it's not null. Okay, it's null because your state data will be null initially. How can I show you this? State data are null initially, right? So let me write it like this. Write it like this. Dispatch. Here I will get a state. And I will console log here. Console log state dot just a state. Okay, so here let's refresh. Okay, so you'll see that initially the state that we are getting here, and you click on the target, data is null. So that's why you're writing is out is false, because the double exclamation mark of the null is that means that you are not authenticated. Okay, so here the null, okay, is null double exclamation mark is false. That's why you are seeing here false, that we are not authenticated. But once we will set a state, we'll have a user, we will have their object data you could see on the screen. This means we'll have here true. Okay, so remember, first we have in here null. That's why the computed property getter here reacts with a false. In a second, when this will get its user, we'll set a user to the state. Then we have a data in the state of data, and that's why then it's changed to the true. Let's remove the state from here on offset change. That's going to be it from this lecture, and we'll continue in the next one. Guys, I hope to see you there. Cheers. Hi there. In the last lecture, we have created our first getter we call is authenticated, and it returns false or true depending if we have a user data. In this lecture, we'll do some improvements and we'll move our functionality into the composition. Let's start in our navbar.view. For now, we have here a computed property is authenticated, and you know when something is reusable and we'll use it in multiple places, we can move it into the composition function. So let's do this with is authenticated. Let's move to our composition. So composition somewhere here, use out, and let's create here is authenticated that will react to the changes of the store. So const is authenticated equal computed. All right, function will return your state, which will be our state of the getter. So how can we access it? We can just simply write store. As you can see here, I'm not accessing the state at all. I'm not accessing the store in this case. And in this case, I don't have here access to the store because I'm destructurizing the state from the store. So let's do it like this. By the way, the store key, I don't know why it was imported from me. Let's remove it. let's get here simply store. All right, and I'll let here separately state, which I'll destructurize from store state. Store like this. Okay, then I have a store, and you can get your data from a store like this. Store dot getters square brackets, and you will get your getter. Okay, so right here user slash is authenticated like this. Okay, make sure you don't have any typos, of course, and you can return this to your component in the return. Okay, we have is authenticated. What else we can return here? We can return the user object itself, so we can use some data to display them in our UI. So let's get here the entire user object. Let's write here const user. Let's equal it to the computed. Again, the function here. Now let's get the data from your state. State.user.data, and that's basically it. You can get our entire user object when we have it in our state user data, right? So here we have a data which we are setting in a dispatch to get a user profile. Okay, now we have a user data. Let's display them. So go to navbar. In the navbar, we don't need this computed at all. What we need to use here is to set it up. So let's call here setup function, and let's return from here use out. Okay, of course you need to import it, so use out import from a /composition use out. And now you have access to your user and also is authenticated. So I will write here also user, and this will be our user. Okay, this will maybe not work. Okay, I cannot display objects like this, so let's display, let's say, the name of the user. So we are keeping on the user username, so let's display here username, and I need to warn you, this will not work maybe. Okay, so let's save it like this. Let's go to your browsers. Actually it works. Okay, oh, when I refresh it doesn't work. Okay, so you can see here cannot read properties of a null reading username. Remember, as I mentioned many times, your data are initially null. When you will try to access something on null, such as username, data username, I have a null here, I'll get error, and that's what you see in your consoles. So now either you need to check if you have a data, so write the if statement, if you have a data, then display data username, or you can use a save operator, which looks something like this. Let's write here data, question mark, and now access username. Okay, this is called save operator, and this is checking automatically for you. You don't need to write the if statement, and if you don't have this property on the data structure, simply it will not throw the error, but it rather will return to the undefined data. And you see you don't have any error. So that's a called save operator. You will write it in the front of the dot when you're accessing property. And then it will work. You have the question mark here. Okay, refresh, and you see my internet is slow. So maybe these things are happening faster for you, very slow internet. So you can see it takes some time to determine that I'm authenticated, I'm getting back my user, but I'm definitely getting my user. Okay, that's gonna be it from this lecture. We'll continue. We still need to have the login functionality and display this data nicer in our navbar. So let's focus on this. I hope to see you in the next one. In the last lecture, we have accessed the user from our state through the computed property, which we have exposed in our composition function. In this lecture, we'll display the user data in our navigation bar. Go to your navigation bar. Of course, we are already displaying authenticated and also the username. What I want to do now, I want to get rid of this and combine these two together. So let's remove them. And instead of this, display user, we can display username or we can display user email just above this router link. So for example, here, I'll write a div like this. Also close it, please. So open div, close the div, and let's write here user name. First, let's mark this with a class, so it looks like as the same all of our other links. So here you can see we are providing a navbar item. That's an important class you need to provide. Let's copy navbar item and get it to the class and navbar item. And let's say email will be test@gmail. I'll just hardcode it for now. Test@gmail.com. Okay. Okay, let's go back to browser, and you can see the test@gmail.com is here. Perfect. Okay, so what's next? Next is to display it through our computer. So let's write double curly brackets, and you know how to access it. We have access to the user. Make sure the user is initially null, so write here question mark, dot, and the email. Save it. Back here, I will see a refresh, and will display after a second user email, because you know the authentication is getting resolved after a few milliseconds, because as soon as we are landed on the page, the authentication request to Firebase goes, but we already have the page displayed, so after a few milliseconds we'll get the response from Firebase back, and then we will display our user data. So that's why it's happening after a second. Also, we can fix it, so everything will happen at once, but this we will handle later. Okay, I will show you how you can handle this without this save operator. Simply, if we have some wrapping structure around your data, such as div here, you can provide a special directive called vif, like this, and you can check here if you're authenticated, then display user data. And you know that from computer property we're already exposing is authenticated, so we can check here if we are authenticated, then display user data. So if you want to combine both of them together and be sure that you're authenticated, you don't need to write any question operator, save operator. This is the way. So let's save it, go back here, refresh, and the same thing will happen. So very quick lecture, let's continue in the next video. In the last lecture, we have displayed user email in the navbar. In this lecture, we'll proceed with the logout functionality. So far we can register, that's good. After the registration with the Firebase, we are authenticated straight away, but it will be good also to log out, so we can test out that the user will disappear and will be logged out from the Firebase. Okay, let's implement this. You will see it's very simple functionality. We'll go to our user module, or actually let's start in a navbar. In a navbar, I will create a button to log out. Okay, so under the router link, so it will be last link in the navbar. Let's write here, it can be a element or rather div, only div. Again, opening, closing div. The same thing, you need to apply the style, so it looks like the other links. So navbar item, let's write here class name, or actually class navbar item. And you will provide here a click event, and you will execute logout. But first, let's write here also logout, like this. So you see it looks exactly the same. Okay, logout here. You can see the cursor is not changing, so the styles are a little bit different. It works differently as a link. So in this case, we need to introduce styles ourselves. So go for a second into your main.scss, and let's create here a new global class. Just go on the top of the file and simply, let's say under this h elements, let's write here .clickable class. We'll call it clickable, and if the clickable will be applied, the cursor will be pointer. Okay, we'll copy the clickable, we'll go to the navbar component, and we'll place it on this div. Okay, let's save it. Back here, and now, yeah, you can see now it's changing. Perfect. Okay, let's prepare this functionality. Let's provide a class on the new line, and let's write here click event handler. So click, and let's execute here a function to dispatch logout straight away from the click. So I'll write here $sign store dispatch. All right, and dispatch user / logout. Of course, I don't have this action, and by the way, I'll wrap it in the function, so it looks like this. You can see here you cannot use here double quotation marks when you're using already here quotation marks. You're wrapping your click, so let's change them simply to the only single quotation marks like this. Okay, so store dispatch user logout. We need to create now this action. So go to your user module, and under the register, find when the register ends. So here, let's write here logout. And this will be also asynchronous, so let's write here async logout. And for now, just a dispatch something, just an alert. I'll write here logging out, and don't forget the comma in the end. Okay, and now let's save it, please. Go to your browser and let's try to log out. So click here, and you can see logging out. Perfect. That's what we wanted. So now we know that the actions is being called. So what we can do now, we can call here actual logout from Firebase. It's called, in the Firebase context, it's called sign out. So you need to go on the top of the file, and from the Firebase out, you need to import here sign out, sign out, like this. Okay, now in our logout, we'll wrap everything in a try catch block because we can get the error here. So let's write here try and the catch to catch for potential errors. And in a try block, we'll write await and the sign out. Sign out we have just imported. All right, and we will provide here authentication as with all of the authentication functions we need to get out. Okay, so we need to get this, get authentication. Okay, so you need to pass it as the first parameter here, as the first argument, sign out, get authentication. And that's basically now in a catch of error, just for now, just write here console error, console log or console error, and let's write here cannot log out for some reason. Okay, there should be two spaces here. And one more thing, when we will log out successfully, guys, we can set the user, right? So we are logged out, so user should be back to the null data. So what we can do, we can simply call set user, and we can pass null data to it. So we can call here simply, let's get here from a context commit, let's extract commit, and let's write here commit, and set user, and let's pass here comma and pass here null data. Okay, just like this, let's save it, let's go back to browser, let's refresh. We have a user here. Let's click here logout. User disappeared and we should be logged out. So now when I will refresh page, you can see we are not getting any user data any longer because user is not authenticated and we are logged out. Okay, this logged out text you can see here is also coming from user module. If you remember on outside change, if you don't have a user, so you can see this function is returning now all the time logged out if we are not getting any user profile back or any user back because we have logged out. So now in order to get logged in, we don't have login functionality, so we cannot log in back. We can only register the new user, and as you know, when you register a new user through the Firebase, the user is automatically logged in. Okay, that's actually not a good approach, right? You don't want to create a new user every time you want to be logged in, so we need to implement login functionality, and it will be simple. You will see. We'll start handling it in the next lecture. So see you there, guys. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we have implemented logout functionality. In this lecture, we'll focus on the login functionality. So let's begin. You can navigate to login, and we can do exactly the same step as we did with the register. We need to extract data from our form. We need to submit them, and we need to call some function from a Firebase. Let's do it. All right, let's go straight to our, I will keep open only login. I will close other pages for now. And I will open also, I will open login now. And I want to say register on the login. All right, and let's go to login. Here we have a form data. We have here email and the password. And we are already submitting our form here, as you can see here. So login, we are alerting our form data. Perfect, so that's good. What we need to do now, we need to actually log in the user. So here in the login, we want to dispatch the data. Let's write here this $store.dispatch user/login. And let's pass here our form data. Perfect. Okay. And this should be this form. Okay, so it's getting dispatched. Of course, you don't have an action to get logged in yet. And also what we need to get here is processing all this stuff. So our composition function, let's get it straight away while we are here. So setup, and let's return here our composition data. So use out data, make sure it's imported for you. From a composition, use out. Perfect, so now go back to our user module. Okay, and under the register, I will create login functionality. Okay, so here will be async login. All right, comma, we'll need here also commit data. Get here commit, and what we also get here will be our data which we can log in with. So that's our data from the input, so email and the password. So in a curly bracket, let's write here email, comma, password, perfect. And then we can proceed with the functionality first. The same thing as we are doing with the register. We would like to reset the data of is out processing and set out error to the empty data in the case we are resubmitting the form multiple times in the case of the previous submitter failed. So we always want to start with a clean data. So this will be the same. Then we'll write here try and a catch block. Try, catch, all right. And also finally block, error, and here will be finally block. Okay. In the try block, we want like to log in the user. This will be very simple. We just need to import one function from Firebase authentication, which is called sign in with email and the password. Scroll up here and you can see this authentication line is getting too long, so you can place everything on the separate line like this. So just move each import into the separate line like this, sign out, like this. Okay, and now we will import here sign in with email and password, comma. Oh, wait, we don't need comma. Okay, let's get down here into the try block, and here we can write await, sign in with the email and the password. Okay, and let's provide here get out as with all of the authentication methods. Get out, and let's pass here email and the password, email and the password, so you can see it here. Perfect. So this should get us login. If not, we will jump into the catch block. What we want like to get in the catch block. Simply commit here our error as we are doing up here. Set out error, toast error. The same thing will happen here. So copy these two lines and paste them here. So we want to commit the error and dispatch the toaster with the error. In this case, we need the dispatch here as well. So let's write here dispatch. Okay, in the finally block, we can finally commit here. The final state is processing to be false. So I can also copy this. It's processing false. We'll get to the here. And yeah, that's the entire login functionality. let's try it out. Let's go. Before I'll try it out, let's go to login view. And also disable button as we are doing with our register. So in the register, we are disabling button here. Disable this processing. Let's do it also in login. So in login, let's write here sign in disabled when we are processing data. Okay, now we can save everything. So not many changes, guys. We are dispatching on the user login. User login is very similar to register. It's much simpler. It's much simpler. We are just resetting the data, processing an error, then calling the Firebase function, and the function is successful. Then we are setting our processing is false and we are authenticated. Also, when we will get authenticated, when this function is called on the Firebase side, your function here, this function will be re-executed and you will get a new user here. I will show you. Okay, so let's save it. First, let's try it out. So let's try here to log in with the user. First, you don't have. So I don't have for sure no user at gmail.com. I don't have such a user for sure. Some password, sign in. I should get the error. Firebase out user not found. And you can see we are also disabling the button. Perfect. Everything is working. Now I'll try to log in the user. That user I for sure I have. For example, Philip at gmail.com and a test password. This user I have in my Firebase. You can check it here. I'll sign in, and authentication is successful because I can see my user is here, up here. So this is working. You can see everything is working. The login and register and functionality in Firebase is very simple. To see that anytime your change on the Firebase changes, you're also calling this function. Let's write here debugger. On outstate change it. Let's write here debugger, go back to your browser, let's inspect here. I can place it on the bottom. And you will see anytime I will change the state, you can see first we are authenticated, there we have a user because we have logged in previously, so now we have a user. When I will log out, I'm getting here user is null. Okay, so I don't have any user. Okay, I don't have any user here. And when I will log in back, Philip at gmail.com, test, sign in. You will see the debugger will be called again, and I have my login user here, Philip at gmail.com here. I will set a user. This will change my state. I'll get a user back. I will log out. The user is again null. We don't have a user. No user is displayed up here. Let's try to log in with a different user. So let's say test 15 I have. Test 15, maybe I have this user to sign in user, and now it should be test 15 email is logged in. Okay, so this is working. Yeah, this is working just great. Okay, let's refresh. Everything should work. Okay, guys, before we'll finish, maybe just one improvement. When I'm logged in with one user and I'm getting logged in with a different user, so I'm getting logged out, I actually, let me see, maybe I'm resetting the state. Yeah, I'm resetting the state to user to be null. Okay, never mind. I just thought that we are not setting user to the null, so I wanted to handle it here, but it's okay. It's okay. Never mind this. Now, if you have any questions related to this behavior, these functionalities, let me know in a Q&A. I will be more than happy to help you provide detailed explanations for this. I think everything should be clear. The Firebase is very simple to implement these functionalities. But anyway, still, if you have questions, ask them, and we will continue in the next lecture. Cheers. Hello, welcome back. In the previous lecture, we have handled login functionality. So now all of our authentications functionalities are completed. In this lecture, we'll continue with some UI improvements. Okay, let's take a look at our navbar. Currently, I'm logged in, which is good, but when I will log out, the user will disappear, but I still have access to the logout button, which shouldn't be displayed right now. Right now, when I'm logged out, I should display only login and register. And the same with the login. When I will log in the user, Philip user, I will log in. I will display here my user data. Okay, then I shouldn't display here login and register because we are already authenticated. We don't want to have this in the navbar, so we'll handle this. Okay, let's go to our navbar. I can close all of this here. We'll go to our navbar components. So let's find here components. Let's go to navbar. And let's take a look at these router links. We need to determine when we are authenticated, we already have here authenticated, then display me logout only. And when we are not authenticated, then display login and the register links. For now, we are hard coding these links and we are sending them, I guess, from our page. So from our app.vue. Let's go to our app.vue. You can see we are hard coding here. We could also handle it with providing some information here, or simply let's delete login and register. We will write them manually. Our hard-coded pages will be only home, about, and FAQ. Okay, when I will save this way, I will not display login and register. Okay. Now let's go to our functional part. Let's go to navbar. And in the router link, we will manually provide these links and we'll determine with the if statements if we should display logout or we should display login and register. Okay, we can write here like this. Let's write here div, open it, close the div. Okay, and we'll write here a couple of if statements. I showed you directive already, the if directive, so you can just provide it on element and the element will be displayed depending on if the value is true or false. In this case, let's write here, display me this div and all of its children. So if we are authenticated, so is authenticated. If we are authenticated, then we should be able to log out. So let's get this div, copy, remove, and place it here. And you can indent it properly like this. So if we are authenticated, then we should be able to log out. Perfect. If we are not authenticated, we should be able to register and then log in. So let's write here another div, like this, close it. And here will be our links for login and register. But how can we say that else statement here? We can just simply provide a directive else, like this. So here this means, if we are authenticated, display logout. If we are not authenticated, display me this div here and all of its children. And in case here, we can provide a router link. So we'll copy this router link like this. And here, you don't need to write a v4. You don't want to iterate here. You don't need any key in this case. item link, we will hard code it. And by the way, this navbar item is only important class. You don't need actually nav-web, so I can remove this. And I will replace the link. This will be, let's say, a login link. So I will write here /login. So to/login. Okay, by the way, you need to provide here string value. So let's write here a single quote. Let's wrap it to /login. Or if you want to simplify it, you don't want to provide a value from a variable, you can just remove the colon here, and you can just provide here that like this login. Okay, that's the same. You want to use the variable value or you don't want. Just a raw string value. Okay, and the item text will be, I want to go to the login page, so this will be just simply a login. Okay, looks good. I will copy this router link, I will paste it under, and I'll write here register. And this will go to /register. So that's it, guys. Okay, so when we are authenticated, display me here link to the logout. If we are not, else, then these two links. Now let's save it, go back to browser. You see your login and register, they are not very nicely indented, or they are not nicely displayed here in this case. This is happening because you are creating here these divs, and these divs creating additional structures in your document object model, in your HTML. Basically, there is no new div, and this is destroying our navbar stylings. I will show you. Okay, so I will inspect this element, and you will have here. Actually, first let's log out, please. Okay, so we can see it, login and register here. I will inspect these elements. You have this div wrapping structure around login register. You can see this div, which is wrapping these two elements, and that's creating this not very nice UI. If you want to provide not blocking structures, you need to provide a Vue JS specific element called template. Okay, so when I will provide here instead of the divs templates, like this template here, wrapping template here, and also the else template here, and template in the end. This is not blocking structure, and this will not create any new element into your HTML. So when I will save it now, I will go back, I will refresh. I'll inspect my element. You can see there is no div wrapping my elements here. Login and register, they are not wrapped by anything. Okay, but they are still conditionally rendered out. But that's what you usually use in every if you don't want to create any wrapper around, such as divs around your elements, you just write a template, and this will not provide any new element in your HTML. Okay, guys, so but you will see it's working. So when I'm not logged in, I can log in. So I will write here test at Gmail or philip@gmail.com, test, sign in. We are signed in, this should disappear, and we should display your name. Yeah, that's correct. Perfect. When I will log out, you can see we hidden logout, and we are displaying only login and the register buttons. And that should be it from this lecture, guys. So now you can see how you can conditionally display elements. We are displaying and hiding our logout and login and register depending on our authentication state. Of course, there could be still some improvements. We'll be handling them in the next few lectures, so I will meet you there. Cheers. Hello, welcome back in the new lecture. In the previous one, we have worked on the navbar improvements. In this lecture, we'll continue with additional user experience improvements. So let's take a look at this. Let's open our page and let's log in. So if you're not logged in, please log in and let's refresh your page. And you will see that we have here this behavior we had already before, that for a split of a second, we are displaying the old state, and when the authentication is resolved, then we are displaying the authenticated user. And you know what is happening, right? So while I'm landing on my page, I'm not initially authenticated because the Firebase takes a split of a second to resolve authentication, and after authentication is resolved, we are setting the user to the state and we are displaying this data. So how can we solve this? Go to your code, we'll go to user.js, and what we need to do, we need to somehow handle it here on outstate change. So what I would like to do first is to commit here a new state that the authentication is processing. So let's get here this page first and commit next to it, and let's write here when we will call authentication change, let's write here commit I will set here authentication change. So I will just go down here, and here set authentication is processing. Okay, and let's paste it up here. So commit this, and we'll mark it is processing. Yes, that's true. Okay. Okay, and we'll go here and we'll write here it under dispatch and under console logs. Authentication is processing when we have a user or we have an error is false, so we are not processing any longer. Perfect. That's the first thing. The second thing will be handled in your main.js. Go to your main.js, and what I would like to resolve here that in the dispatch is that I will create only my application when the authentication has been resolved. So I will be passing here a callback function like this, and all this initialization, the create application, and all these steps here will be done only after the callback will be executed. And the callback will be executed. You go to user.js. You are not now passing here callback. We can just simply call it callback, and the callback will be executed whenever you will get a user. Okay, so when I will get a user, I will call the callback, and also when I will get the error, I will get the callback here. Okay, and in this callback, I will pass user. If I have a user, I can pass it back to my main.js. If I don't have a user, I'll pass here null. The important thing here to note, we need to mark here the dispatch with the await keyword because we would like to be synchronous. So first we want to get a user profile, and after that we can commit here that the authentication is processing is false, and we are calling the callback to create an instance of a Vue JS application. So that's very important step, guys, here to call here this await dispatch. Remember, our get user profile is asynchronous, so we can synchronize it. Okay, perfect. So now it should work soon. Let's go to main, and we need to move all these steps into callback function here. First, I'll create empty application as initially, so I will prepare a variable for my application, and all these steps I will move into this here line. Okay, so until the authentication is resolved. And this can be separated into like this, so we'll store it into application variable. Now, we would like to create instance of application. Not every time the authentication will change. So remember when we will log out and we will log in again, all the time we will calling this callback function. So what we want to make sure here that we will be calling this only if we don't have an instance of application. So only initially on initial load of our application. So if we don't have application, then move all of this here, and that's how it will look like now. All right, like this. Okay, guys, so when authentication is resolved, we have our user, we'll be creating our Vue.js application. In all of the other cases, when we are logging out and so on, we will be not bothering about this because we already have page and we can do everything dynamically on our page. I know this can be a little bit confusing to understand from the beginning, so please be sure that you are understanding this and you have an await here. That's very important. Let's save it now. Let's go back to our browser and let's try it out. So when I will log in now, you can see I'm displaying straight away my page and my authentication is already resolved, and I will log out. I'm logged out. Everything is working. I will log in. I'll provide here my details of the login, and everything will work as well. Okay, here we have authentication is resolved. We can refresh and we are displaying everything as we should. All right, guys, so that's gonna be it from this lecture. If you have any questions related to this solution, just ask me and I will be more than happy to help you out, and we can continue now in the next lecture. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we have fixed issue with the authentication as we had this flickering issue when we are landing on the page initially. In this lecture, we'll take a look at the redirect functionality. So let's begin, and let's begin in our authenticated state. So you can see I'm currently authenticated and I can still go here manually to the login page. What should happen when I'm going to login page and I am authenticated? I should redirect the user to the home page. The same should happen for a register page. All right, I should go back to the home page. So how can we solve this issue? I will show you the very nice trick for this. So let's go to a router. We have been there for a long time. Let's go to router index.js. And actually before that, please go to register.vue. And in register.vue, remove this redirect. We don't need it any longer. It'll be handling differently. So the entire watch here can go away. Okay, perfect. Now in our router, in index.js, we will mark our login and register page as the pages that only guest user can visit. So only guest user is a user that is not authenticated. So I will provide to this object metadata. Under the component, you can provide a meta like this, and you can provide it as an object, and you can specify whatever custom property you want. I will call it only guest user, which means the only guest user will have access, which means not authenticated user can go to the login and register page. I'll mark it as a true, and I will do the same thing for the register page. Now I will show you how you can create event handler for the router. You can write here a router, and you can call here a function before each, like this. You will pass your callback function, like this. And you can get here a couple of properties. You can get here to, from, I think is the next one. All right, and here is the next. Okay, let me verify it if I'm specified correctly. I'll explain you these parameters in a second. This should be to. Yeah, from, yeah, correctly, from, and next. So to property here is the page we are navigating to. Okay, so that's when I will click on the about page, then to will be the about page. Okay, from is a page I'm navigating from. So if I'm on a home page and I'm going to about page, to is the about page, and the from is home page. Okay, and the next is a function that when you call the function, you can navigate to this page you want to go to. Okay. So to, from, next, and what you get here as a representation of the to and from will be the object you got here. So if I will go to the about page, I will have access to this data here of the about page. If I am going from the home page to home page, I will have access to this data here, and so on. And the next is just a function you need to call when you want to allow to go to the page. Okay, so now what we can do with this, we can check here if statement. And we can check if we are going to the page that's behind only guest user. So we can do it like this. If the page we are going to, so to page, the meta information on this page is only guest user. So it's true if this is true. So if to meta only guest user is equal to the true, of course we don't need to write it like this because that's the boolean itself. So we can just check here for if the page we are going to is only guest user. Then return, okay? Otherwise, go the next. As you can see here, from page we are not using it all, so I'll mark it as an underscore, so there's an empty placeholder. So what will happen now? If I will go to the only guest user now, I will be not able to navigate to the login and register page. In every other page I will be able because I'm calling here next. Okay, I'll show you. Go to your browser, refresh, and let's try to go to login page. And you'll see you will get stuck here on an empty page. You cannot render out the login page. What would be even better? What would be even better when we are going to only guest user page for now, but call here next, and to the next you can also specify the parameter to which page you would like to redirect to. So when I'll specify here object, I will specify here name of the page. So let's say if we are going to the pages that are marked as the only guest user, which is currently only login and register, then go to the home page. What's the name of the home page? The name of the home page is just simply home. So go to the home. So up here I'll write the name and here home as a string. Like this I will save it. And you will see now when I will go to the login page, I will go to home. When I will go to the register, I will go to the home again, and so on. So to the home, to the about page I can go, to FAQ page I can go, but I cannot go to the login and register. Of course, this is applied for now every user. So if I will log out now, I should be able to go to login. I will be not able. You can say I can click here. I will not be able to go to login and register because I'm basically hard coding here that any user, doesn't matter if the user is authenticated or it's not authenticated, we are kicking them back to the home page. Let's write here also debugger so you have an idea what's happening here. Debug here, back to browser. Let's inspect your page. And I'll write it here. And let's try to go to the login. I'll refresh and go to second time to the login. Let me close this, open this again, and I will go to click login here. So you can see here, to the page is the login page. So you can see you have all of these informations available. The meta information only gets user is true and so on. So you have all of this information about the page you are navigating to. Underscore will be page we are navigating from. So you can see it's a home page. And the next is a function, anonymous function. So I'm going to login page. So only gets user is tagged as true. So I'll go here. I will call the next and I will go to the home page. So that's why I'm not doing anything. I'm staying on the home page. But when I will go to the About page, you will see the to page is About, and About page doesn't have only guest user. There is no only guest user. Then here you can see only guest user will be undefined. We'll go next here, and I can navigate. When you will provide the empty next, you can navigate to page you want to navigate to. So I will display About page. Okay, guys, I think that's pretty self-explanatory what's happening here. So that's the small trick you can do. We'll keep it this way for now, and we'll fix it in the next lecture. So we'll be also checking if the user is authenticated. So I hope to see you in the next one. Cheers.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
In the last lecture, we have worked on the functionality to redirect the user when entering the login and register page. In this lecture, we'll finish this functionality because it's not completed. As I am not authenticated currently, I cannot go to the login and register because I am all the time redirected back to the home. Okay, let's start. Go to our router back. Let's see, router index.js. We are back in the router. And we need to somehow improve it. We need to identify if the user is authenticated. How can we verify if the user is authenticated in our router? We will use Firebase function actually for this. We'll go up here and we'll import here in the curly brackets get out from Firebase. Okay. Now back in the function here, to resolve if the user is authenticated to the Firebase, you can write this const is out. You can call the variable as you want. I will call it is out, and you will call here get out and current user like this. This will get you the current user of the Firebase, and this is the asynchronous function. So let's synchronize with the await. And since I'm using here await, I need to mark the wrapping function as the async. This will get me information if the user is authenticated, and I can provide it here. So let's do it like this. If we are going to the page that has a only guest user guard, verify if the user is authenticated. Okay, so here I will check if the user is authenticated. If the user is otherwise, if we are going to any other page, in the else here, just go next. This is correct. So here we will check if the user is authenticated. This means we need to kick the user out from the page, because when the user is authenticated, we don't want the user to go to the login or the register page. So in that case, this is good. Go to the home page back. Or to go to the dedicated page that you will display some more information for the user. It doesn't have to be home page, of course. Otherwise, we can go to this page. Otherwise, next. Okay, so we are going to the home page only and only if only guest user page is true. So we are going to login and register, and user is authenticated, only then go to the home page back. And this should work. Let's save it. Let's go back to browser. Now I'm not authenticated. You can see I'm not authenticated. I can go to the login. I can go to the register. Perfect. It is working. Let's try to log in and let's stay on the login page. So philip@gmail.com, test, sign in, and I should be kicked in also. Actually, I'm not kicked in. Let me verify it. Okay, I need to refresh the page. So maybe the redirect functionality I have removed before wasn't that bad at all. All right. But as I will refresh, I'm going back to the home page. So this is working. Now, when I will go even manually here, /login, this doesn't work, right? So register, I'm kicked out. I cannot go there. I can log in and I can't go there. Okay, we just need to take a look at this redirect. Maybe I will put a back redirect or we will handle it differently, but let's keep it this way for now. I want to handle it in different methods as we had it previously. Refresh and we are back here. Okay, guys, that's gonna be it from this lecture. I hope to see you in the next one. We'll continue with this. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back in the new lecture. In the previous one, we have created a nice functionality to redirect the user from login and register page. In this lecture, we'll handle the edge cases. So back in here, let's log out, go to login page. And these edge cases are when we are on a login and register itself. I'm not going back to home page. So when I will write here my details, philip@gmail.com, password, signing, I'll be signing, but I'm staying on the home page. So not very good. How can we solve it? We already had a solution previously, but I have removed it. So let's handle it differently. Okay, well, actually it'll be pretty straightforward what I'm going to do. Let's go first to login page. We'll test it out here. Into login, and as we had a watcher before, we'll create a watcher again, but this will be much simpler watcher. Okay, about the methods, let's create a watch. Okay, and for what I would like to watch. As we have here composition function use out, let's see in the use out what we are getting, what useful state I can watch. I could watch the useful state called is authenticated, and when the user is authenticated, I could simply redirect to the home page, and that's gonna be it. So in our watch here, I'll write here is authenticated. I hope I'm spelling it right. Authenticated, yeah. Here we'll get if the user is authenticated, so I'll call it is out. Okay, and if is out is true, simply call here router, this $router dot push and push me to the home page. So just empty slash here, and that's basically it. I will copy this watcher and I will provide it also to the register page. So copy this, go to register.vue. Okay, let's paste it here. Okay, let's save it now. Go back to browser, refresh, and yeah, let's log out first. Go back to login. Let's log in the user, so philip@gmail.com, and I should be kicked out. Test, sign in. And I'm going to home page and I am logged in. Okay, optionally also on the landing on the home page, maybe we should display here some toaster message here have been logged in or something, but we are already displaying here username, so I think that's pretty enough. Okay, I'll try to go to the login page back now, /login. I'm kicked out, yeah, working great, register, kicked out, perfect. Home, about, everything is working. Let's log out, login, register. Okay, let's try to register a user, test20@gmail.com, let's say. Test20, test, sign up, I'm registered, redirected here, and everything is working. Alright guys, so as you can see, we handled it very simply. It's okay, and let's continue with more features in the next lecture. Hi there, welcome back here. In the last few lectures, we have been working on authentication functionalities. Login, register, logout, all these functionalities are working now, so we can move to the next feature. I know there are still some things that we are not handling. For example, on a register page or login page, we are not validating inputs, but this will handle later. What I would like to focus now, I would like to create a new page and I would like to work on these new features. Okay, let's start, and we'll start by copying some code because I will show you how it looks like. Stop the video, and on the right side in the resources, you can find this code here. It's a profile page, a very long one because there is a lot of inputs here, so it looks like this. Okay, so profile page, also a lot of stylings here, so that's why I don't want to write it by hand. Okay, so let's copy everything from this page. Go to your code. All right, code here. And let's create this page. So we'll go to our pages folder. We'll create here a new file. We'll call it profile.vue and paste simply everything here. All right. If you want to check this out, you can just open the page and you can inspect each element and you will see what stylings I'm applying for each element. We are missing navigation to this page. So go to your router. And let's create a profile page. So let's say we'll be after FAQ. All right. Here it will go /profile. This will be name will be profile, and the component will be profile page. So let's import the profile page up here. Import profile page from pages, profile, and let's get a profile page into its routing. So profile page to the profile like this. Okay, and now let's save it. All right, back to browser. We don't have a link to it. Don't worry about it. I'll go manually /profile, and we should see here profile page. It should looks like this. So what's the future of this page? You would like to, first of all, I would like to display here all the exchanges. You can see here received and send opportunities. About the opportunities, I will want to talk later. This opportunity is like a exchange. Opportunity is created from the exchange, but about this later. What's interesting here will be, for now, we'll be implementing this update info. When you will click update info, it's not implemented yet, but it should open the modal window, and in a modal window, we should be able to update the user information such as name, description, and all of the details we will expose. Okay, so that's the profile page. One more thing. We should have access to the profile page only when we are authenticated. So if we are not authenticated, we shouldn't be able to go to the profile page. So this we need to handle similarly as with our other routing. So we need to create here, let's say, metadata, not only guest user, but only authenticated user. So we'll create pages where only authenticated user they have access to. Okay, that's it from this lecture. Very short one. We just copied some code. We'll be also copying the modal window, but yeah, about this later. So guys, that's it, and I hope to see you in the next lecture. Cheers.
This video is over. Go to starfreelance.eu to download these videos, materials, and sources. Watch more videos to get premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Star Freelancer.